Welcome in, SMITE fans. We are here with Week 5 of the SPL. I'm your host for at least our first set here today. I'm Aggro. That man is Toli. And I hope you had a good bye week, Toli, because we've got some spicy games started off here on Thursday.
I hope, more importantly, these two teams got a good bye weekend.
Yeah.
You know, they had a whole week to rest and practice for this matchup specifically. It's going to be a very good one because these teams haven't really been tested before this one. It was against Energy, both of them, but
True.
it was an early Energy that was kind of struggling to begin things off the season.
Well, I can't wait to see him kick it off. But first, let's do a couple little housekeeping things. Let's take a look at the standings so you can see exactly where everyone is sitting so far. We'll start off with Europe, considering that's going to be our first set of the day. Obey versus Valence. You see both those teams in the top 3. Valence tied atop of Europe with 10 points with Team Dignitas, who we will also see later on today. They're going to be our Thursday night SMITE matchup up against the defending world champions in Energy. As far as NA goes, we got a couple great matchups there as well. But the standings, you can see Luminosity still right on top, 10 points for them as well. We're going to see Team Eager in action today. They're going to go up against Allegiance, and Soar up against Flashpoint. 2 of the bottom matchups, but definitely need to get that going. If you're at the bottom side of the standings at this point, Toli, this is a great week for a team like Soar Flashpoint to try and move their way up.
It's do or die. There's only 2 more weeks, this one and then the next one. So every team needs to get the points now if they want to be able to qualify for the LAN.
Absolutely. So we got a lot of great matchups here today. But to start it off, we got Obey versus Valence Squadron, and we were talking about what where we want to focus on for this matchup. And there's so many great things. I mean, you've got one of the oldest solo lane matchups in quite some time. You've got Zalia versus Maniac there in the solo lane. We haven't seen that one in quite some time.
No, not in quite a while at all. We saw so many great highlight plays between these two in Season 1 and 2, back in the Fnatic days, the Paradigm days.
Yeah.
Those were the great days for the solo laners. But also on the opposite side lane is also going to be the Hunter matchup.
Yeah.
It's going to be Funballer against Ataraxia. Very dynamic Hunter.
Absolutely. Funball has really moved up in the terms of where he stands as far as EU Hunters go. And Ataraxia seems to have had a little bit of a different play style, but I think we've had enough talking already. Let's go to the casters ready for picks and bans. Obey versus Valence Squadron. Take it away, Hindu.
Thanks so much, Aggro and Toli. Joining me is Taco to go through this Valence versus Obey matchup. We're straight into picks and bans. Obey, first pick, and they're going to ban Cabrakan.
Very standard pick coming out. A lot of these PZ teams have been favoring the Cabrakan pick, especially considering how much pressure he provides early on with the early Tremors and the Vanguard. Just not exactly the tanky opposition you want to try to be facing up against so early on.
Honbat's banned out by Obey Alliance as well. Over 80% win ratio on that Honbat when he is managed to get through picks and ban, well, for the ban stage anyway. Toth and Amaterasu to run things off for Valence Squad, and immediately Obey are going to lock in Terra. Now, Terra, her level 1 isn't the greatest in the game at all in the support role, Taco. Do we expect to see that actually go into the support role?
I wouldn't be surprised to see that opt for the solo lane pick. It's certainly more of Maniac's playstyle when you consider that he's been favoring these Guardians already in the solo lane matchups. And considering that she already has the global presence as well, that also makes for a strong opposition in that solo lane matchup.
And you called it right, because Fafnir has now been locked in for Obey. More than likely not go into the solo lane for Fafnir, even though he's not too bad there. Scotty for Valence Squad again, though. We're going to see Funballer go back to that one. He likes this quite a lot just lately, Taco.
Well, one interesting aspect of the Scotty in comparison to other Hunters is she does have technically 2 abilities to start off with the lane clearing early. When you combine that with the Khepri, or even... It's so much lane clear and farming potential early on from the dual lane pressuring side. I wouldn't be surprised to see Valence opt for some early jungle invades on the side of the red buffs for Obey, which could be incredibly problematic, but the Zeus and Fafnir should be a strong deterrence factor at the same time.
Well, it's double Guardian versus double Guardian, but Valence Squad here have gone for double Hunter to go with that as well, where Obey only picked up Zeus, now Rama to join that as well. So it's going to be a very tanky sort of composition from both sides here.
Ram does have a slight advantage, though, considering that he is more of the hyper carry sense, and he is an excellent hunter for dealing with Scotty and her Kaldar, because the Astral Arrows actually count as 2 shots onto the dog's health. Yeah, so it's perfect for combating into the Scotty, especially when getting away from the ultimate. You can also just ult immediately up into the sky as a Ram. But at the same time, this could potentially be a Scotty mid and a Medusa in the
In the
hunter
dual lane,
role.
yeah.
It's unlikely, but there is a slight possibility for it.
Well, on top of that, Jingten now been drafted by Valence as well, so 3 Guardians for them there. Jingten, more than likely the one we'll see in the solo lane here. Ymir in the jungle. He's pretty strong from the jungle for all intents and purposes.
And you're just going to have the classic support via, or Guardian via Guardian matchup in the solo lane. And indeed, it is Zalia on that Jingten facing up against Maniac on the Terra. So Obey with a slight sustain composition, primarily just because of the Terra pick. But I really like both of these drafts.
And why is it you like both these drafts? What is it that they're going to bring to the table that's different than what you may have expected?
Well, on the side of Obey, you have so much AoE map presence and control, but to compensate for that, Valence, you can never really go wrong with 3 Guardians and 2 ADCs. I mean, there's just so much damage that you could potentially output, and when you have such a strong frontline and peeling potential, that's really what you're looking for inside of these dual hunter compositions.
Well, 4.4 patch has already dropped as well, as you can see, so now we're going to be having that in this game as time goes on. So a couple of changes did come through, things like Bancross got a bit of a buff, Fatalis had a couple of changes with attack speed on it, and cost increase as well for Flickering Ritual, so keep it on there as time goes on. And Millsy takes a large chunk of damage at the start there, with Funball and Big Man Tings combining with a little bit of Caldeir's help there to get that pressure, and now they're going to look for the cheeky invader, the purple.
Wouldn't be surprised to see them just take the babies, and then they're actually clearing. This is really smart of Pretty Prime to opt to take the smalls from his red buff in case Funballer and Big Man Tings were looking for the potential level 2 off of it. Now that Pretty Prime has rotated in and taken that option away from them, they're forced to go back into the wave. And Emil's and Ataraxia, also a smart play because they've already lost the lane pressure. You might as well secure your buff, not worry about the enemy dual lane taking that away from you and having the timer of it.
Well, not only that, with Obey as well, Valence, you saw what Lobster did there in the mid lane. He went to his red buff and soloed that himself as well. So both mid laners changing things up now as people start to understand the meta a little bit more, Taco. They're trying to find new inventive ways of starting off in the jungle, and it plays clear mid lane and then do your red buff, or at least the babies, is the minimum thing you need to do.
Lobster has a little bit more flexibility than what Pretty Prime would have because he opted for the Bumbas with the Bluestone Pendant, and because of this, as an ADC, you can certainly clear your red buff by yourself, which that was obviously what Lobster was looking for, but Pretty Prime, on the other hand, was going to have to wait for his team to help him out to ensure that they're not going to risk any sort of invade coming out on the side of Valence.
Well, right now, Valence in a bit of a lead for the moment in terms of gold right now, but the experience share from Obey are going to come back into play in a second to even things up now that the red is dropped, as well as those back harpies too. So just a small experience lead for Valence for the time being, with all the mid camps being down now. It's generally farming the waves here and looking for a team that maybe pushed up a little bit too far.
For Obey, they need to play this early game so carefully, just because of the fact that this Scotty and Khepri duo lane, that you can tell just so much pressure. And Big Man and Funballer, they're not players who are foreign to aggression. They certainly want to try and engage in this kind of circumstance because the more pressure they put into this duo lane, the easier it will be overall for Cherio to try and make an early rotation into that mid lane and put Pretty Prime under a lot of fire.
Now that 2v2 in the duo lane we keep talking about here, does that change at level 5 in any way? Does Obey get stronger at level 5 to fight that Valence in this lane?
Obey get mildly stronger just because Fafnir will have his ultimate available, and Fafnir ultimate is definitely a strong ultimate to have alongside of a Rom, but you have to consider that Rom is more of the hyper carry, and especially against a early to mid game hunter like Scotty, Ataraxia has to play a little bit more passive if he doesn't want to find himself falling super far behind to Funballer, because one wrong engagement onto Scotty, while it's a great matchup overall for the hunter because of the astral arrows, at the same time, he could definitely find himself falling early, and if that happens and the Scotty is permitted to snowball, Funballer could definitely be a threat in this game.
And we've seen him be a threat with that Scotty before Funball, so we'll see if we can do the same thing here against Obey. Both these teams have not lost a complete set so far this year. They've both split once, but other than that, they've been on winning track so far, still at towards the top of the table, looking to be one of the top 2 teams to guarantee themselves a spot on Masters.
Obey are certainly thirsty for it as well, considering that, I mean, they haven't had as many games played as Valence has.
That's
and
correct.
So this is really their chance to shine. And if they come forward in this set, they will definitely be looking very strong for the land.
Funballer versus Emilzy over on this left-hand side for the time being. Emilzy forced to ultimate there, trying to get extra damage off, and Funballer gotta respect the amount of damage a Fafnir can do! And there you have it, Fafnir cleanup crew. Funballer dead already, and as Skadi with not much mobility in terms of escape, Taco, it's easy to get picked up sometimes.
No escape and an entire creep wave at that. Emilzy utilized the creep wave that was a very smart and aggressive play by Emilzy to just stand on top of that creep wave, because in Fafnir's ultimate, I mean, you're just so tanky, but you're dealing so much damage, and it's really difficult for such an immobile hunter like you're mentioning to try and manage and escape from that.
And it's also good to see supports that realize they can 1v1 these hunters in the early game. When you've got a god like Fafnir, who's level 5, is very strong, it can come into play, allow you to get a small lead. And that gold is not simply something you want on the support in terms of the first blood, but it can help him to get his build online a little bit quicker, which helps your team out.
The best part about that engage is that he could have potentially been the reason why we see Funballer building into these T2 boots right now, rather than trying to just stay farming out for the full Transcendence early on.
Maniac's in trouble because Cherio's making the rotation, and Maniac's a couple of hits from Def here, trying to use the minions to help him out, but he's running the wrong way, and the worst thing is he's running towards Papa Lob, and he'll get that kill. Meanwhile, Twig was trying to support Maniac there, but it's not going to be good enough to slow that down, and Valence managed to answer back to the first kill of the game.
I'm not accustomed to watching Papa Lob picking up the kill rather than being the one sacrificed for it.
Yeah, it's unusual to see that, but that's kind of been the stylistic changes Valence have had to make here, because when you look at these two teams, Sacco, 3 members of each have pretty much been a core together for a while now. You've got Obey, who added Maniac and Emilzy this year, so their core has been Captain Twig, Prime, and Ataraxi, and then Valence. You've got Zalia, Lobster, and Funballer. So it's almost core versus core in this matchup.
And it's not even just the core versus core, but it's also the veteran squad versus the veteran squad. Both of these teams have so much of experience on their sides. Captain Twig potentially in a decent amount of trouble here.
He's going to get pulled into a danger spot now. Cherio's going to pop the ult, but Lobster will get credit for the kill again. And Milsey couldn't do enough with his ultimate there just to dissuade Valence from going on there. So Valence pick up a second kill onto Lobster again, who already has his Warrior Tabby online. Ataraxi and Funballer both looking at making a rotation to that fight, but Funballer getting the better of the argument.
That's just kind of what you expect to see from a Scotty early on. When she drops the ice in those narrow alleyways, it's incredibly difficult to try and play around it. And Lobster, however, is looking mighty nice right now on this level 9 Medusa. 2 kills up, plenty of gold to his name, and opting to build immediately into that Transcendence, which I think will be a very smart power spike for him.
After boots as well, I mean, this is just him playing to the advantage he's got with these 2 kills now. Getting this Transcendence online will give him the power spike. When we talk about Medusa's late game, she's okay, but she's not a hyper carry in the late game. We don't class her as that, but mid game, definitely dominant.
Certainly not a hyper carry, but she's someone who can still deal a ton of damage and really prevent that late game aspect to come into play. Because if you have a Medusa online early and she's controlling these team fight areas, especially with that ultimate, I mean, Obey are really going to have to be super cautious throughout the entire jungle. Otherwise, Lobster could very easily come around the backside like we've seen happen so many times before, and one Medusa ultimate could really be a huge swinging factor in a game.
I'm talking about both these teams as well. These compositions, Sacco, they both sort of smell to me like the mid to late game comps. With this many Guardians on your team, you want the front line to be tanky enough to be able to absorb the damage, and then your back line to be able to shred through the tanks they're going to have to deal with too.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Cherio, considering that he already has 2 Guardians on his team for the peeling and CC. It'd be very reasonable for Cherio to build a little bit more damage oriented, because a lot of times teams can underestimate the Amir damage that's coming out on his 2. And on top of that, just we've seen Cherio with his walls before, and I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if that was also another aspect that Valence are looking to just try and lock down Obey into any sort of tight entryway to just really synergize between Lobster and Cherio with their ultimates.
And Valence's Guardians cover 3 different options as well. You've got the Ymir that's the initial engage for you there, looking for the walls of the freezes to set you up. Then you've got the Jing 10 on Zalia, and he'll turn up to these fights and be looking to disrupt the backline and maybe force some beads with that ultimate of Rage and Steel. And then finally, on the very backlines, big man things. He's going to sit with his carries and make sure they're looked after during these fights. They've got a nice composition with the Guardians there to balance it out. But Valance, even though Obey got that Gold Fury Oracles there, they're still going to pull the gold, drop it down to half. But with the response from Obey here, they'll be happy that we just saw Ataraxia use that ultimate. Now Twigs uses his too. Freeze doesn't find a home as Twig gets walled off and getting escaped. And Funballer picks it up with the kit, with the ultimate.
That is the primary issue that you have with the Ratascor into this composition as well, which was something I was actually just about to mention, is it is so difficult for Rat to try and engage at any point in time for Obey. He has to play it super safe.
A little bit of trouble there. He's forced to ult Prime on the way around, but Zaylia's going to force the beads early. Prime turns up, tries to look for an ultimate opportunity if he can to get some good damage off, but most of Valance are out of the way. Zaylia gets tickled a little bit, but he'll just leap back to the safety of his team. And once again, Valance come out ahead by just getting more ultimates for nothing.
I don't blame Obey in the slightest for opting to ult defensively. That was a smart ult to my Pretty Prime. It really deterred Valance from chasing for the engage there, because otherwise I think we could have potentially seen a Mealsy go down there if that Zeus ultimate hadn't been dropped to really stop everybody from entering that area. But with all those ultimates being down on the side of Obey, this leaves a very good opportunity for Valance to try and pressure out the Gold Fury early on.
And they've been trying to do that a couple of times now. Obviously, the ward coverage from the Oracle was there a moment ago, so Obey knew what was going on. Now they have to keep an eye on making sure they get wards down there for now, because Valance have sniffed there a couple of times now in a row. And I don't think they'll be too scared about going back to it once more.
And Valance have a very strong composition for shredding that Gold Fury early on. I mean, when they left it last time, we saw it was already at 50% health. So if they were to choose to commit to this, they could certainly secure it.
Right, Harpies have half respawned. Obey going to get those on the right with Captain Twig. Just going to soak those ones up. Left one's going to go the way of Valance as well. Cherio's going to meet Captain Twig in the jungle there for the time being. Now have a little bit of a scuffle for the moment. The Oracle's about to spawn again. And it's important to go for these Oracles, Taco, just for the ward coverage, not necessarily just the golden experience as well.
I mean, the golden experience is nice, of course, but it's predominantly for map vision why you see so many teams emphasizing a lot of pressure into the Oracle area, and Ataraxia with a cheeky steal to both of those.
Yeah, Funballer just didn't confirm one of the two. When you get there, what are you trying to do as the Hunter trying to do those? Are you just trying to get one over the other for guaranteed safety, or are you really, obviously you want both, but is it better to go for one than both?
It's better to just lock down one, because if you lock down one, at least you're guaranteed that the enemy won't get the secured vision onto the Gold Fury. But that's one of the downsides of the Scotty. Funballer opted to use abilities just a little bit too soon, and Ataraxia just had to be patient. And I mean, if there's one thing that we've seen Ataraxia display himself being great at, it's patience.
I'm talking about patience. Both these teams are European. They're used to patient games, and with the comps they've put together, I'm expecting this one could go a little while longer before we start to see massive amounts of action in it.
Most of these team fight pop-offs won't really begin happening until I'd say around the level 13 through 15 time period, because at that point in time, it's when both sides have a chance to establish their tanky compositions that they have going for them. But on top of that, it'll just be a more interesting aspect to see how the Hunters are going to face off against each other, because Medusa and Scotty are going to be pretty much online around that point in time, especially with the builds that they've both opted to go. Both of these Hunters trying to finish off the Fatalises, and they both already have Transcendence online. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lobster opt for the Fatalis build as well. Even with the price increase, it's still an excellent item for Transcendence build to pick up.
I'm talking about that Transcendence with that power spike now coming online for Lobster in the mid lane. It could be an opportunity for Valance to go and look towards the Gold Fury again. Bad news is there is a wave moving on the duo side as we look at the solo side. Now Maniac's in a bit of trouble here. Forced to ult defensively. The heal comes through at the right opportune moment. But oh, the damage from Zaylia with the leap there. If he would have found that, I think Maniac would have fallen. Instead, he will survive for now as Valance tried to make something happen in the mid lane. Very lucky escape there overall.
Very lucky escape by Maniac, and not to mention he had to expend that Terra ultimate just to try and survive for himself. Valance are going to know that that ultimate is down, and immediately just trying to pressure out again onto this Gold Fury.
Well, Emilzy hammer times Cherio to the face to stop the freeze. The second freeze is a different story. Now Emilzy bursting so hard, he can't get away. Twigs in the sky, though, going to hit onto 3. Allow the damage from Prime to do its work. But look at how healthy they all are with those meditates coming into play. Valence straight back to the Gold Fury, already at half health. Twig on the front line. Prime trying to get in there as well to stop the Gold Fury being done. And Maniac's watching. Ataraxia in the sky, tries to snipe, forcing the reset for now as Cherio invests into Captain Twig a little bit more there. And now it's Maniac on the front line now trying to juke his way back to safety. He eats a lot of poke for that too, but Valence win this battle here, Taco.
Valence are going to go back to trying to pressure out the Gold Fury once again. The side of Obey is so low, they all need to back. Ataraxia really needs to be careful. They're trying to sustain in the back line with the Terra, but it might not be enough. And Ataraxia, it's so low after the Cherio's Reese, but the Kepri ultimate.
Kepri ultimate comes into play, and Cherio's like, I'm out. And the detonate was just half a second too early from Prime there. Otherwise, they may have been able to pick up Cherio in trade for the Gold Fury that Valence Squadron just got there. 2,000 gold lead. 3,500 experience now. Favor of Valence.
What a great ultimate by Big Man Tings. Recognizing immediately that Cherio's entire positioning right there was just purely to get in the way of Obey, really prevent them from trying to come back in for the steal. And
but look at that call tackle. I really like that decision. Obey, realizing that Valence were all going to back after getting the Gold Fury, went straight to the Portal Demon to try and answer back some of the golden experience loss they suffered at the Gold Fury. It's not as much though, but it does give them a little bit of a bonus with that portal now for a few seconds.
That play isn't so much for the golden experience though, as much as it is they just don't want Valence having that option to secure the Portal Demon, because once a team starts snowballing, especially a double hunter composition, and they take the Portal Demon, you never really know when Valence are going to try and just group up and siege into that mid lane, and having the Portal Demon on their side would have been a definite threat to Obey. So very smart call by them to just take that option away from Valence and just try and once again control the pacing of the game. They want to slow things down before it starts to get a little bit too out of control.
We'll keep an eye on the support builds here from Emilzy and Big Man Tings. Obviously, Hot Ward Amulet picked up first of all for the Kepri, and that's basically to deal with the magical damage coming out from the Zeus and Terra, and Fafnir, who he's going to see a little bit more often than maybe the Ratatoska and the Rama at the start of the game, but then working towards what more than likely will be Gauntlet of Thebes for both of these two. We see this going forward a lot more, but Shudder Regrowth is one that can pop its head into support builds now and again if they've got sustain in the kit, like that of Fafnir. Right-hand side, Zalia pressuring Maniac again and forcing once again the ultimate.
Maniac has been having a really rough time in this solo lane facing off against Zalia, and it's not necessarily something you would expect because sure, Terra doesn't have the greatest early game point of time when it comes to a laning phase, but for him to be getting the better end of this for so long by himself and putting this issue for Obey is that Captain Twig has been trying to hang around in this solo lane. It's not the first time we've seen him rotate over to try and potentially peel Maniac out of trouble, but as a Ratatoskr, that's really not what you want to be looking for.
Well, you don't want to look at this if you're Emilzy right now. Great ultimate from him, though, to stop the pull-in for Big Man Tings. It's Tings who's in a lot more trouble himself. Forced to ult away defensively, still standing tall, though, as now Captain Twig goes to the sky. Valence, however, did manage to get what they wanted, which was the Tier 1 tower. Obey, unable to answer back.
And just like that, Captain Twig's ultimate is going to be completely expended. You could tell he wanted to chase Big Man there, but just too much mobility with the Kepri ultimate, giving him the extra little boost of movement speed. He was just able to escape, and that's kind of incredibly unfortunate because Obey expended again so many of their ultimates, and with all of these ultimates being down, I wouldn't be surprised to see Valence opt to group up and not only potentially pressure out the mid lane again, but just any lane. If they're all together, it will be incredibly difficult for Obey to try and fight back into this.
Is it better now for Valence to really group up and just look for all the Tier 1 towers? Because Gold Fury's down for a while here, Taco. They could go to the Tier 1 tower left and not really lose anything that they've not already succeeded at getting themselves in the first place ahead of the enemy team.
Considering that their composition really strives at this point in the game as well, that would probably be a smart grouping and team decision to go ahead and pull through, because when you have two hunters online and they're already starting to flourish in a game this early on, I mean, I'd say early, even though we're approaching the 20-minute mark, but it is still like fairly early considering that these are two compositions you don't typically get to see much display from until around the 25-minute mark in most games. But Valens are certainly getting the better hand and the upper hand in a lot of these team fighting scenarios. It's just been incredibly difficult for Captain Twig to really make anything happen on this Reddit task or like what he has in mind. He's opting for such a heavy-oriented pen build, but it's just so much CC on the side of Valens when you have to constantly be worrying about Amir freezes or even the Shingten ultimate when your purification is burned out. Then you have Lobster as Medusa and a Scotty with her ice, which is always super annoying. It's just, it becomes really problematic.
To try and get in there and just do what you want to do, get out again as well. So most of the time, if you do see Twig go in, I'm expecting to see him maybe trade kills, is what he's really looking to do, I guess, in this jungle position. You'd like, in the perfect world, you want your jungle to go in, get the kill, and get out. But now, I'm pretty sure we're going to see him go in, maybe get a kill, but, well, hopefully get a kill and trade himself for it. Could be a good scenario for Obey.
The issue with trading for Obey is that their composition relies more on the 5v5 than what it would in the 4v5, because there's a lot of pressure on the back of Pretty Prime. If his Zeus ultimate isn't on point, then they have to rely even more onto the ROM damage from Ataraxia, and facing off into 3 Guardians even as a hyper carry ROM, that is still incredibly problematic when you are constantly having to worry about double ADC damage, and 2 ADCs is going to do a lot more than just 1 hyper carry.
Well, Go Fury has respawned again, and already Valens dancing around the area with Prime now rotating to the left-hand side here, looking for a bit of pressure onto Fumble. Can't get the chain lightning onto him through the Aegis shield there as well. Instead, focus onto Emilzy once again, bursted pretty heavily by Cherio, Big Man Sings, and Lobster. But Emilzy's going to be able to heal himself back up for now, as now Zalia rotates into Ataraxia, committing to Big Man Sings a little bit heavier there, forcing the shell. As on the left-hand side, it's Fumballer, who's already been dropped to below half health. After the detonate comes through, Twig can't find the ultimate though. If he could have found that, could have been a different story. Now Twig throws in place, horse to beast defensively. Petrify from Lobster was pretty good as Zalia throws him into a big old ultimate from Ymir, but the shell comes into play for Obey. Obey fall back for the moment. Now both teams in a similar sort of position right now, all grouped around the Gold Fury, looking to continue this engagement.
Both sides burning out 3 ultimates, but it looks like Maniac could be in a bit of trouble if he's not careful.
He is tanky enough though just to weather the storm with the breastplate of Valent and the Void Stone too. Still trying to utilize Emilzy's ultimate there in that Fafnir to get a little bit of bonus damage off. But now Valents are back. All 5 strong. Fumballer, remember, was on 5% health pretty much a few moments ago. And now he's back with full health. His ultimate available, as is Big Man Tings.
Valens could... I don't think they want to try and take up the fight here after that last trade. I mean, they had to expend the 3 of their ultimates, which are pretty heavy engaging ultimates, and that was an excellent CC chain as well on the side of Valens. Lobster getting off the Petrify and landing it onto Emilzy, but again, at the same time, you also had Obey, who had the perfect counterplay to that situation between the Meditation and the Terra ultimate, coming through to really save the life of Emilzy and peel his team out of any sort of difficult, because once you start chasing towards that T2 tower line area, that's where you start to play a little bit dangerously with things, because I really like the disengage from Obey, not because of the fact that, sure, we recognize that ultimates have been burned and let's just back off, but overstaying has been the downfall of a lot of teams at this stage in the game, and so for Obey to just play it safe here and back off, I will always prefer, I think, that kind of decision-making from a team.
But that team fight, when you look at it, nobody died there, but pretty much every relic was used from both teams, shells, meditations, and it just shows what you can do with these compositions when you've got more Guardians on the board, you know, more of these tanky frontline that can keep you available. And as time goes on, teams work out how Season 4 is played. This is what the Spring Split is generally about, though, is discovering how the Season 4 meta is going to begin at the start of the year.
And the interesting part as well for all of this is when you look at all of the Hunter builds that are on the board right now, no one's opting for lifesteal. they're just opting for damage, and it looks like Valence could potentially be opting for a Portal Demon as Big Man Tings and Lobster are looking to have a little bit of engage onto that.
Well, Twig was actually trying to rotate on Zalia instead there, but Zalia's quite happy, as is the Portal Demon for Valence right now. Very low, but in he comes looking to secure it, not going to find it. Valence get hold of the Portal Demon. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel used by Zalia. It only throws Maniac away, not a big doom and gloom there. Tings forced to ult himself there into an awkward spot. He is going to revive, but he's still pinned in an awkward place once more. Maniac continuing chase there. Twig on the right-hand side, zoning away Cherio and Zalia as the snipes from Ataraxia rain down and will claim the life of Big Man Tings. Next on the list is Funballer, juking in and around the ice field that Scardy provides is not enough to stop Pretty Prime, making the heavens rave. And now they're positioned around this fire giant.
This should be a fire giant for the way of Obey. There's not a whole lot that Cherio can do as a solo Amir. Even with the backup of his team, it's really difficult for them to get in.
Triple freeze from Cherio, and he's going to get a good ultimate off too, but it's not enough damage to stop them. Lobster takes more poke than he would like on the backline, and now Twig turns up, forcing the Aegis onto Lobster too. Ataraxia with a rollout will give chase and pick up Lobster as well. Obey are now back and actually in control of this game here, Taco.
That was an excellently played team fight by the side of Obey. The Zeus ultimate, especially from Pretty Prime, locking down and really splitting up the entirety of Valence. That's a team where, sure, their composition is great when you get it online, but at the same time, you have to be grouped for it to prosper. And for Pretty Prime to split everybody up, Funballer was by himself in one direction towards the front end of Obey, so he was able to fall pretty easily. And then on top of that, you also had Big Man Teens who got locked into that Zeus ult as well. So he was taking tons of poke, even through the shell, even through the Khepri ultimate, just not enough sustain on the side of Valence to try and compensate for the damage that was coming through for Obey.
So would you say it was Pretty Prime's ultimate that was the real game changer around that Portal Demon there? Because we saw the Portal Demon go the way of Valence, and then the fight unfolded. Was it all really down to what Prime did with his ultimates there?
Zeus ultimates at this point in the game are a huge determining factor for the swing of how fights are going to go, and I think that up until that point in time, that was probably Valence's fight, but as soon as that Zeus ultimate came through and was able to disorient the side of Valence so strong, it just becomes incredibly easy for Obey to secure the picks, which is more of what their composition is meant for dealing with. I mean, that's why you have a Ratataskor.
Yep.
You want to try and chase down these immobile hunters like the Scotty or chase down the Khepri, and that's exactly what Twig did. And the positioning just all around from Obey there, and that fight was great.
Well, that's Rex's position there. Caught him out a little bit, forced to beads there up against Cherio and those walls that got dropped behind him. Obey do have the Fire Giant on all 5 members of their team now, so extra regeneration as well as that of Terror. And with a Fafnir too, they're going to be able to start shredding down some of these tier 1s. They've taken the left, and now they're heading to the middle.
Tons of tier 1s still, I mean, not anymore, but they still have 1 remaining in the solo lane side. But at this point in the game, you might as well just pressure for these T2s, try and secure as many objectives as possible, because once Obey starts opening up this map, that just makes it all the easier for this pick composition to find that backline that they want to and just get inside. Because the sooner that they pick up 1 member of Valence, the faster that these team fights are going to fall more in favor of Obey.
Well, that's a little split coming out from there from Captain Twig. He takes the tier 1 towers on his last legs anyway, and now he draws Zalia over to come and defend the tier 2, which now opens up an opportunity for him to go to the sky. Into the tier 2 tower he goes, straight onto Lobster, forcing Big Man Tings to deal with him. Twig in an awkward spot there. Aegis is very early, as meanwhile Obey focusing the tier 2 tower, having to deal with Zalia, who was in the front. The shell is dropped by Valence. They still want to engage this one. The bad news is Obey saw that shell get dropped. They back away, but they get what they came for, which was the tier 2 tower.
They've burned the Terra ultimate there as well as a meditation, but the entirety of Obey is full health, and still with 2 ultimates on the table, one being Fafnir and the other being Ataraxia. This is a very uncomfortable spot for Valence to be in.
Fight 2, big petrify. Ataraxia's already dead. Funballer credited with a kill, but that was a lot of work from Lobster. And Millsy trapped in place for a second, but will leap away back to safety. Obey have to turn tail and run here from Valence after that kill.
And just like that, Caster's Curse pretty much strikes again.
Yep.
Ataraxia seemed as though he was going to be in a comfortable position.
Ooh,
Beat's still
Zalia
down.
with a great teleport there to the front lines to try and continue this chase onto Obey. In the jungle, Pretty Prime's in a bit of an awkward spot up against Cherio there. Eats a bit of damage, but now it's Cherio that could get turned on here. 3 members surround him now. The rest of Valence were focusing on the tier 1 tower. They have to pull off that tier 1 for a second and then go back to it once Cherio realizes He's back in a safe position. 5-4 tier 1 on the right falls. This is still anyone's game, Taco.
No, and like I mentioned earlier, the 5-man composition from Valence, that's what they need. They were grouped up through both of those potential sieges from Obey, and as soon as they found a 1-pick from Obey, it just, especially onto the ROM of all characters, Ataraxia is like the last person Obey wants to see going down right now because he is so much of their damage at the moment.
Well, that radar ultimate is just going to give vision of the whole of Valence, who was setting up for that portal demon there. Valence knew it themselves, so they will back away as well. Fire Giant due to spawn in the next 55 seconds, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be the next point of contention.
Oh, certainly. Fire Giant dances. This is the primary point in the game that you really start to see both of these teams trying to ensure that they're going to be coming out on top. But even still, it's not necessarily the Fire Giant that most of these teams are after as much as it is just trying to secure 1 or 2 picks, because as soon as a team at this point in the game loses a member or two, that just becomes absolutely devastating trying to deal with your opposition.
What's the hardest role would you just say to play when you're doing a Fire Giant dance? Is it the frontliner that's trying to find the right opportunity to engage, or is it the backliner trying to position themselves correctly for the engagement to start?
Probably the backliner, just because everybody's looking for you, and it's like you have a giant bullseye on your back, and Ataraxia is probably well aware of the fact that Valence are just going to be looking to try and secure him every single time, because if Ataraxia dies, Obey have to rely too heavily onto Zeus damage, and Valence just have a ton of frontline to where they could just potentially deal with it, just completely keep pressing W at him until he ends up falling himself. And with an Amir on the side of Valence, that is a lot of lockdown potential for a Zeus. So it's really the carries who have to be the most concerned when it comes to these jungle awkward fights, because at one step could be the entire determining factor of the game.
Well, they were trying to get rid of Medjai's blessing on Captain Twig there. Obey got the portal demon for free. Now they're looking towards Big Man Ting. Zilly around the corner gets stopped from the up-down combo that he was looking for. Twig eats a lot of poke there for the time being. Rage and Steel only hits onto the frontline tank. That is Maniac right now as a Millsy dives into. Twig's waiting for some beads, looking for a knock-up. Will only find one target, which was Zalia, who will double dash away. Ataraxia picks up 1 kill in this engagement so far on Big Man Tings. Next on the list is Cherio. The rest of his team abandon him all on half health. Forced back to base meant that he will fall down too.
The ROM damage along with the Fafnir buff, it's just so much damage being output by Ataraxia, and his positioning there this time around was actually flawless, just making sure to stay behind the front line provided on his team, and this Fire Giant's looking all Obeys.
It is Obeys indeed. Now they can go straight to the right-hand side here, get this tier 2 tower, be able to backdoor it as well. I mean, with the fact that you've got Coerce and an easy tanky front line that can juggle aggro quite easily, they will get this one. This looked like a different story in the first 10 minutes though, Taco. I mean, Valence were the one in control of this game.
But this is the late game composition coming out from the side of Obey. Theirs is a little bit more late game oriented. When you have the Terra and you have the ROM on top of the Fafnir and the Zeus, these are characters that are more... Zeus, not so much. He's the early to mid game presence, but ROM, Fafnir, and Terra are really going to be the core of this composition at this stage of the game, because the later that it goes, the more in favor that it is for Ataraxia to really prosper and shine at this stage of the game.
Well, we do see a Frenzied Ritual picked up here as well now for a Millsy. This next engagement we see, obviously the Fire Giant is already on the side of Obey. They should get the Gold Fury uncontested here, but the next team fight is going to be very difficult for Valence if they don't recognize that Frenzy Ritual is going to be a part of it too. 25% extra damage for everybody on the side of Obey.
But Frenzy doesn't last forever, and as soon as that ritual is popped, you can expect Valence to just try and back up as far as possible, because the last thing that any of these teams want to do is try and fight into a team that's completely buffed with Frenzy.
Definitely. Tier 2 tower on the left-hand side, the last tower that Valence has left standing here. Do you expect them to try and defend this tier 2 or just hold up the Phoenixes?
They might look for some mild poke potential onto Obey, but considering that they know that a Terra is present and they can just heal that up, the smart play for Valence, and yeah, they're backing up already. They just want to wait for the hard engagement onto the Phoenix, because that'll be their best fighting point underneath that Phoenix. So it's a lot of open space, a lot harder for Zeus to try and lock anybody down with his ultimate, and it just overall a better fighting experience for Valence.
Once again, a bit of a split coming out from Captain Twig on the Ratatoska, trying to keep mid lane busy and draw some attention there too. Emil's in the left-hand side getting plenty of attention from Valence there for a moment, but as tanky as he is with that Fire Giant and the sustain from Maniac on that Terror, he'll be fine for the time being to continue this as Funball is forced to hold mid lane.
Funballer being split away from the rest of his team could also be the downfall for Valence here if he's not careful. And the hard engage potentially coming
there's
through.
a Frenzy coming out as well, and Cherio's in a bit of trouble here. Forced to try and walk away back to safety. The shell comes into play a little bit, but the focus really here should be onto the Phoenix, and it is. Twig went to the backside. Big Man Ting still on the front side doing good work, but the burst damage from Ataraxi is too much. He's managed to get the Coerce buff through as well, and he will pick up the kill on Tings. Zalia forced to leap away as Twig was still keeping them busy, being an annoyance during that team fight as well. The Phoenix goes down, and Obey now 5v4 turn to the middle one.
And almost all of the ultimates expended on the side of Valence other than Cherio, but
Cherio.
Cherio might not even get the chance to use it.
No, Ataraxi will pick up the kill with a snipe. He's looking for an extra damage, then he will find it, and then they will turn their attention to the Phoenix again. Funball is about to fall down as well to Maniac, and this could be game here, Taco.
This is not the positioning that Valence wants to be in right now. You got 5 members strong on the side of Obey.
It's not the positioning they want to be in right now.
I mean, just that Titan was gone. That was 100-0 in no time at all.
So according to Taco's expert analysis there, if there is a situation where you have 2 Phoenixes down and they're sieging your Titan, it's not the position you want to be in.
It's better than hay.
It is better than hay. Hey. So game 2, what do we need to see different coming out from Valence here? They went with a 3 Guardian strategy. It worked well in the early game, but they didn't manage to capitalize on it towards the middle and late stages.
Obey just countered that a little bit too hard with the way that they played so passively, forfeiting early on objectives and pressure that once they recognized that they weren't getting the better end of those early on team fights. Valence need to play a little bit more late game oriented. They need at least one hyper carry on their side. Scotty and Medusa, while great dual hunters to run with a tanky composition, at the same time you have to be concerned when one ROM is able to just immediately eradicate all of that potential because he's just chunking everybody and completely decimating your team.
Well, it appears Obeys is saying if it's not broke, don't fix it. They've banned Kabrak and Hun Bats, Amaterasu Toth again on the other side, and immediately it's Terra, but this time Valence are going to switch it up by taking Fafnir for themselves.
Really like the Fafnir pickup by Valence as well, because Terra and Fafnir is the main reason why that worked as well as it did is because when you have the sustain coming through and you have Fafnir who just has he is so annoying. Realistically, it's incredibly difficult trying to not only peel around him but dealing with the sustain and having to constantly worry about that while you're just getting chunked down. So for Valence to immediately opt and take this away from Emilzy as well as a Zeus from Pretty Prime, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, but at the same time, it becomes really difficult when you have to play into what you just used.
Well, Captain Twig here, going to go with a Circuit this game instead. That kind of dissuades Valence from wanting to use any healers this game.
Not necessarily dissuades them from a healer composition. I don't think that was more the game plan that they had going once the Fafnir
Is it more mobility, early game potential?
Not really early game potential, but Valence is a team that really favors the tankier compositions, even if it didn't necessarily work out for them in that last game because they were lacking that hyper carry presence, unlike Obey. But with a Xing 10 coming online for Valence, I can imagine that they're just going to look for one hyper carry and Obey their cut to strategy, and as we saw in that last game with the Ratataskor, he just wanted to jump into the back line, and that's really all he's looking to do again with the Circuit. So Valence just want to pick a little bit more CC oriented.
Okay. Scotty, Odin banned out by Obey, a little bit worried by the Odin ring lockdown that could come out there, and Funballer Scotty wasn't fun to deal with, so they're going to force him to have to play something like Anher instead.
Honor is a very strong pick, and that's just a hunter that you can never really go wrong with in the laning phase. He's so comfortable.
Oh, Nox is not something we see too often, and she's not normally that comfortable. Requires a lot of skill to be able to play this god at a high level as well, Taco. To be fair, it is Pretty Prime playing that, though. He was one of the very first people that ever brought original Nox into play, but more lately it's just been MLC Stealth, the only one to really show it off.
I actually really like the Nox pickup because they have the setup for it. Nox or Ket can be incredibly annoying to deal with when you have one taunt into the silence coming out from Nox and then the massive lockdown potential. So if Obey get to sit and just play this game slowly again, it could be incredibly difficult for Valence to try and fight into it because they might get the upper hand in the early mid-game stages, but their composition again is lacking that late game presence, unlike Obey. So if Obey just waited out, this could very well be the first time that we see Valence fall in a set.
Well, one team might fall here completely. We'll see what happens as we get into this one straight away. At the start, you will see it's Emilzy playing this Terra at the beginning of the game.
And Rom, Terra, that's a smart lane. If you're going to put the Terra into the soul or into the support role at this point in time,
good clear.
You want good clear, and that's exactly what Rom can provide. And when you're facing off against Fafnir on her, I wouldn't be surprised to see Big Man Tinks and Funballer again establish the early lane pressure onto Obey. But I would really like to see Valence play a little bit more aggressively with their invades.
Yeah, with this composition as well, with Susano on their team and Anher, who's great in the early game as well, they could look for some early on pressure. Talking about that, it's Obey with the early on pressure onto Funballer here. Good impale from him onto Emilzy. The wraparound is here from Big Man Tinks. They may look for Emilzy. The hammer hits Emilzy too. Now with Cherio here as well, they're looking to bring him down. Great pull in there as well from Cherio to secure first blood for Funball.
And that is an incredibly unfortunate circumstance for Emilzy to play into Valence's trap there. Was not expecting that Susanna to be lurking right around the corner.
And the worst thing with this as well is that it was a Terra that they killed, and Terra's level 1 is terrible. She needs that level 2, and that's going to delay her getting it even longer right now. Valence will go for the purple buff one more time, this time investing more into it. Pretty Prime went and took the babies away from the purple, and did he just secure that? It looks like he did. Emilzy will secure his buff, and now I was talking about the gold lead, so the experience difference, well, he kind of answered that back with that pickup of his own.
That is exactly what you don't want to happen. After you secure the first blood pick, you're feeling good, you're feeling great, you try to pick up the enemy team's buff, and then you lose it last second because the Terra walks back into lane and is able to get her ability off just in time. That is so unfortunate for Valence.
Well, Oracle's going to go the way of Lobster here. He's going to solo these ones down on his own. Good use of that Zeus in the early stages to give him some vision around this left-hand side and some free gold on his own, especially with Cherio. Didn't start on his side of the map, if you remember. He was over this left-hand side at the beginning, which we never really spoke about. It has allowed him to get a bit of free farm here, too.
Lobster opting for a very... I really like this.
The start?
I like his start,
Vanguard
believe it or
Bombers?
not, because he's opting for soloing these buff camps. So with the Vanguard, he's not going to take as much damage from the camps. And then on top of the Boombas, if he's soloing the camps, he's healing
not sharing
whatever
it with
he's
Cherio.
losing.
Yeah, Cherio's not going to be taking that heal. It'll be him taking the heal instead with the changes to Bombers. Now coming in more into effect. It is obviously week 5 here. Emilzy dashing through the wave, getting some good damage off onto Funballer, who's just got to be very respectful of the clear that's still available for the time being, coming out from Ataraxia and that Rama. I just feel Obey's comp here, Taco, it's a good composition, but it's high execution, high risk, high reward, I feel. Especially with a Nox in the team. If you miss your combo there, you're losing a lot of damage output.
It's always high risk, high reward whenever a Nox and a Circuit are involved. These are two members who rely super heavily around grouping and their team backing them up and following through on their power and engagements, and so if anything, like you mentioned, goes wrong in the slightest, it's just going to spell disaster for Obey.
Well, Ataraxia got a bit lucky there as well. There was one minion left after the Impale hit him into the pillar that blocked the next auto attack that came through. Otherwise, he could have been chipped down a little bit harder than that, but for now, he's fine just to continue farming up. Right-hand side, the Elementals have spawned, and they're going to go the way of Obey. We've not mentioned this yet, but Osiris is slowly sneaking back into competitive play, Tackle. How do we feel about this?
Osiris is one of those characters where you pick Osiris when you want to just slapbox into your lane, and I prefer this pickup for Maniac, considering how the laning phase went for him last game, where he wasn't necessarily struggling because of himself as much as it was the God matchup. But for him to have the Osiris with so much pressure early on really takes away a lot of the worries that Obey might have had for getting through these early to mid-game stages of the game, because Susanna is always going to be very strong and a factor that can disorient the team entirely, get the early pick that you wouldn't want to see coming out onto your team. And so for Maniac to have the safety that Osiris can provide, I think that was a smart pickup by Obey.
And obviously, getting through that laning phase, that's the big key there. We said it's the early game that Valence would really look to try and drive from. And it's one thing that you can kind of exploit against someone like Jing Ten. Jing Ten's 1 through 3, yeah, he's going to be survivable, but he's not going to have much wave clear, where Osiris will have a bit of a better time because of it.
Certainly, and Osiris, not to mention, he's a
lame bully.
He's a lame bully, and he's completely annoying, especially for a Xingtian. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see Maniac now being the one to really pressure out Xaylia here. Unlike last time where we saw Xaylia constantly getting the better poke trade.
Well, since that first blood, we've not really seen any of the kills go down. Purple buff will go to Obey again on the left-hand side as the Oracles once again being looked at by Valence. Lobster and Big Man Tings here to be able to pick these up. And this actually, like you said, the Bomber's Mask is still getting utilized pretty well here. Obviously, with him not combining, Lobster and Cheerio not combining together too much on these camp farming, it does allow them to both sustain a little bit more.
No, and Lobster, what I really like about the Zeus build is he can recognize that as a Zeus, he's probably going to be target number 1 on the side of Valence, because on her, sure, he's got damage and he's annoying, but I would much rather lock down a Zeus or try and force out an ultimate, because like we saw from Pretty Prime in the first game, there is so much map presence and control when the Zeus ultimate is involved.
Well, on the way back to lane here, I was going to see if we could Captain Twig could actually find a pick onto Lobster there, but Lobster took the scenic route for safety, was a little bit concerned by that. It was wisely done. Maniac, however, not taking the route he'd really like, because Cherio's trying to turn this around, but now it's Cheerio in trouble, and Xaylia's just trying to watch him as this happens. Now he's under the tower. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel defensively used their Twig, was looking for the cleanup on Cheerio if he could. Maniac did pretty good work there overall, Taco.
Smart recognition by Xaylia and Cheerio to immediately recognize that they were probably going to be getting turned on and to just disengage as fast as possible. Cheerio having to expend his beads, which is kind of unfortunate as a Susanoo facing off against a Nox Circuit, so he's going to have to play things really carefully if he chooses to try and farm out anything in the mid lane.
So actually just trying to farm up on this left-hand side, but Big Man Tings here just to provide a bit of pressure, but mainly for the experience and gold that he really needs to continue escalating his build along a little bit more. He's got Watches Online and Talaria. A couple of different boots options we see on supports nowadays. You can go Talaria if you want the extra gold and the regeneration and the mobility, or you can go for the Shoes of Focus, which we see quite a bit in terms of cooldown reduction, or tank boots as well. Plenty of options in Guardian role now.
Amuzi is going to be opting for a much heavier tank build, because when you have to worry about the constant tick damage from Susanoo with the Bluestone, and then not to mention Zeus damage in general, even with Lobster having a Vanguard online, once he gets the pen boots, and having pen boots, it's a lot of damage that can catch many Guardians off guard. And considering that Emilzy is really the frontline presence for his team at this point, it's going to be a lot of pressure put onto him to ensure that he actually stays alive to get off his sustain in these team fights.
Well, 7 minutes in so far, 1-0 still on the clock. Gold is equal. Experience, pretty much the same thing. Only 600 in favor of Valence for the time being. Right-hand side, though, you can see Captain Twig getting a little bit frisky and actually forced out by Valence there. There was a slow collapse starting to happen, looking to try and steal away speed or blue if possible. Bad news is Valence had already secured their buffs.
Speaking of slow, this is probably going to be another one of those slower game kind of plays.
Well, wait a second, because it looks like there's a bit of pressure in the jungle age. Just as you said, a great knock-up coming out there from Cheerio with that ultimate to slow down the advance of Obey. Good work from Maniac there to keep pressure onto Lobster, who's then hit by the Lord of the Afterlife as well. Pulled back into danger thanks to the help of Captain Twig, and Pretty Prime will get credit with the in-hand. Next on the fight is Xaylia going to get a big Whirlwind of Rage and steal off onto one target, but he's not going to stop Twig, who's still after Big Man Tings. Maniac trying to continue pressuring forward, but he's getting lower by doing so, and the damage is ticking away. And Cheerio will jump back in, teleporting in to pick up the kill. 1 for 1 so far. Solo dead, mid laner dead, and Captain Twig forced out as well. Crazy fight.
Interesting that they would choose to fight right then and there, as you're just talking about the game potentially being a much slower play. I feel like they can almost hear me at this point in time, but I'm not surprised, considering that they're in a corridor, which is the area that you want to be fighting with a Nox. And At first, I thought that Obey was going to have the pure upper hand in that engagement, but once all of their ultimates had been expended, there's really not much left for them to try and fight into.
Well, Valence did manage to do pretty well in that fight for the simple reason that Cherio did steal away the speed buff from Obey after the fight entailed, and that's kind of what all these fights are about, Taco, is positioning, getting yourself an advantage where you can then capitalize on that team fight afterwards. So getting the speed did work out well.
It worked out well also in the sense that Cherio was able to just re-engage time and time again, which is really what you want to be looking for as a Susanoo. Just be as annoying as possible. Really continue jumping in as often as you can, because if you can constantly, with all the mobility that Susanoo provides, to constantly be jumping in for the poke and surviving on top of that, it's a really difficult factor to deal with.
Taco, what's Funballer building next? Is that Silver Branch or is that going to be Odysseus? Like, there's not many options in that tree left.
Looking at the composition from Obey,
Would you go Silver Branch here?
you could opt for a Silver Branch if he really wanted to try and lock down Pretty Prime. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Funballer looking for the Odibo.
And because of Odibo, I guess in one way Chain Lightning and Odysseus Bow both provide the double Chain Lightning effects over and over again. So it's a lot of like sustained damage in team fights, I guess, when you can only hit the target that's presented in front of you.
It's unconventional
Yeah.
if he does opt to go that route, but at the same time, it could provide a lot of presence in the team fights for the corridors that Ataraxia looking for a little bit of a cheeky realm ultimate there.
I think if you got to take into account on that one, it was more like he was expecting his team to engage and get the engagement off to a good start and provide damage. But bad news is he trusted his team and his team let him down.
I really just want to see Funballer back at this point in
Just
time
find out what it is.
to determine whether he's opting for more Pretty Prime lockdown potential.
I feel it's going to be Odysseus Bow as well, just because it doesn't make sense to go Silver Branch when you're not going to be against a magical AD carrying lane. You know, you're not going to be going up against that. I'm expecting it should be the Odysseus Bow, but we'll find out. At the moment, he's trying to do a bit of his own work at the moment up against Ataraxia, making sure Ataraxia can't put his best foot forward for the time being. The purple buff is about to spawn, but the oracles are coming up as well for Valence to be able to look to try and pick those up.
The thing is, even if he's not facing off against a magical hunter in that duo lane, it's not going to be a laning phase for much longer. And so if he were to opt for the Silver Branch, considering that the front line from Obey is magical, I mean, it's the Terra, that's the chunk potential that Valence could really utilize to their advantage.
I guess, but I mean, I just feel Silver Branch, bro, it reduces magical power, right? And who on the side of Valence has magical power on their team? It's Lobster, if anyone. The Guardian in the solo lane isn't going to have that much magical power to get rid of, and the same for Fafnir to an extent.
It's just, it's so... It's really different. I mean, that like, kudos to him, because that would be... If this works out for him and he is able to just burst down Pretty Prime and really keep him in check, I mean, that is definitely not something I'm looking forward to coming out in ranked, but at the same time, like, it's
Mills,
just
he's
strong.
in a bit of trouble here, but a nice silence from Prime will stop them continuing to aggress onto him for now. Teleport now coming out from Obey as well as Maniac joins the fray, and immediately Valence will just back away knowing that they got the teleport for nothing at the same time. Zalia still has his teleport available. Tell a lie, he just teleported back to the tier 1 on the right hand side, so he's going to get some lane pressure over there, and Obey kind of have to choose what to do. It seems like Maniac's just going to go back to farming once more.
This is kind of an awkward position for Obey to be in, because you expect the fight to come through as soon as Osiris is teleporting, and now that Maniac has opted to go back over to that solo lane side, Valence recognize it immediately, and they want this gold.
And Melzy popping the ult early to get his team here as quick as possible. Silence out from Prime, as is the route onto Big Man Tings, but Big Man Tings will be able to stake that up, but it's Twig who goes straight in onto Lobster, and boom goes the dynamite from Prime 2. Snipes from the sky from Ataraxia, looking to clean up the kill that was already dead, but they do pick up Zalia on the front from the silence combo from Prime once more. Cherio now half health, and the Ataraxia feel himself will go in as well. Maniac over the wall, the Lord of the Afterlife, going to pressure Big Man Tings away, turn their attention to Funballer, who is also forced to leap out, and Obey will pick up the purple buff and then head back to the Gold Fury.
Val's not only losing their lives, but their buffs as well, and this Gold Fury is certainly looking like it's going to go into Obey's favor.
Big Man, can he make the play? Hammer time? Not going to happen this time round. Obey get the Gold Fury as well after winning the team fight. What went wrong? What went right in the team fight for Obey there?
The immediate bursting of Lobster, even with as much of a tanky-oriented build that he's opted to go on this Zeus, Serket Nox ultimates, I mean, there's no way for anybody on his team to potentially try meting him or to save him. And on top of that, he was really just the target focus there.
Yeah.
Obey had zero issues whatsoever, just all in committing to him because they recognized immediately if Lobster is dead, this team fight is ours. And that's exactly what happened. Lobster went down, and then everybody just fell into the Nox trap. We saw Pretty Prime drop his AoE silence and the burst damage coming through on that on top of the root. It's just, there is so much lockdown potential that Obey has should they find themselves in those kind of team fights where the jungle is their advantage, really.
Well, this game very important for both the two teams. Obviously, this is week 5. I said this earlier on. Week 6 is the final week. Only the top 2 teams guarantee themselves a spot at Masters LAN, which will be coming up here at Highway Studios as well. And these two teams, Obey, sat on 7 points so far. 2 wins, 1 split. Valence sat on 3 wins, 1 split. Obviously, they've played an additional game than that of Obey, but Obey will be looking for the 2-0 here to even up the scoreboards and actually give Valence their first loss as well. And at the moment, it's looking pretty good.
This is certainly looking like a strong game for Obey. And the thing is, if they pick up a 2-0 here against Valence, that is huge going into week 6.
That's very true. It just gives them a big boon of confidence as well. Their next games for Obey, they're going to be up against Dignitas next. That's a huge game they're going to have to win too, or at least do well with. But for now, they're still up against Valence here. Twig already not below half health, forced to leap away. Nice silence root combo again. Look at how much damage a Nox can do if she's able to hit those combos. It's so important because if you miss either one, you're not going to get any sort of damage off in a fight.
But if you're trying to rely on somebody to land a Nox combo, even if they don't necessarily bring it out all the time, Pretty Prime's your guy. I mean, he's always been mechanically strong and able to land his abilities. I mean, just look at the character that he's known for, Vulcan. That guy's got one of the hardest to hit ultimates in the game without any sort of setup, and he somehow managed to find a way almost every single time he pulls it out.
He does it more often than not.
And so putting him onto a god like Nox and combining it with the backup potential that he has from his team and the setup, that's a really strong place to be in.
So I'm looking at Funballer's build again as we've got a quick pause coming out here between the two teams. And as I look at it here, Taco, Funballer's build that you can see on the screen, Silver Branch Bow.
Silver Branch Bow.
But now he's investing into Titan's Bane as well. That's his next time. This is a very penetration attack speed build, I guess. Is the way to look at it.
He doesn't want Prime to be a presence. You saw how much damage he just did to Cheerio. We saw how much damage his ultimate was knocking Lobster for. If Funballer is able to lock down Pretty Prime and prevent him from getting off his damage as a Nox, that's exactly what you want to happen. And so I'm not opposed to the route that Funballer has opted to go. And you also have to consider that, sure, that's predominantly an item that you see coming forward for magical ADC boxing. Yeah. But it provides so much attack speed, which is perfect for trying to compensate for the lack of an attack speed steroid versus this ROM. And since Ataraxia is no doubt going to be building the same way they did last game with the Fatalis into the Titan's Bane and just pen-oriented builds all around from these hunters, the chunk potential on both ends is still very strong.
We'll see what Funballer can do with this build and see if he can make it work for himself, because Fatalis now nearly finished for Ataraxia as well, so he's going to have a little bit more mobility in this lane. Funballer already starting to make the rotation towards the mid lane a little bit. Valence grouped up as 4, but that's leaving a window open for Twig to go into the enemy's jungle and steal away the speed, but can he get out again is the question.
He should be able to escape no problem away from the Susanoo. Blink having to be expended, though, as Maniac tries to pick up this T1 tower. A little bit of an awkward position.
But he's got Lord of the Afterlife to get away as well. The silence comes out, and Zalia's the one that eats more damage than he would like. Ults too, though, as the ultimate in response comes out from Prime to slow Cheerio and Big Man Ting's going in. Lobster and Millsy trading in the jungle. Lobster mainly trying to make sure the support can't stay on him, as Lord of the Afterlife finally used by Maniac, looking for one more in-hand to bring down Zalia, or just use the ability with a slap to pick him up. Millsy will tank up the tower. Ataraxia raining death from above. Not really. He's playing Rom and not a Thanatos, but Maniac able to tank up the front lines a little bit more. Obey still looking to stay grouped.
And Obey finding the upper hand in that battle, not only securing the T1 tower from Valence and forcing them back into their T2, but the pick onto Zalia is massive. They did have to expend quite a few ultimates in order to secure it, and that really just goes to display just how tanky the Xingtian already is. But Obey, potentially, I think they want to fight this.
Well, Funballer is started up this Pole Demon very, very low. The Pole Demon finally is reset. It takes a while to regenerate overall, and Millsy's going to be forced back to base. Maniac keeping 3 busy, and Lobster's in a lot of trouble here, actually. The stun comes through, and there's Twig to clean it up. The Desert Fury from Funballer broke the stun, but it didn't keep his teammate alive. Maniac still fighting 3. He's still in a world of hurt here. Even with the passive able to walk through the pillar there, he's still going to fall down to Funballer, who makes it a 1-for-1. 5-3, the Portal Demon stays alive.
This will probably be a clean disengage by both teams, just wanting to back to base, heal up after that kind of team fight. Obey did still have a bit of the upper hand in that engagement. Not only did they deter Valence from securing that Portal Demon, which doesn't open up that map pressure to Obey, but they can get this Gold Fury because they know that everybody on Valence had to go home.
And they did. They all went back to base. They're trying to get back to this, but I don't even know if they know the Gold Fury is going on. If they do, Twig is already waiting to find out if someone's going to try and slow them down. Gold Fury goes the way of Obey for the second time, and Captain Twig will be happy with just the zone work he did there, because for what we've just seen in the last couple of minutes there, Taco, it was Valence grouped up as 4 in mid, which allowed Obey to steal speed, then get the tier 1 on the right-hand side because they're all grouped up in mid, and that develops eventually into that Gold Fury on top of it.
They're somewhat baiting themselves to a sense on the side of Valence to where there's comfort in numbers, but them being grouped and being visible on the map at any point in time, that's just opening up Obey to just sneakily slide into these other areas where they know that Valence aren't going to have anybody to respond towards. And I think that's what's really helping Obey find the upper hands, because their composition, they want picks.
Well,
that's what they're looking for.
You talk about pick. Big Man Tiggs was trying to make a real play happen there, leaping over the wall with a hammer, but immediately Prime sensed it, rooted him in place. And also going to swing around now, though. Root 3 in place. Prime not in position to get the silence root combo off there, just have the silence available. But now it's balanced with 5 members strong again in the mid lane. Maniac on the right is looking to rotate round, but for now, Obey seem happy to be able to just hold off them trying to siege up.
And with the Nox Terra in the mid lane, that's going to be more than enough to deter Valence and just really force them back into their own jungle looking for the farm. But Portal Demon could be the name of the game right now, as we're about to see, I believe, one of the first real engagements around it.
The name of the game is SMITE. It's SMITE.
Thanks, Hindu.
SMITE. There's an ultimate coming out from Millsy very early on. The mobility and the health will come into play at some point. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel forced by Xaylia there, trying to slow down this advance. And but it's Xaylia who's in a world of hurt. Lobster's ultimate in place. Didn't really do too much damage except to Ataraxi, who's a little bit too far forward. Talking about far forward, that's Maniac right now. And he's very low. Meditate will keep him alive, and instead Twig will pick up Xaylia. Ataraxia's snipes rain down again to help out, and Big Man Tings is in an awkward spot here. Big Man Tings is going to fall too, and that's the front line of Valence shredded. And Obey are all still alive.
Only squishies alive on the side of Valence, and with no frontline available, the Portal Demon, that's free. Obey could very easily just look to back here, come back in after buying from winning the team fight, and potentially pressure out this Fire Giant. Although the respawn timers are fairly quick on the side of Valence, so not necessarily a hard engagement from them if they were to look for grouping around that FG. But I think they just want to try and rinse and repeat and really replay how that last engagement went. Just pick off the front line, leave Valence completely susceptible with their back line, because if the back line is no front line, I mean, you're not going to have a back line for much longer.
That's true. Well, they're not going to go for the Fire Gen straight away. They'll take the tier 1 tower that was presented to them in the mid lane as well. Cherio on the left-hand side did slow Ataraxia down, try to pressure that lane for the moment. The Oracle's about to spawn. There's no real jungle camps for Obey to try and steal away from Valence now. So more than likely, we probably will see a slow dance towards the Fire Giant eventually from both teams.
Oh, for sure. I mean, at this point in time, they didn't necessarily have to go for the Fire Giant there because, like I mentioned, the respawn timers were a little bit too soon. But it's just one of those things where this is kind of just the slow play, slow bleed out that Obey is trying to put onto Valence right now. They've already established a 7k gold lead, which is strong at this point in the game, especially for a composition that is a little bit more oriented towards the late game. Again, like we saw from them in game number 1, they had that late game presence, and they're very well aware of it. They've been executing this Nox composition combo very well, which is really permitting them to find the upper hand in the majority of these team fights.
So the name of the game was Portal Demon. What's the name of the game now?
I hate you.
Why? I'm asking a question. That's a legitimate question. What's the name of the game now?
At this point in time, it's just Fire Giant.
It's SMITE! It's SMITE, Taco. You said it wrong once, I corrected you, and now you get it wrong again. Come on!
It's not wrong, it's
Come on.
different.
Funballer forced to beat there on the right-hand side. It's alternative facts. Is that what you're going to tell me now?
Actually, yes.
Yes, I guess you would. Tier 1 on the left goes down, and now the Tier 2 can be sieged. Remember, Funballer just uses beads there, so Obey will look for an opportunity if they can, but they've only got 3 members on this side, as in the moment, Captain Twig is dueling with Cheerio, and Cheerio's already had to use the Aegis. The tick damage is going to come into play. Uses the ultimate to try and buy him a moment's notice, but Captain Twig's having none of that. Soloed in the jungle, Maniac wanted to try and tickle him to help with the assist, but it didn't help out.
When a Circuit is 3 levels ahead of you and she decides to try and kill you in the jungle, that is so unfortunate for Cheerio to not only lose his life, but his actives as well. Expending the Aegis there and then still dying to the Circuit ultimate. That is a really awkward position to be in.
And Obey really using the map well here, not going for the Fire Giant. Instead, they're spreading Valence thin across the whole map. This is allowing them to get the Tier 2 on the left-hand side, but the rest of the team of Valence trying to chase down Maniac. They're going to get a good ultimate off towards Lobster, who gets hit by the hammer, but Maniac's fine. He's just able to just continue walking away. They've not got the damage to kill him yet. Lot of investment going into this to try and kill Maniac, but look at him. He's huge. He just lived through all that damage. Well,
are you kidding me? 3 ultimates.
The laugh spam comes in from Maniac and Zelia. He's now overextended. He needs help from Funball and Big Man Sings, but they've got nothing left. And Zelia, he will fall down. Maniac baited for as long as he can. And the spam laugh is good as Twig picks up Funballer too. Obey is routing Valence right now. Valence can't find an answer.
Did Maniac seriously just run through a T2, 3 people for about a minute?
Yes.
And then have his team completely turn the situation to pick up 2 members?
That's correct.
That actually just happened.
And not only that, they're now going to get the Fire Giant hero. Obey Cheerio on the left-hand side will try his best at split pushing just to soak up farm and provide pressure on the map elsewhere. But Obey don't look like they've got a sign of letting up yet. There's only 2 Tier 2 towers remaining in this game.
Maniac even expended his TP to that T1 tower just to ensure that Cheerio could no longer stay split pushing there and trying to even farm, because he hasn't been able to get inside of his jungle at all since probably around the 16-minute mark.
And when you actually look at what Maniac's built on this Osiris as well, he went for the Pestilence, he wanted magical defense more than anything else, and the Winged Blade will help him out, as well as with the Vanguard to reduce that incoming damage a little bit more. That was all he really needed. That Winged Blade really helped him out when it proc to stop these slows connecting and slowing him down.
Well, when you have the Winged Blade proc coming through, and then on top of that you have the Terra ultimate, there's just so much mobility, and plus Osiris' passive, whenever that decides to proc, I mean, he's such an issue to try and lock down for Valence right now.
And now he goes straight back to base, sells his Vanguard and picks up Mantle of Discord as well, so even more annoyance to try and deal with as time goes on here. A bit more protections for him as well. Gold Fury goes the way of Obey. They stretch their lead a little bit further now to up towards 15,000, and the Tier 2 tower, the final Tier 2 tower of Valence, remains.
This is going to be incredibly difficult for Valence to try and once again hold off Obey. And they really need a super strong Zeus ultimate, Susanoo ultimate combination if they want to try and find any sort of comeback factor at this stage of the game. Because with the Terra Sustain being online, and now especially with Fire Giant regen, if anything, it just becomes so incredibly difficult to try and prevent Obey from just sieging everything that they want. I mean, Valence have already forfeited map pressure entirely. They're not even really extending past where those T1 towers would have been on the map. They're just trying to push out the waves as much as possible to try and deter or slow down Obey when they're looking to siege up these Phoenixes.
And you talked about compositions as well. Obey's composition, the longer it goes towards late game, the more hyper carries they've got, especially with the Rama. Whereas Valence, well, we're getting towards late game, but they've not hit the late game themselves yet, and they don't have the greatest of late games either.
Well, at this point in time, it's not even just the Ram. They also now have to worry about a Circuit. Circuit at this point in the game is such a potent threat.
And now the siege begins. Right inside, Twig doing his best as per usual to keep one member of Valence busy, but mainly he's going to hit 3 with the tether. Nice route coming out from Emilzy to follow that up though, and Xaylia forced to use the Lord of the Afterlife, which will force the beat down of one person onto Ataraxia. But now the collapse with Twig coming around the back too. Xaylia's already dead. Next on the list is Cherio. He's dead too. Twig gets that one. Now they fall back after getting the Phoenix and look for the right hand side, but Ataraxia doesn't. He goes to the sky. He's going to make sure he gets some extra damage onto Funballer, as now the Phoenix on the right is sieged.
And again, Ataraxia just having complete free reign with this ROM. Just non-stop, hold down that left click and put the gas pedal online. And he's got the sustain coming out from his team. He has his front line, and this Titan could be theirs.
There's the frenzy, 25% extra damage, and the burst you can see is huge. Ataraxia gets 1, and they're looking for kills over killing the Titan, but the Titan will fall 2-0 to Obey. They beat Valence and hand Valence their first loss of the spring split.
What a well-played set by Obey. Their patience was absolutely phenomenal and really helped them to secure this clean set win today.
It was a really, really good performance from Obey. Valence, a lot of work to do after looking at that set, but to take you through that set, look at some of the replays and analyze it, we have Aggro and Tully standing by.
Thank you very much, Hindu. Here we are on the desk. Totally, that was I mean, we came into this day saying this set's going to be really good, and it definitely did not disappoint. Obey, really impressive with that 2-0 victory.
And this is going to put him in a tied position with Valence Squad.
Yeah.
Both of them sitting at 10 points at this point. 3-1-0 for Obey. They don't have a single loss, only 1 split, whereas Valence Squad, they have that 1 loss now. So they're going to be struggling in order to get towards that master spot.
Well, they're going to be all right for at least the time being, still sitting in that 3-way tie for first place. But let's take a look at game 1. In particular, I want to see Ataraxia. He absolutely killed it, played ROM in both games. But game 1 in particular was very slow paced, really Obey relying on their hunter to carry them in the late game.
And it actually got contributed towards Emilzy finding that first blood onto Funballer Scotty to allow Ataraxia the early lane pressure that was basically unavoidable for Funballer. He didn't really have that good of a time after that first blood.
No, I mean, you saw how much damage even the Fafnir can do in that sort of scenario. The Guardian with the solo kill early on, which, like you mentioned, allowed Ataraxia to have a great game in game 1. Let's take a look at the stats in game 1 and see exactly how it broke down. Like I mentioned, this is a very back and forth game. Both teams very, very close in kills, 9-5. Obey was in the lead, but this is a very similar what we're going to see in game 2, Toli. The structure damage, Valence was in this game, but they just never got that tower damage.
It was because of the fact that they had the triple Guardian double Hunter that couldn't get ahead. Now, if they were able to get a little bit of a lead in the early to mid game, then that double Hunter would absolutely melt those towers. But those team fights around the jungle was due to Obey's winning it because of Pretty Prime on the Zeus.
Yeah.
The area of control that he had was just too much really for Valence Squad to handle.
All of Obey had a great set overall. You can really point at any one of them and see who did really well. But we had to pick one person for replays here for game 2, and I believe we went with Captain Twig. 7 kills on the circuit, absolutely killed it. Just really set the pace in the mid game. Wasn't really that early game pressure that you sometimes see out of, say, Sinosure, who likes to play this god very aggressive early on. But once the mid game happened, Captain Twig was really making it happen.
It definitely helped the fact that Maniac had the lane control in the solo lane to make him allow Captain Twig to make these kinds of rotations and the plays. And this is what you want out of your jungler. A world-class elite jungler such as Captain Twig came 2nd place in Worlds last year. Definitely not slowing down anytime soon. He
absolutely killed it. And that last clip that we just saw was after Maniac absorbed multiple ultimates, ran through a tower, and then baited the entire team in by laughing. Typical Maniac, you know.
He's very traditional. I actually marked that in my notes. It's just an old school Maniac just wanting to press W and just go ham.
And VEL.
Can't forget that.
He probably has a macro, let's be real. It's Maniac. He laughs a lot. Post-game stats for game number 2, like I mentioned, the structure damage is not quite there for Valence. Not able to get a single tower down. That's a big ol' 0.
No, unfortunately not able to really get anything on board on the side of Valence Squad game number 2 as well. So this was their true test against Obey Alliance so far. They did split against Energy earlier on in the season. Energy still coming on board, but this point in time against Obey is looking like the top contender team out of Europe.
Absolutely. Dignitas is going to have their chance to prove themselves up against Energy later on. Let's take a look at the standings and see exactly where everyone falls. Like we mentioned, a 3-way tie atop Europe right now. 10 points for all of Obey, Dignitas, and Valence. But like I mentioned, our Thursday night SMITE matchup, Dignitas versus Energy. It's going to be our last set of the day, and it's going to be an absolute, well, Barn burner.
It's going to be a slobber knocker, as some would say, actually.
Shout outs to JB and Golden Boy,
Golden
of course,
Boy.
who would love those references. And speaking of Golden Boy and just all the casters here at Hi-Rez, Golden Boy not here, but wherever he likes to do his thing, the caster is going on right now. If you guys think you could do a better job than all of us here at Hi-Rez, and let's be honest, you probably could, you can go to thecaster.tv, submit your application, and it's a fun time. Absolutely, Tully. If you can get a part of this, be a part of this caster sort of orientation, it's going to be a good time.
I'm going to actually apply.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm going to quit and then apply.
I don't know if I'm gonna like your reel though, like your little,
my
your little
1 minute
submission video.
admission?
Yeah, I'm gonna sit there and be like, oh, Anatoly, is that a ring? Is he wearing a necklace? No tie? Ugh, losing points for that one.
You gotta evolve and go through the stages.
It's true.
To be fair.
Yeah, you gotta go
through the
it.
split, you know.
Yeah,
Every week after week.
You gotta keep the viewers guessing. We're gonna give you a quick break right now before we bring you Eager versus Allegiance. Stay put, or just go grab a drink. But be right back. We will be as well. Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for North America to kick us off here for Week 5 of the SPL. I'm now joined by Taco on the desk. Taco, how are you doing?
There's a desk?
Oh, is this your first time on the desk? Do you even know what to do with your hands?
No, and that's probably the most exciting part.
Wow. Let's just all take a moment and appreciate the fact that Taco actually gets a desk for once. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what we got going on for the rest of the day while Taco tries to compose herself on the desk. We already saw Obey versus Valence, an excellent set there. Obey able to come out with a 2-0 victory, tying them atop Europe, at least for the time being, but we're about to see Eager versus Allegiance. And Taco, this is a team, Eager, that is near the top of North America, second place in points right now with 8. Allegiance still trying to match up to them.
Allegiance has been one of those teams so far in NA where they have their strong points, but at the same time, then they seem to have like they're falling off. So they really want to try and find that happy medium to where they're not only strong, but at the same time able to really compensate and fight into the aggression that Eager has been able to establish themselves with so early on.
Yeah, Eager definitely does have that aggressive playstyle at times, and others they want to play very, very patient, almost European-like, and not really fight you for the first 18 to 20 minutes of the game, then take one team fight and then all of your towers and your objectives and just win the game from there. How difficult do you think that is to game plan for a team like Eager where you don't really know what they're going to throw at you?
You can't really try to game plan against Eager. I think the main focus point for Allegiance at this stage in time is they just want to try and adapt as best as possible into these kind of jankier compositions that Eager likes to run, because they are a team that are very strong as far as fighting against the meta.
Well, we're going to have to see exactly what they want to go for in picks and bans. Let's throw it over to F. and Anatoly. Take it away, Dad.
As we head into our picks and bans, we'll see how things go. My name's Tom, joined here by Anatoly, and we're going to get into our North American match. It's going to be Eager versus Team Allegiance. We'll see how these guys opt to go right away. Zeus taken off of the table. MLC Stealth, or rather the mid laner for Team Allegiance, just a little bit too strong on that Zeus. Poseidon as well. These are kind of just players be damned, just the picks are too strong right now.
Absolutely, and it's no surprise that Eager banned away the Zeus and the Sylvanas, a composition and a meta that they created back in the Super Regionals last year, taking that option away from Allegiance. Formerly MLC Stealth in mid for Allegiance, now it's going to be Med Yankee trying to control that position. It's going to be Nike first pick for Eager. Surprisingly enough, we haven't seen this god very often quite recently.
It's very interesting, actually. We saw her banned almost exclusively because the threat of her getting through to picks was actually too strong. People sort of took their foot off of the gas as far as banning Nike is concerned, and nobody picked her still, but here Eager's going to grab her out. Thoth and Ratatasker. Thoth, another character that used to be almost universally banned, here finding his way through to the actual picks.
Both gods receiving a little bit of a nerf. You know, Thoth stun not going through that one target that it hits. Nike receives a little bit of a passive nerf on her global passive, so going to be less impactful in team fights, but still going to do a lot of work if she transitions well in the mid to late game. But already, as picks and bans fly by, Amaterasu against Nike, that should be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this as far as when these individual characters are going to be strong or affect the game, you're looking again mid to really late game. Nike with that passive can affect it pretty much whenever players hit those goals, and then Amaterasu looking to make that transition in the mid game. As far as the head-to-head matchup goes between these two characters, though, well, how does that one work out?
Well, Amaterasu is obviously going to silence Nike every time she uses her lane clear. That's not going to be an important factor. Nike does have the AoE in hands, though, to make it a little bit easier for her to clear. So Amaterasu should have the slight edge earlier on until Nike gets those levels and then gets the HP 5 from her second ability.
The Cupid selection on the side of Team Allegiance is a character that we've seen picked up more and more. Just a large AoE ultimate coming out alongside the Cripple field is certainly a really big deal. And when you're looking at the Fenrir and the Bacchus, even the Nike to a lesser extent, that Cripple field is really going to hurt those characters. And interesting to see Eager pick Anher and Agni into that cripple field. Two characters, or at least Agni, is very dependent on that dash.
And that's why we see the Poseidon ban actually from Team Allegiance. The cripple, they weren't really expecting this kind of composition out of Eager, so they relied on the Cupid now to make sure that they do have that cripple to get out of that option. Fenrir is going to be probably played onto DJ Pernicus, and we haven't really seen Aurora play Bacchus recently. He's been playing a lot of these warrior supports, trying to allow Divios to play more of the Guardians. And this is something that we're going to see probably them grouping up between Aurora and DJ Pernicus, looking for some early aggression on any side of the map.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at the other side. Cyclone Spin playing the Morrigan. This is the first time we'll see this character in competitive play pretty much ever. The character came out a while ago, and we'll see how she works out here. Very complex god when it comes to all of her intricacies. The main gimmick, of course, that she's going to be bringing will be the fact that, well, she can turn into any character on the map.
This is going to be the first time, like you mentioned, that we're going to see her competitively. So she provides a little bit of a tricky factor where she has so many options, 9 different options for her ultimate to decide what perfect situation is going to be impactful for her. She has the option of a lot of global ultimates as well this game, in terms of at least Weekend having the Ratatasker ultimate. That's going to be good for him. Med Yankee has that Toth long-range ultimate. So imagine 2 late-game Toth ultimates coming at you. That's going to be very strong to handle.
Double team on the left side against Zatman. He'll walk away. In addition to the obvious gimmick, the Morgan has a kit herself. A little bit of a close-range stun, a very close-range stun. A nice escape where she turns invisible, and then a big old line attack that you see right there. It's pretty much just a very cut-and-dry kit. It's really all about that ultimate that we'll see once she reaches level 5. Weekend, however, doing work against DJ Pernicus. Cyclone Spin did not get the memo. Doesn't join up there. Had he been there, well, anything is possible, but hindsight's 2020, of course. So we broke down the non-existent matchup between the Amaterasu and the Nike. How do you feel about the Morgan versus Nike?
It's going to be very important for Cyclone Spin to get this early lead, playing a mage in the solo lane. He hasn't played mages very recently in the solo lane, but in this one specifically, Morgan against the Nike, it's going to favor Cyclone Spin because he has the long range. He's going to be able to poke out Divios before that HP 5 comes from that second ability. Divios can look to lane clear, but he's going to get out-traded every single time, so he's going to need some assistance from his teammates.
Well, here they come. DJ Pernicus and Aurora show up on the right side of the map, but to no avail. No real sneakiness there. Nothing really intended as far as the gank is concerned. Just looking to alleviate some pressure, I think, in that lane.
And we talked about Aurora playing this Bacchus, looking to pair up with DJ Pernicus very early on. And as a result, we see Aurora picking up the speed buff and Divios successfully invading the blue buff with his teammates. So this shuts down Cyclone Spin pretty hard because a lot of situations where Cyclone Spin knows he's going to be behind and he's not going to get his blue buff, he's going to go for that blue chalice to get the mana that he needs. But this time, expecting to go for more of a trading scenario, going for the health chalice, expecting to get his own blue.
Well, a lot of the clear that the Morgan can really deal out is also by way of basic attacks. She's got to cleave on those basic attacks, which is very odd for a mage. A lot of times you see that. I mean, a lot of times you see that on the basic, on the melee characters. I mean, Osiris, we were even breaking down Nikes. But however, Cyclone Spin on the ranged basics will have that cleave available. So very interesting character here in the SPL. The Morgan making her competitive debut. But really not exactly a level 1 character. So we'll see how she works out as the game progresses and gets a little bit more mature. You can see on this new character, the line attack is really what Cyclone Spin is going to be maximizing here in the solo lane. Just look at clear the lane with the 2 and go on about the day.
And if there was a betting poll of which player in the SPL would pull out the Morgan, Cyclone Spin would definitely be up there. He's one of these players that is not shy to play any single god given the specific matchup in his favor, as well as his teammates. Knowing that Weekend likes to sit in the solo lane in the past, this is something that Allegiance hasn't really been exploiting very often recently. So now at level 2, we saw a lot of grouping up from Weekend, but with Aurora rotating to thwart that effort away from him, that wasn't really available for Cyclone Spin to get the edge that he needed.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be Cyclone Spin, maybe Zalia, right? There are a couple of players in the league that are known for being very creative. I could see DJ bring her into the jungle, which
maybe Stealth.
MLC Stealth. I feel like he's much more. He likes the traditional mages a little bit more. Where if she was brand new but featured a giant burst like a Kraken, right? I think I might lean towards MLC Stealth, the cannon. But I think she's a little bit more tricky than what we used to see.
That's true.
Play.
He did play the Nox back in Season 2 Worlds, I think it was, where he was doing a good job with that. Either Season 1 or Season 2, where he was always looking for those kinds of plays, and not too many people were really prepared for that kind of style coming out of him. So this is always an edge players are looking for, to bring a god into competitive play that not necessarily you practice time in and time out, but more importantly, your opponents haven't practiced against that style.
That's the key right there, is the fact of the matter is that the Morgan, whether or not she's very very strong is almost irrelevant compared to how she's going to perform when players don't know what's expected. Cyclone Spin turns into the Bacchus, immediately throws down the burst damage coming out from the ultimate from Intoxicate, and Team Eager able to respond by pretty much just spreading out. They saw and assessed the situation. 2 Bacchuses on the field means 2 large knockups. The turnaround here for the best is in trouble. Weekend finds his way to the backline. A good Aegis prevents the mage from falling down, but here's Aurora's Bacchus. Weekend shows up and gets smoked down. That's first blood for Team Eager. Allegiance tried turning the Bacchus around, but Eager said no and used their own Bacchus to find the kill.
And it's actually Devios that gets the edge now in the solo lane with that first blood, hitting level 7 first over Cyclone Spin. They doing a great job invading the speed and the blue buff yet again for Team Eager, and there's no response for Team Allegiance. They had a 2v1 in the duel lane for a little bit of time against Zapman, but Zap is used to this kind of style. He's not really worried about being pressured. He always goes for those little baby ogres to be able to make sure that the opponents aren't going to go for the level 2 play to be able to snag that away from him, and he's still going to be on par with Oceans playing this Cupid.
Big commitment to those oracles. Why do we see Zapman blow the ultimate just completely focused on making sure that he gets those down?
He just wanted to make sure that he backs in time to finish off his Transcendence here, or more importantly, his Warrior tab. He actually does have enough gold as he just backs to finish off that big power spike item. Going to have a huge mana spike, MP5, a lot of physical power, and this is an item that's not a bad idea to rush when you're on her that's not being really pressured out in the lane. It's just all about farming for Zapman.
Yeah, I mean, 6-minute Transcendence is a really big deal. 1,400 gold is exactly what Zapman was looking for with the start that he had, the Death Toll and the Transcendence 1. So Zapman was looking just to make exactly 1,400 and then go ahead and back to base. That's exactly what happened. Nice early mark to start building up those stacks. I want to go back to that first blood play on the right side of the map with Cyclone Spin. The Bacchus is the character that you go to make that play. Very interesting choice coming out from Cyclone, and that's going to be really the key when it comes to the Morrigan, is not necessarily the choice of when to use your jump or escape, or perhaps when to use your ultimate, but which character you opt to go for with the ultimate. And like I said, I find that the Bacchus play a little bit strange.
Definitely a great tool to have offensively to be able to disorient the enemy. It's always, you're wobbling side to side. You can't really find the right target that you want to stick to. So this is why we see Cyclone Spin going for the Bacchus. And the level 5 or 6 Bacchus still does a lot of damage with just the base damage of his ultimate. And it impacts the team fight in such a way that the rest of your teammates can easily clean up.
That's very true. I'll give that one to you. But I kind of just figured that I think the Amaterasu or maybe even the Cupid ultimate might have been a little bit more impactful in that little section of the jungle. But either way, what's done is done, and Team Eager do find themselves up quite a decent amount of gold with just the first blood. And, well, right there, that's going to change things up a little bit. But as we stay away from the graphs, we'll see about a 2,000 gold lead coming out from Team Eager.
This is the disadvantage of Zap going for Transcendence. He doesn't have the same mobility as Oceans with the movement speed coming from that Warrior tab. Zap's actually neglecting some of the wave to be able to steal away the purple buff, but Oceans does manage to not successfully steal that one away, does poke out Zap quite a bit here, and without any sustain other than the Death Toll, he can't really contest the wave, and Oceans, surprisingly enough, not looking to last hit here to freeze the wave. They're electing to just get as much farm as possible.
Oceans wants to head to the team fight that's in the jungle. Right side, there's a team fight of its own. Divio's going to go down to the tower thanks to a gank coming out from Weekend to help out Cyclone Spin. Left side, Oceans takes care of Zapman as he tries to join the party. As I said, Allegiance had a team fight pretty much by those oracles. They wanted to make something happen, which is why you saw Oceans push up so far. Zapman went to investigate why Oceans left the lane and winds up getting beaten out because of it. DJ Pernicus trying to make the return kill, however, cannot find the pathing. Just hits a brutalize on the hunter and then walks away.
Yet again, Cyclone Spin using that ultimate to change into a different character. He decided to go for the Fenrir this time around best, trying to survive. He's going to use the Aegis to buy a little bit of time, but it's 4 members from Allegiance collapsing on him, but this could be enough time for Aurora to save him.
I would have liked, this is not a good position for Aurora and DJ to be in. All of a sudden, it's 2-on-5, and DJ Pernicus is going to pick one up with the ultimate. Here comes Zapman, not enough. PBM takes out DJ. Now again, it's a 2-on-5. I just said this. And Team Eager smartly, intelligently going to back off here. Dust. Too many players in ALG jerseys in the enemy jungle. Team Eager right there. I just don't think that Aurora and DJ should have tried to help the best. I think it was already done.
It was a little bit too late, but honestly for Eager, this is not a bad call because they're not giving anything up and they're going to get Oceans in return. They overstay their welcome this time around, not really having the vision that they needed to or at least respect it because they did have vision underneath the goal here. They saw both Aurora and Salmon making that rotation on left, but not respecting the true damage. Not having the purification beans with the perfect stun from Zap. That was a free return kill. But coming back on that death from both Aurora and the best, that wasn't too bad of a deal because the fact that Eager didn't lose anything in return, their buffs were already down.
That's fair. That's fair. DJ does lose. DJ dies and, loses a little bit of farm, but he's about even with the enemy jungle. So, I guess we're crying over spilt milk here. Not too big of a deal. Allegiance do wind up picking up the kill lead, but still trail in gold for the moment by about still the 2,000 difference right there. Now that 2,000 existed before, earlier when it was still just a 1-0 game. Where does that lead come from? Is Eager just really that much more successful in the jungle?
Yes, they've been invading the speed and the blue 3 times consecutively against Team Allegiance, and this is already the 10.5 minute mark. Without any towers down, without any Gold Furies down, this is how Eager extends their lead. With Zaman being in a 1v2 spot, Oceans couldn't have gotten as much farm as he really wanted to, but they also got a little bit of lane pressure to be able to strip away some of their own buffs on the left.
I love the difference between gold leads that you really get to sort of cut down and dissect once you're here at the top level. You've got these real raw gold leads, what I refer to as a raw gold lead, where teams just, like you said, invade or just find more efficient ways to farm. And then you've got sort of the fake gold lead, which comes from towers and such. But Matt Yankee right here, ain't nothing fake about that. 3 players just collapsing on the mage. Not too immobile. Thoth can actually move around, but I think he just didn't anticipate the amount of damage coming out from Team Eager. And then once your belly flopped up in the air, there's nothing you can do there.
Didn't see Aurora coming from the side with DJ Pernicus. Wanted to get off a little bit of poke damage onto the best because he did have Polar Bear Mike right by his side to follow up potentially, but it wasn't really enough compared to the damage potential from Aurora's Bacchus.
All right, so right now 7 kills as the Oracles are taken by Team Eager, still heavily in the lead. I guess 2K isn't heavily in the lead, Dolly, but the idea that they've been 2,000 gold in the lead pretty much from minute 1 is what's so heavy. The fact that the lead has come early and has stayed strong is very interesting. Brief pause here as our players get themselves situated. Kind of a bit of a technical difficulty on the side of some of our players. So we'll get things sorted and in order. But as I said before, the 2,000 gold lead has been there pretty much from the first minute. And as we see teams sort of adapt to that, how is Cyclone Spin and Allegiance supposed to fight into that 2,000 gold?
They just have to defend their own buffs. We saw at the 10.5 minute mark, they were defending their own buff. They were rotated there because of all the pressure on the left lane. That allowed them to secure their own speed buff. They saw that the best was around the corner. They thwarted DJ around, so they were able to successfully take their own buffs, not lose anything in return. And as long as they can flatline this 2,000 gold lead, then they're not in a bad position. It's only 12.5 minutes in. They're getting their items online. We see the breastplate of Valor for Cyclone Spin, so he's going to be very tanky here against Divios.
We'll keep an eye on it. We'll certainly keep an eye on it. The best on this, the Agni. What an interesting character. We've seen Chaos play some Agni, which is a sort of Chaos's gimmick. He likes the Agni. Other players, though, have kind of stayed away from Agni, largely because that early game is so abysmal. But once you get out of the woods, once you hit level 5, he's a very, very strong character. His downside being lack of burst.
Yes, his burst potential is just non-existent pre-level 5 before he gets those bombs. That doesn't cost any mana. Having to recharge itself every 20 seconds is what the best is really looking for in these team fights. But the way Eager started was supplementing the best in that dual lane. We saw in the mid lane. In the dual lane, it was Allegiance that had the 2v1. But instead in the mid lane, it was actually 2v1 in the best's favor against Mad Yankee.
And here, even when he is level 5 with those bombs, the burst isn't always guaranteed. succeed, you have to have all 3 bombs together, which is why the Agni makes such a strong pairing with a character like Bacchus. I mean, we talk about how other characters bring a little bit more peel to the table. Bacchus just has that belly flop, which you're usually initiating with. But Intoxicate, the giant burst damage, can sort of supplement that mage damage. He is a mage by himself, so the best can sort of forgo some of that raw mage burst that you see to the Thoth across the way. A little bit of a slowdown in our play today, 14 minutes in, and it's 4-3 right now. Allegiance taking the lead in kills, but Team Eager has maintained a 2,000 gold lead from the beginning of this game. Pretty much exactly when the game started. We saw just 2 invades and then a nice early first blood.
Something that we just saw in the duel lane from Aurora. He's never afraid to go into the thick of things. Now, granted, he does have Traveler Shoes, and that's why he's looking for a little bit of poke onto the opposition just to get that 30 gold per player. But at the same time, he's potentially looking for a stun as well, which could set up Zatman for that pillar stun combination. And any single poke that you can get here onto Polar Bear Mike before he gets a lot of regen off by stand switching, that's what you're really looking for, to get him out of the team fight, so that way this Amaterasu doesn't dive your own backline.
If I'm Team Eager right here with the looking across the way at the Amaterasu support, the number one thing that I want to do is exploit the fact that Allegiance doesn't have that much. They don't have much by way of raw peel. Not a lot of strong just go-to stuns. Not a lot of strong go-to displacement. Because of the fact that Amy's in that support role, usually you see a Guardian or a strong warrior solo to really supplement that, but ult for ult right here. DJ a little bit deep, but this seems like a janky team fight, Anatoly.
Weekend, he's in the sky. He got away from the Ragnarok, but he's going to land right back onto Devios. PBM not electing to dive that as well. Eager on left-hand side, though, they were still thinking about committing. Oceans was a little overextended, but immediately going to the Gold Fury.
Now that is something that I couldn't have predicted. I knew from minute 1 that wasn't going to be a team fight that either team wanted, and so you saw the quick disengage. This time, however, Devios makes it stick. Weekend goes down. Big damage coming out of the mid-mage. DJ Perdigan's going to clean up Oceans again. Big damage coming out of the mid-mage. There you go. Devios picks up his 2nd kill, and one more time, big damage out of the mid-mage. Agni only has 3,000 player damage totally, but I feel like that all came in that team fight.
The reason why Eager baited out that Gold Fury was to bait Weekend out of position. His ultimate and purification beads were down earlier on to prevent the Ragnarok and all the follow-up immediately after, and Eager recognized this, take full advantage, just pull the Gold Fury for 2 seconds, immediately get off and blow up Weekend, and then the rest of the team fight just goes in Eager's favor.
That was exactly, I say it probably more often than it happens in all actuality, but that right there is 100% the classic Gold Fury bait. We're taking the fight as soon as they show up. They only pull the Gold Fury to force the enemy into their hand. PBM tries to defend against the Portal Demon, but can't find it, so all teams will back off. And we were talking about it right before the team fight, Toli. There just wasn't any peel for Weekend. No peel whatsoever.
This composition from both teams, honestly, is either all in or all defensive. There's no in-between for either of them. Aurora and the best, they have to be aggressive off of the belly flop. And once Aurora goes in, DJ Pernicus is going to want to look to follow up with the damage himself. So it's up to Zam and the best to peel for themselves, whereas Oceans and Med Yankee, they have to be careful in their own backline as well.
Which DJ Pernicus and the best have crowd control options. Aurora, like we said, is sort of the one-trick pony with the belly flop, but it's not an ultimate. It's on a relatively short cooldown in juxtaposition to what Polar Bear Mike has across the way as far as his stun. That's an ultimate. Everything else on the side of Allegiance, I mean, Thoth stun is not going to be being used defensively to peel for his teammates, especially the jungler. It's up to, with the Morrigan over there in the solo lane, it really puts the burden of safety on everybody on Allegiance's side, and if you're the slightest bit out of position, we can just saw what happened. Not only do you go down, but it waterfalls to the rest of the team because there's a lack of control. And then unfortunately for Allegiance, Team Eager is able to pick up multiple objectives. Left side Gold Fury, right side Portal Demon, left side Tier 1 Tower. Team Eager took what was a 2,000 gold lead, which shouldn't have even given them an upper hand. That's a couple of wards and maybe Tier 1 of an item. But then they're able to just rocket themselves up to a 6K lead.
this is what happens as the game progresses. The respawn timers get a little longer. You're able to get that 1 to 2 extra waves and then further the lead with these objectives. Now, unfortunately for Team Allegiance side of things, they are looking for these picks in the jungle side, but it's against Team Eager, who's known to always be together at every single waking moment. Aurora is always roaming the map. Wherever you see DJ or the best, you can expect Aurora is trailing behind them.
Yeah, I mean, Team Eager, they've sort of taken a page from well, the two-time world champions. Energy are the team that I usually refer to as a team that really uses the buddy system, where at any point in time, if you catch a member of Energy out in the jungle or out of position, they're within shouting range of one of their teammates, and all of a sudden, you think you have Emilito on the left side, but there's 4 players in Energy just coming right for the team fight. That's what you see at a Team Eager as well. DJ's all pushed up, but his team's on the tier 1 tower here, so they can certainly assist him should the players on Allegiance commit, and if they do, it winds up being an objective push.
Beautiful tactic by Eager, penetrating the backline from DJ and Aurora to allow both the best and Zaman to get that tier 1 tower, as well as Allegiance worrying about the rotation from Divios on the right-hand side because he was able to out-clear Cyclone Spin, but instead of looking to rotate, Eager wanted to back off, which gave the opportunity for Divios to proxy between that tier 1 and tier 2 instead.
That, what you just broke down, Toli, is why I think Eager have found themselves a step ahead of the competition for the majority of the season last year, even though they failed to make it to finals at Worlds. They play beyond just the battlefield. That mentality of get to the back line, force the players out, change their direction of attention so that we can look for the straight objective push on the tier 1 tower in mid. Just very fancy stuff that comes down to being mind games more than anything. I just thought he could finish off Matt Yankee, but Meditation saves him even with the missed spell.
That was a nice play by Matt Yankee as he dashed backwards to avoid the belly flop from Aurora, and then he found Zapman using the wall to extend the stun range. Behold that thought. Cyclone Spin was caught out. Eager knows where he is.
Oh yeah, that's going to be the ultimate coming out of DJ Pernicus. Nice beads usage to save the mage for the moment. Gets a stun on to the best, but DJ Pernicus cleans him up. That'll be number 7 for Team Eager.
Cyclone Spin was just too ambitious to keep pushing on the right-hand side, getting the wave, but then rotating underneath as DJ Pernicus just would not let that kill go. And now finding that one pick is very timely for Eager because the Golfier is respawning in 15 seconds and Cyclone Spin is going to be trailing 20 seconds behind that objective.
And Cyclone Spin just hasn't made the impact on this character that we see him make normally on other characters, especially 20 minutes. This is when solo lanes really come into play.
He definitely had an interesting idea where he went for the Fenrir to help kill Divios with the addition of Weekend's Global Ultimate earlier on in the game, but yet again, off of Allegiance's picks, they just weren't able to successfully find any objectives in return, and this is why we see them trailing behind already. So much gold as Eager secures their second goal fury of the game.
That one was clean, interrupted the dash on PBM, but no chase coming out from Team Eager. Tully, why did Allegiance just have no horse in that race whatsoever for the gold fury?
With Cyclone Spin dead, without the relics as well from Medi Yankee to contest that team fight, you're fighting 5v4. The best idea that they had was having Weekend on the right-hand side, split push, potentially finding that tier 2 tower, but Eager luckily had Divios with the teleport ready, so he made that rotation to prevent anything in return. So Eager, not only are they making these offensive plays to secure themselves a lead, but they also have these defensive options to prevent Allegiance from getting anything in return.
Cyclone Spin just barely defending his tower. One basic should basically take it out right now. Team separated by almost 10,000 gold here, folks. Early in our 2-game set, Team Eager certainly find themselves, well, in the driver's seat is putting it lightly. They've pretty much driven this one from the get-go. As soon as we left the parking lot, Team Eager kind of took that seat and took the wheel. Right now, we're seeing the fight over the Fire Giant, or at least a positioning dance. Team Eager certainly has the aggressive situation going on. Aurora gets silenced out, so no stun on Demet Yankee. And Divios is here to provide some zoning as well. Players are not really going for the objective just yet. Looking really for a pick, it looks like.
They did get for the Portal Demon, though. 750 gold into Eager's pocket, while Divios and Aurora was distracting the rest of Allegiance. Left-hand side, though, Oceans is uncontested. And now making the rotation is weakened, so that means that Allegiance, they're willing to give up probably both of these towers to get something in return.
And with that information, as soon as Team Eager saw the players on the left side, it looks like it's going to be the counter push. You want to split push and take our left towers. We're not going for fire. Instead, we'll go for the towers. 4 players here from Team Eager. They're looking for the tier 2. They'll head back into the jungle. Not sure what they want here, Anatoly.
Mad Yankee used his ultimate, and it seems that Igor, they want to look for another pick. They're going to just roam around the jungle to get members of Allegiance out of position. They know they have a clear-cut advantage in these 5-on-5 team fights. They just have to get the right space advantage.
Team Eager really utilizing those rituals. You see the back end of not just DJ Pernicus, but also the best. They wind up rallying back into the team fight. So Team Eager making sure to get the most out of their 10,000 gold lead. They're able to utilize that gold to buy some rituals and
Melted.
Matt Yankee, that was just very, what's the polite way? Very curious positioning.
Didn't have the vision necessary for that, but Weekend is going to come from the sky. The Cupid ult is going to force Eager to just back off for the moment.
And for the moment, this is going to be a retreat. It has to be an all-out retreat, but instead it's the all-out turn-in. Here comes Divios off of the Impale and the belly flop. Polar Bear Mike gets zapulated on the on-her. 9 kills in total. Cyclone Spin still the target. Nice little bombs coming out of the mage, but Best not going to find his intended target. Instead, the tier 2 tower goes down 1,500 on top of what Team Eager already had. It's a 12k gold lead. P.S. The K9 unit forcing down the left side.
Eager demonstrating their best turn and pern moment there with the pick onto Med Yankee. Without the ultimate from PBM, they had no worries in the world to take that fight. With the meditation that was popped, that just allowed Eager to go back into the thick of things.
It was the numbers that were so deceptive. I call the all-out retreat, and I'm sure that's why Allegiance call the all-out push, because they say, look, we don't care that we have no ultimates, and we don't care that they just took our mid-mage. It's a 4-on-2. We'll go ahead and take this fight, no problem. Because DJ's elsewhere and this, that, or third. But as soon as Aurora just says, wait a second, they have the numbers, but we have the tactical advantage due to all of our ultimates and other things outside of the boom, all of a sudden, Aurora goes ahead and just initiates. And like you said, the old-fashioned turn. Can't call it turn and burn if he's not even in the team fight. He's split pushing.
He's the one calling it from the back line. Turn and burn. He's the captain of the team.
Actually, you know what? The turn and Pern, while Pern is elsewhere split pushing, is probably the most accurate version you're going to get. The Best here by himself defending a tier 2 tower. All 5 members of ALG on the left side. While that man and the friends are going to start the Fire Giant. Divios is here to defend a Phoenix. I don't think he's too interested in defending a tier 2 tower. The Best gives his life and won't wind up with the buff, but everybody else on Team Eager will. Divios likely not dying here on the tier 2. Like I said, probably understands that it's not worth it, but players from Allegiance successfully corral him in. Look at the way Weekend is forcing him to stay around.
ALG took too long to get this tower. The rest of Eager are making the rotation. It's up to Divios to prevent the backs coming from Allegiance. Aurora comes in. He finds 3 with the belly flop, 4 with the Intoxicate.
That's the big man play. Here comes DJ Partagas. Zapman already takes out Met Yankee on the side. All players of Team Eager forcing down the left side lane. Ocean takes 2 shots out of 10. 1 more should do it. And it'll be DJ that finds the kill. 3-1-4.
Eager's not done. They're not done yet. They want to extend their lead with this Fire Giant. Best now reviving 4 members of Eager with the Fire Giant. They're going down the left-hand side. This Phoenix is going to be sieged. Nobody from Allegiance to respond.
The Best will walk up the mid lane to protect that tier 2 tower that Weekend was pushing, or the tier 1 tower, excuse me, in the mid lane that Weekend was pushing, but really not that big of a deal. Phoenix in the middle lane going to go down as well. 11 kills in total. Team Eager takes out the left. They take out the mid. There's a tower left here on the right side, totally. So we've got to take that one down first. But Team Eager likely to push on the right side after the demise of this tower.
Such a commanding lead here coming out of Eager. They're in a position to really close this one out in the 27.5 minute mark. They still have Fire Giant for about 2.5 more minutes with only 1 more Phoenix to go.
That's impressive, the fact that they have Fire Giant for that much longer, totally. A lot of times we see these teams sort of, you get the Fire Giant, and then there's a lot of just chores to do, whether it be looking towards the Gold Fury, whether it be cleaning up the jungle or the enemy jungle. Like I said, just chores. No really better term for it. And so as soon as you start your push, well, you've got 40 seconds left of the goal on the Fire Giant, and you kind of just waste it. 2.5. That is such an efficient usage of the Fire Giant. We're going to step out of game right quick for the moment. Players are fixing some of the issues on their side. So very efficient use of that FG.
And that's what you have to do when you have this kind of a lead. You cannot just be able to throw it away by wanting to dive the Phoenixes before you get the Fire Giant. There's a checklist in the end game. You know, you go for the Gold Fury, you go for the Portal Demon, you go for the Fire Giant, and between doing these objectives, you're also trying to bait the opposition out to get these picks to allow you to secure these objectives. Eager have done all of the above, and this is why they're up 15,000 gold, 2 Phoenixes ahead, and just doing a great job controlling the game.
They look like they're just on a different level from the other teams, and what's really exciting to watch when you take a look at this Eager squad is that as we get right back into game, and no further ado, what's interesting about this Eager team, Toli, is how composed they look the entire time. You never see like a moment of harsh panic. It's just step by step. Rallying ritual used. Allegiance will group up as 5 on the left side and look to push down the Phoenix. It's going to be stopped by DJ for the moment. Big old Cupid ultimate, and Phoenix still stands 75%. Ooh, just a lot invested. Allegiance did not pop the frenzy that Polar Bear Mike brought. I think they thought that with just DJ there, they could have taken the situation, but not going to be the case. Polar Bear Mike might fall here, actually. Ultimate waited out by DJ, then bit down and smoked out with the Meteor. The best gets credit. Polar Bear Mike falls. Cyclone Spin will be next, and this time it's Zapman on the Hunter. That one's going to be a good kill, and that one's going to be a good game.
Minions.
13-5, and the Minions take it away.
Great play from Eager. This just goes to show how dominant they are throughout the whole split, from the last one till this one. Season 4, they're always great job doing the theory craft work, the behind the scenes, the homework that they have to do, and it just goes to show game 1 in their comfortability.
The Morgan just did not surprise Team Eager. No real concern there. To be fair, though, we didn't really see her executed. So maybe Cyclone Spin sticks to it or switches it up. We'll find out in the picks and bans. This time around, Team Allegiance have the first selection. They're going to ban out Kabrakan.
Which is surprising considering their first pick. Kabrakan is a god that can be flexed between 3 different roles, between jungle, solo, and support.
Sure.
Every member of that position from Team Allegiance loves playing Kabrakan, so this leads me to believe that they have a very interesting strategy.
Maybe they'll go back to the Morgan, like we said. Likely that you won't see her first picked almost ever. Not only is the Morgan a character that is just really not that sought after by teams individually because of how new she is, but also the fact that the Morgan's power level actually varies based on the rest of the draft.
Yeah.
Last time we saw her pick last because looking at everybody else, well, she's going to be valuable. If you have characters across the way, I mean, you're not going to want to turn into Ullr anytime soon, right?
No,
so with that
not
in
at all.
mind, depending on the draft, is how she'll be picked.
You definitely want to be able to pick the highest level character that has the most end game items to do the most damage, but there's also some other tactics where you can find the crowd controls basically to be able to control your lane phase.
Yeah, I mean, a character like Hunbat's absolutely, certainly a character that you'd want to change into if you're the Morrigan. But right now, the mage of choice for Team Eager will be Scylla, one of the best's favorite and most proficient characters coming out in that mid lane. Arlong, Shen, and Terra. Honestly, we know from the past that Divios likes playing the Terra, so that'll likely be a short lane Terra support Arlong Shen, but anything's possible. Poseidon, Hunbats, and Khepri on the side of Team Allegiance.
Like you mentioned before, not only does Divios like playing the Terra, but Aurora loves playing the Erlang Shen. So going from the Guardian to the more traditional warrior support for him.
So we actually do see the Morgan banned out by Team Eager. They saw a glimpse of it and they said, all right, Cyclone Spin. You didn't do much with it, but when you turned into our support, it got weird. So we're just going to ban it out. We just don't want to see it. Bologna will be the solo lane of choice next to Ho Yi, the Hunter for Team Allegiance.
A lot of crowd control here from Team Allegiance, or at least a big area of effect damage between the Hunbass, the Ho Yi, even Poseidon can synergize very well with that. And once we get into the late game, though, for Bologna on Cyclone Spin, that's going to be very problematic as well for Zatman playing the on her.
You know, if this is any other team, Toli, I like the Allegiance draft better. I think there's just more AoE damage coming out. I think there's more control, obviously, coming out from the Hunbats and the Khepri. There's also more support for the team by way of Khepri and even the Bologna. But the way Team Eager plays, this is a Team Eager draft for Team Eager. They love to play their Terra solo, the Arlong Shen support with the Scylla in the mid lane. This is kind of just a classic Eager draft. And because of that, despite the fact that Team Eager's draft, I think, is perhaps stronger universally, I think this composition for Team Eager is stronger for them specifically. Right now, they're going to collapse. Polar Bear Mike in some trouble. Half HP already. There's the crush coming out from the Scylla, bringing him down to 75. Jumped on top.
Ooh.
One more shot, but they can't find it. Polar Bear Mike finds safety under the Tier 1 tower. Ollie Oxen free. And the effort coming out from Team Eager, just not enough.
Did have to force the meditation out of PBM to stay alive. Luckily enough, he didn't have to use the abduct. He probably already leveled his ability to be able not to have to worry about getting first blood in there. So great play from Eager just to be able to apply pressure, not finding the kill. They looked for the body block on PBM more than anything else, but they couldn't quite find it. And on top of that, the second time around when they almost dove that tier 2 tower, if there was a 5th rune stack here for DJ Pernicus for that stun effect on the Unchained, that was certainly a dead PBM.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda, as they say. So Team Eager does not convert there in the early stages of the game. Weaken starting off nice and early in the enemy jungle, starting at the enemy blue buff. And we'll see a little bit of the same thing come out from Team Eager's jungle. The enemy purple buff and red will be the start for Zapman and his jungle friend DJ Pernicus. Aurora the mid lane starting one more time next to the best, just like the way Matt Yankee will be joined by Polar Bear Mike here, but Weekend gonna wrap around and join the party from the backside. Nice little slow on the jump if he finds it, but the best catches him out and roots him first. There's the slow, and it's going to be right into the whirlpool. Nice play, a nice combination, but the players are looking at 2 different targets. The split DPS is terrible, and Med Yankee goes down because of it. DJ on the good side.
There's not enough focus fire, and PBM didn't hit level 2 in time to get that abduct, to get the rune necessary to find Aurora. And this is why Aurora, as soon as he got level 2, without any hesitation, he uses his escape to be able to initiate the team fight. But Weekend, though, he has to watch out. Ooh.
Greed.
Not finding it.
Greed right there coming out from Weekend. He doesn't pay for it, but certainly a very greedy play coming out there from the Allegiance jungler. Going back to that mid lane play, when it comes down to it, whether or not it's the right target, your players should all be attacking the same target. Even if it's the quote-unquote wrong target, 4 or 5 players attacking the wrong guy is better than 2 guys on one target and 2 guys on the other. That play right there goes to Team Eager simply because Allegiance are targeting 2 separate players.
It took too long to find any kill for Team Allegiance, and that allowed the rest of Eager to really make the rotation. DJ Pernicus came in clutch, hitting at level 2, whereas Weekend's abilities were already down. PBM was still only level 1 during that encounter. That was a free burst blood, and that goes to DJ Pernicus now on this Fenrir. And this is a god that can really snowball really quickly, especially considering he's going to be very resilient here, building into Mark of the Vanguard instead of the Bluestone.
Yeah, I mean, he has that tankiness in not innately, but thanks to the Mark of the Vanguard, like you said, and that'll sort of help him out. But the Fenrir, a lot of gods have come out since Fenrir was sort of introduced, right? Fenrir, one of the early gods in Smite, but he was looked at as one of the original, sort of what Thanatos' role is right now, to just be that early game monster. That was Fenrir's job back in the day, and not much has changed. There are other gods that sort of took that crown away from him, but he can still kill you with a brutalize and a few basics at level 4. So with that, like you said, with that first blood under his belt, now hitting level 5, the Ragnarok certainly expected to come out in a hot gank sometime soon.
It's all about the base damage for the junglers that elect to go for that tanky build. You're just relying on your cooldowns as well as your resiliency to do the initial base damage on these squishy targets that don't have the high health pool. And with all the abilities that the enemy team does to you, that's where the rest of your team is really going to be able to follow up off of your own base damage.
Look at the gall of Oceans right there. Zapman drops the pillar, and Oceans walks in front of the pillar, just daring Zapman to use that Impale. Now, should he use the Impale, of course, he's going to have the upper hand against a Hunter, but then you can look for the turnaround play. Zapman and DJ will just take this purple buff pretty much no problem. I like how DJ just jumps over the wall, scares away the opposition, then comes around on back.
Zapman, he was in a 1v2 last game, but this time around getting a little bit of assistance, and on this Anhur, probably going to be building now into the Warrior Tabby to extend this lead to be able to 1v1 Oceans on the Hui.
ALG saw what Team Eager did last game and just incessantly
beautiful crush
invading the right-hand side of the map. And Legions are going to try it. But looks like Team Eager not allowing that to really happen as much. A 1,000 gold lead right now for Team Eager, just about underneath it, if I want to be a little bit more precise. But Allegiance, like I said, they want to play the invade game that Eager did last time around. But Eager are they're a little bit better at defending these buffs than we saw ALG pull off last game.
The jungle fights are going to favor Allegiance for now with the addition of Weakens, Fear No Evil, and Medi Yankees Crack, and the damage and the control at this point before the items and the tankiness, the health, all that comes online for Eager. They don't want to deal with that kind of damage quite yet, even before the Aegises come online. So this is something that Eager is just going to wait on out and play behind. Devios does have a 1-level disadvantage in the solo lane as to Cyclone Spin's aggression, but on the flip side, Zapman, getting some assistance from DJ, has a 2-level lead over Oceans.
Right now, only 5.5 into this game. And this one, a little bit more. It's very interesting the way that our games have gone today. The match earlier today, Obey versus Valence, was not the most quickly paced game, let's put it that way. Whereas game number 1 here for Team Allegiance versus Team Eager wasn't as slow, but it was almost just as methodical. Very, very important fights going on and very important decisions being made. Team Eager here versus Allegiance, match number 2. This is a little bit more raw slow. However, the Gold Fury dying relatively quickly, found to 50%, and then leashed out as Oceans showed up. Like I said, game number 1 was calculated. I think this game is just a little bit more slow. What are the players waiting for to really make their mark?
They're looking for these the jungle fights just like that. Medi Yankee, though, getting saved, but Weekend's going to save and find a killer for himself with that Furious Monkey.
Beautiful play coming out from PBM, just very routine. Very, just a poor. That was a poor decision made by DJ Pernicus, who, I mean, this is a player that has historically made some ill choices like that, and then I think turned it around last year. But that looked kind of old school.
It's all about the trust in his teammates, and this is something that DJ Pernicus definitely has with everyone from Eager. Unfortunately, he got a little bit bamboozled with Kepri right around the corner. He would have definitely found the kill onto Medi Yankee, but it's going to be the rest of Eager trying to find the kill, but the stun not against the pillar for Zapman.
Ooh, Oceans finds the sidestep. Here comes PBM, gets the root onto both players and the Sun. Doesn't want to go for the abduct just yet. Oceans, a lot of stuff on cooldown for him, so just opting to play it safe. Team Eager now heading into the enemy jungle, looking to see if anything's available for the taking. Red buff spawning momentarily right after they're able to take up the purple. So Eager still on their invade game.
Doing a great job is Zapman, electing not to go for the Tabby, but Zapman's going to have to retreat Aurora as well. The cooldowns are not available after that red buff invade.
And that one right there, that sometimes you just got to sacrifice the support. Aurora goes down in exchange for a purple and red buff. I'm saying worth.
Absolutely. Considering he's already 1 level ahead of PBM, the net worth as well. This is something that Eager don't really necessarily mind. As long as Zapman has this 1 level lead, he has the Transcendence to be able to build the stacks. He's still going to be looking for the 1v1s whenever he really wants to.
DJ 2 levels down on Cyclone Spin, still looking for some poke. Cyclone Spin dings 11 to make it 3 levels down, but either way, DJ shows his face on the right side, which means Allegiance going to call the aggression on the left side, geared towards the Gold Fury, not going to be taken this time around, leashed one more time, as the best was lurking behind, but was found out.
DJ got the speed buff away, trying to retreat away from Cyclone Spin. You can't really box against the level 11 Bologna when you're a level 8 Fenrir, especially in the enemy jungle where Weekend is making the rotation to be able to pick up his own speed buff that Cyclone Spin has secured.
Yeah, our rich solo laners are relatively far ahead. Usually, you see this season, you've seen solo laners a little bit closer to the rest of the pack than you have historically. It wasn't really odd to see your solo laners 3-4 levels ahead of everybody else on the team in past seasons. But here in season 4, everybody a little bit closer. Why do we have such a level disparity between the two positions now?
Oh, before I get into that thought, though, Cyclone's been making the rotation, diving onto Zapman, Terra Ultimate being used, but it's not enough as the Kraken secures that one.
And here comes Aurora. He's in trouble as well. And that's a big catch. Oceans gets Aurora. 2 players dead, and DJ Perdigan's trying to help out, but Kepri again saves the moment.
Cyclone Spin not really worrying about death when he has PBM's ultimate right beside him, and this gives an opportunity now for Allegiance to get this kind of an early game lead, but it's Cyclone Spin zoning on the left-hand side. Divios and DJ is still going to force the reset.
And there's DJ Pernicus over the top, getting 3 players with the stun. This is Allegiance's fight. They want to take this. They certainly take out DJ. 5 players still alive, though relatively low, is Matt Yankee and the support. Look for the wraparound from the best on the left side. Going to be greeted by Polar Bear Mike and chased out, rooted. So he knows he's there. And that's all that really is there. PBM telling the best that he's aware that he's present.
I'm a Monster is available for the best. This is why we see Allegiance back off of the Gold Fury, and this gives enough time for Eager to respawn, and there's not much mana and health on the side of Med Yankee or PBM. They have to back off. Eager's going to start the Gold Fury with Aurora zoning.
Such an intelligent play coming out from Team Eager. 25% on the Gold Fury. Leashed, Cyclone Spin the target, pummeled and stunned. He's going to jump out, and he's smacked up by Divios with the walls. Great play coming out from the short laner, and that's going to open up Team Eager one more time for a Gold Fury attempt.
Allegiance just not on the ball with these calls, just a little too hesitant. Without the Kraken, they didn't want to fully commit onto this Gold Fury. Now it's going to be Eager securing the first Gold Fury of the game.
That just a very intelligent play, understanding some of the small, not the smaller aspects, but the less focused on aspects of the game when it comes down to respawn timers and and just resource management. That's where we see Eager take advantage of that situation.
Eager just had too many threats to contest the Gold Fury. DJ Pernicus sacrificed his own life to buy enough time for the best to stop being focused by Cyclone Spin on the left. And as a result, he kept trying to loop around the left-hand side, got spotted over that sentry ward above, and that's why we see everyone from Allegiance just back on off, bought so much time for Eager to make the respawns, and then it also stopped the back of Polar Bear Mike to be able to get the mana and the health that he really needed to contest that objective.
And that's what it was all about for Team Eager. They're very focused, so it's very interesting to see where this team's sort of mindset comes from. And I'm going to play a little bit of armchair coach here. Team Eager has been utilizing the rallying ritual perhaps more than other teams that we've seen. Almost all the time you see these guys come back into a team fight with the use of rallying ritual. Because they use it all the time, as DJ is caught out trying to defend the portal demon, he'll jump away. I think they're a little bit more aware of allowing the enemy team to back. You see Eager spend so much time and focus preventing the back, whether it be by chasing the kills or going that much deeper looking to prevent these backs, anticipating a rally call.
Well, at this point, 12 minutes into the game, Eager, if Allegiance are going to invest 1,000 gold into a rallying ritual...
No. So it's less about the fact that I think that it's just more the fact that Eager are so on point when it comes to that thought process that it's just sort of hard baked into their gameplay at this point. Portal Demon going to be started up and almost finished. Half HP right here. Aurora shows up. 2-man taunt. There's going to be help from Met Yankee. That'll hurt Polar Bear Mike and Aurora just a little bit. Nice dash through coming out from Divios to root out a couple of players. Not too big of a deal here on the right side. Left side is weak and low. He'll make his way over to the right side to safety with the rest of the team, and relatively fine there for Team Allegiance. Can't say the same about Ocean. Zapman getting the better of that one, pushing him way beyond the tower.
Just Zap asserting his dominance in that duel lane. Doesn't matter who he's against. Had he found 2 more in-hands against Ocean, surely would have been a kill there. But again, Allegiance starting an objective that they couldn't really secure on their own there on the Portal Demon. The best was doing a good job yet again, using the crush through the wall, which forced Weekend in a spot where he had to think about ways to get the best off of the objective. So he used a solo ultimate just to thwart the best away from that.
And well, it worked for the moment, so can't knock it.
The problem is when you're using your Fear No Evil just to zone a level 12 Scylla away from the action, now you don't have it for the big 5-on-5 encounter that's going to happen about 10 seconds later.
Exactly. So when it comes down to it, that Fear No Evil is going to be one of the bigger tools for Allegiance to use. Now they've got Bologna ult as well as a Kraken. Really, the Whirlpool is going to be more effective in that situation. DJ Pernicus picks up Polar Bear Mike, who's stunned, and again, nice help coming out from the Kraken. PBM forced to ult himself, and that's the goal of Team Eager. Aurora picks up PBM after the fact. Beautiful patience, waiting out that Khepri ultimate.
And Oceans wasn't in position to really collapse on that team fight, nor did he have the ultimate, so this was a great opportunity for Eager to collapse, which is why Zapman is mid.
Weaken from the backside, keep in mind, doesn't have the ultimate. He takes down Zapman.
In mid though, 6-3, Eager not on top of the kill charts, but they are doing a good job controlling the gold for now. DJ Pernicus still not really worried about taking any sort of action against Weaken. Without Fear No Evil, without the Kraken, without any ultimates from Allegiance, Eager's just going to keep pushing mid.
Ooh, the best gets met. Yankee right there, nice and easy. And the follow-up coming up from Allegiance. You know, so you got to tip your hat to Team Allegiance right there. Weaken's ultimate came up right at that moment. He comes in, we're spending the whole time talking about it, and he doesn't have the ultimate available. Allegiance only use it. Weaken's counting down. If you've ever been in the pro comms, the players will actually count down. Weaken is sitting there counting down seconds till Fear No Evil comes up. 3, 2, 1. He jumps in as soon as the ultimate is available, pulls the trigger, and then gets that kill in the mid lane. That is a to the second precise call coming out from the jungle on Team Allegiance's side, but still looking up at Team Eager. Well, it's the same story from game number 1, Toli. 2,000 gold. Eager seemed to really work really hard to obtain this 2,500, 3,000 gold lead in the early game, and then just coast on it till the late game where they want to push on those objectives.
They're kind of a momentum team, Eager. They want to find these little small nooks and crannies that they can take advantage of, getting this lead. Zapman going to use the ultimate to prevent the knockout from Oceans, but not really finding any real damage in return. The lifesteal will be available off the Aussie for Oceans.
Gold Fury, 50% already by Team ALG. Roy here to disrupt things. Zapman shows up as well. There's going to be the Fear No Evil used to control 2 players. The rest of Team Eager on the way via the mid lane. And Allegiance realize they don't get what they came for.
Wasted ultimate from Weaken. No follow-up from the rest of his teammates. A little bit of a disconnect.
And you know, right there, I'm glad you added that last part on, because that was a great play by Weaken. His team just didn't respond. That right there is Weaken just going for the opportunity and hoping that you can't really make that call in the moment.
The thing was, the purification beads were down for Zapman.
Exactly.
That could have been an easy kill opportunity during the duration of the Fear No Evil. You could easily throw out the Whirlpool Kraken, find a pick onto this Hunter, and then force the rest of the fight 5-on-4.
Which is why I'm highlighting that's a great call by Weaken. He understands that the ultimate is down thanks to Oceans' call, because Oceans forces out the ultimate from Zapman earlier. The beads are down, but just no follow-up. Zapman looking for the tower here on the left side with help of his support, not going to find it. 2-on-3 fight for the moment. Zapman gets immuned. Nice play of the Aegis. Oceans here trying to take out the Zapman. Great play, but can't confirm. And Allegiance are able to watch as Team Eager walks away. Weaken gonna invade in the jungle. He does not have the ultimate available just yet, but likely looking to make a play as soon as it comes up. Left side, Allegiance pushing on the tier 1 tower.
Aurora has no fear. He just turtled into 3 people by himself. Like, when is the last time do you see that your support just do that kind of play? Now, granted, yet again, he has the Talari boots. He is trying to proc it, but he goes in, he forces DJ Pernicus out of the team fight, cycled spin, trying to find the ultimate with the kill, but not able to hit it.
Big taunt coming out from Aurora, and there's the Fear No Evil to control him back. Gold Fury goes to Team Eager. They snatch it out of the hands of ALG. Zapman takes out Weaken as well. Here comes the cavalry. And Team Eager, well, they're going to jump off the horses this time around. Not really willing to dive the tier 2. Instead, it's turn and burn. Cyclone spin. Thorns aren't that scary. Zapman takes him down. It's 2-2-2 for the jungle, for the Hunter, excuse me. 6-6. As Team Eager evens up the kills, but the gold, the money, the moolah tells a huge, different story about almost 5,000-6,000 gold separating our two teams here.
They're just escalating this so rapidly. Ocean's having to use his ultimate defensively on the left-hand side. Tier 1 tower is what allowed Eager to just control the rest of the jungle fights. They saw that Eager got outpushed on the left, and they wanted to go for this Gold Fury attempt, but yet again, putting themselves in this weird spot where Weekend and Cyclone Spin go onto DJ Pernicus in the mid lane, leaving everybody else exposed around the Gold Fury. There's no true commitment onto one target as all 5 members. Everyone's just kind of doing their own thing.
Which is, again, that's what it comes down to with Allegiance for me, is that, you know, I couldn't really identify it in the earlier weeks, but here watching this, I think it's more evident that Allegiance just aren't on the same page together. That whole the overused term of synergy is actually very relevant here. Watching, I mean, going back to that play with Weekend, the Fear No Evil. Everybody on the team knows, or at least should know, that all CC immunity is gone for the Hunter. Fear No Evil comes out, and Met Yankee is off somewhere not doing it, right? Right side, we see or earlier in that game, in game number 1, we see the split DPS that doesn't wind up being a first blood. Just different pages, not together. And that seems to be the biggest issue for Allegiance that's plaguing them. Individually, Totally, the skills look fine. Ocean's PBM at Yankee Week and Cyclone Spin. None of these players are bad, poor, or in a slump whatsoever. We're just not seeing them work cohesively.
And this is why Eager has just been such a dominant team, because they can make these players look discombobulated in these encounters. They're just always one step ahead of their opposition. They're doing a great job so far this split with 2 wins, 2 splits. They're right behind Luminosity currently, so this is making Allegiance look rather silly.
And when it comes down to it, you know, I think that Team Eager, are they the best team in the world? No. Are they the best team in North America? Sure, you can make that argument. But what they do have, I think, is some of the best teamwork. DJ Pernicus going very deep for this one, knowing that the ultimate's going to be used up, and Zapman gets the kill. Here's the counter turn coming out from a Weekend. Not going to be useful. Met Yankee already burns the Aegis, so he's going to be very careful about his positioning. Plays it safe on the backside.
Retreating after that 1 pick. 4 ultimates were used just for that 1 pick, but Aurora's not really deterred. He's just going to zone as the rest of his team grabs this Portal Demon. Cyclone Spin looking for a little bit of action here, though, but he is going to get rooted.
He's going to get the action. He's not going to get all of the action. I don't think he wanted that much. And Met Yankee certainly going to get a front row ticket to the action. DJ Pernicus on display. 2-2-2 this time for the jungler. It all comes full circle.
DJ doing so much damage with that Heartseeker proc onto Met Yankee's Poseidon. Great back step from Aurora, preventing that double and triple bounce from hitting. That would have done like 40% of his health.
It's at least the stun. Damage on top. I'm down with the 40% assumption. And then the follow-up basics that come. I don't know if Aurora dies there totally, but definitely a precarious situation for him to be in. Thankfully, he uses the Baron backstep, the Laz's lollygag, the Anatoly. Do you have one right there?
No, I don't. What is it, the F-dot hop?
The F-dot hop, yep. You gotta get one of those. Either way. The walrus wiggle. Either way. He avoids the situation, and the tier 1 tower goes down. Classic play coming out from Zapman. DJ sets him up. The ultimate from on her comes right on through, and the basic and impale finish up the job. Tier 2 tower being defended here by a lonely Poseidon as his Kepri buddy heads back to base. Weekend wants no part of it.
This is Eager just playing as 5-man unit. DJ did the same thing to Cyclone Spin that he did to PBM earlier on with Zapman's ultimate, and he's not afraid to take this 1v1.
Nice jump.
Weekend getting a little bit of a better edge here, but he is down 2 levels.
Yeah, Weekend played the better game, but DJ Pernicus has the numbers and just winds up. So right there, Weekend just outplays DJ Pernicus every step of the way. He controls him with the ultimate first of all. He jumps over the jump, ensuring he's not going to be stunned. Follows up by coming around the backside, looking for the basic attack off of it with the monkey bounce. Beautiful play by Weekend. Unfortunately, he's too far behind to actually find the kill. Also, to be fair, Hunbats is not really that 1v1 type character. But nice performance coming out from the jungler. I like to see the upside individually because, like I said, individually this Allegiance team is fine, totally. I have no problem with these players. They just need more time in the gym together to really get used to each other.
I actually believe that Hunbats is a great 1v1 potential character with the addition of his passive finding the crits. As you use the enhance, you're building your Heart Seeker stacks to be able to get that additional damage off of your abilities.
Okay.
And as long as you're able to auto attack cancel in between your abilities, you squeeze in that extra enhance to continue using your passive. It has great outplay potential.
Well, so, yeah, I mean, I think what I'm trying to illustrate is the fact that when I think Hunbats, I don't necessarily think individual assassin monster. That's where I'm thinking the Fenrirs, the Circuits, etc. Hunbats really looking to control a situation like that. Drops it down, 3 players walk in opposite directions, and Divios almost finds a death. Oceans and Met Yankee make it so. Allegiance wind up on the good side of this team fight so far. Oceans gets his Aegis chased out by DJ Pernicus. 17 on 17 for the Hunter v Jungler battle. Whereas the left side goes on, the objective will be leashed again. Allegiance should pick up this gold. Go for the gold.
They're going for it. This is what happens when Eager wasn't S5. The best wasn't quite there
10K.
yet, but he is here now. It's going to be a 4-on-5 for Eager, but they still have a lot of damage out of the best.
Now don't forget, last Gold Fury went the way of Team Eager thanks to a steal as Allegiance started it up. Now Allegiance 10,000 gold down, need to find a pick before they go for the objective. It's going to be a roar, but will they actually execute? That's a different story. Over the wall, Weekend chases them all the way to Granny's house. Zapman's in trouble as well. Aegis is activated, Aegis is done, and Oceans make sure Zapman's done. Tier 1 tower is going to be peeled off of by Allegiance. They've expended ultimates, they've expended health bars, they've expended mana bars as well, and because of that, totally they win the team fight, but they can only get the stuff. They can't get the stuff after the stuff because of the fact that they used everything to find those 2 kills.
This gives Eager yet again another Gold Fury opportunity. This is going to be their 3rd one. Only Ocean's around the corner, but he's at about half health or so. He has to be very mindful about his positioning, especially with Divio zoning.
And there's a Whirlpool, and that'll be enough to get Eager off of the objective. Grabbing Oceans is going to be DJ, waiting out the Kepriel. There's the dash through, and the jump away from the Hunter. Divios gets picked up by the ultimate, and here's the Fear No Evil. Nice teleport from Weekend. Bigger meditation by the guys on Eager. Saves the life of the solo lane Divios.
But having to use 4 ultimates just to try to kill Divios, only using the Ragnarok and the Terra's Blessing, as well as a meditation for Eager. They have the Relic and the ultimate advantage to do this Gold Fury yet again.
And we saw this happen earlier, Totally, in this matchup, where Allegiance actually get the better of Team Eager for what seems like the first time all game. They do a fantastic job in the team fight, and because it takes them so long to achieve that victory, Weekend with the Weekend wiggles, still finding a way out there. He's gonna have to jump. Can he get crafty? Jumps right into a roar. Got him. But right there, Allegiance, they look for the fight. They win the fight. They do very well. In fact, round of applause for Allegiance. But they just take so long, Toli, that by time they wipe the sweat off of their brows and they straighten their ties, the Gold Fury is the target, and Eager's already respawning. They're already there, and they all have the ultimates available, while Allegiance is just kind of sitting there half dead saying, all right, we can't do anything.
Divios has just enough sustain with the Monolith, having the Rod of Asclepius, as well as the triple auras coming from Aurora, the Thebes, the Sovereignty, as well as the Hardwood Amulet. All these auras is making Eager in such a great spot for these team fights.
And right here, we're going to see Team Eager fight into Allegiance one more time. Fire Demon Portal Giant Guy Dude down is already dead. Met Yankee, same thing. Zapman picks up credit for another kill. That'll be the 5th. The New York Hunter. DJ Pernicus low on HP here, looking for Oceans. If he gets a stun, it's a kill. But it's a very, very dangerous situation. DJ can die in one shot here, folks. Somebody's teleporting to Oceans. DJ in trouble now. Jumping forward is going to be Oceans. Divio's following suit. There's the dash. It's going to root out Oceans. There's the smash, and here comes a roar. That said, Polar Bear Mike shows up just in time to drop the ultimate. Rally call is good. Ocean still falls down. Weekend gets the turnaround kill. It's 2 for 1 right now. Allegiance on the bad side. The best is a monster. Doubleon for the mid lane mage, and that's going to be the best, looking pretty damn strong. 14 kills for Team Team Eager, and 3 of them belong to the best. That team fight, Eager, all the way.
DJ Pernicus with the delayed tactics, getting Oceans away from that tier 2 tower. The rallying ritual was used by PBM, but because of the jump from Huyi, it actually reset the rallying ritual, having to use it yet again, not having the opportunity to really lock down DJ Pernicus fast enough. And all these delay tactics, Eager was able to make the rotation yet again, turning it around. Weekend was there, PBM was there, but it still wasn't enough to find the kill in time.
And Zatman's the only one at the Fire Giant. DJ Pernicus forever away from his team. This time DJ clearly got the better of Weekend, and he's just gonna party. The party monkey drops it down. DJ claps. The old famous quote, "Nice try, idiot," as DJ Pernicus cleans up the jungler. And that right there, sometimes Eager in general, like I said before, very much a teamwork team. Sometimes you got to make a play for yourself. And DJ knew that he got outplayed by Weekend last time around.
They definitely have a little bit of bad blood between these two. I love to see these two specifically in a LAN setting and environment because you'll never hear them stop talking, whether it's to their teammates or whether it's to the opposition. And you have to do that to get into the enemy's mindset.
Absolutely. And you know what's fun is that Weekend and DJ here, not only is there bad blood between them, but they're actually 2 of the more mature players in the league. So they handle it they handle it in a way that's actually entertaining to watch. They're not going to call each other fatheads on Twitter. Instead, it's just going to be on the battlefield. They're going to call each other names in game, right? When you're at land, things start flying between these 2 desks. That's what's fun to watch. That's what's entertaining. And this is the type of rivalry that I really enjoy watching, especially when it plays out like that. Weekend gets the better of him, but he's too far behind to actually get the kill. DJ turns around and gets it that time. Allegiance trying to make things happen in their direction. This one's going to be rough, though, Toli. Kraken already expended. That's going to be a big play, but where's the rest of Allegiance? They're right here, but just not enough damage because everybody's looking at the support Arlong Shen. Aurora loses 25% of his HP. Polar Bear Mike still pushing into it, but again, that's the support, Toli.
Eager don't even care about this. They're split pushing on the left-hand side. They got the Phoenix. They're in the Titan room. It's the best. And Zatman, they got the damage.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Team Eager, they did a bamboozle. Allegiance got nothing. 15-10, and Team Eager take it out with the secret surprise split push. Ooh, Team Eager playing something else. One more time, taking out the opposition. It's a 2-0 for Team Eager above Allegiance.
Eager looking so strong. They're now sitting at 11 points, the top of the standings.
Very fun. Honestly, just a fun match to watch. It started off slow. Both games here in game number 1 and game number 2 started out relatively slow, but we wound up getting a treat at the end of the day.
Oh, absolutely. Zatman, he's always going to bring a little bit of spice.
Bringing down the split push right there. Love the interaction between the 2 junglers as well. DJ and Weekend across the way certainly had their time of day. Which matchup do you think? Actually, we first saw the Morgan today. The Morgan gets played out by Cyclone Spin. I want to ask you, 1, how do you think the Morgan did in that game? I think I know the answer. But 2, what do you think the actual application of this character will be in the future?
Cyclone Spin definitely did good things with the Morgan to show what she's capable of in terms of being sneaky with what kind of ultimates you really want to be able to do. But more importantly, it didn't really work out for him in game number 1, so he had to go for more of a traditional warrior style for Allegiance.
We'll break it down games 1 and game 2. It's Aggro and it's Taco.
We have a new team atop North America. That is Team Eager, 11 points. That puts them in first place all alone in North America so far with a 2-0 victory over Allegiance. And I want to start where Tom ended right there, Taco. The Morgan, her competitive debut. How was it?
Unfortunately for Cyclone, he wasn't able to find much success with this Morgan, but at the same time, it's not necessarily something you can find a whole lot of success with when your team is constantly on the back foot.
That's true. I mean, Eager definitely picking some early aggression, especially in that duo lane and in the solo lane as well. Divios absolutely killed it in game 1, not phased whatsoever by this Morgan pick for Cyclone Spin. Picks up the first blood and just really controlled the game as Nike.
Nike in general is just one of those tanky characters. It's standard Divios gameplay. I mean, he was constantly just getting into the face of Allegiance, not really permitting any of them sort of peel potential for their team.
This is the fight that really broke the game wide open for Team Eager. I mean, previous to this, it was pretty close. You can see Allegiance right there in terms of kills and gold. And after this, it just goes all the way in Eager's favor. They get the Gold Fury after that team team fight as well, really allowing Team Eager to control game one. Take a look at the post-game stats here. Consistent team play from Eager, that's what you expect to see. 36 assists on just 13 kills. That's a pretty good ratio.
I mean, that's definitely the kind of ratios that you want to see coming strong for your team. Really shows off just how much Eager is able to really adapt around their own play style and just really mesh together to not permit any sort of comeback potential like you would ideally like to see coming through from the Morgan especially. But Eager just, they know what they're doing and they play their game to a T and they don't allow any really backplay to it.
Well, they've got a multitude of different play styles because game 2 we saw DJ Pernick is on this Fenrir. For me, Taco, that feels like the perfect DJ God because he can play setup or he can play damage. He can do it all for you. You can get the first blood on Met Yankee. And right here, I mean, he's not making the highlight reel play. Yeah, this is just standard, but this is what DJ wants to be able to do for the team, set up and make individual plays.
Well, that's the interesting part about Pern, though, is that he's been displaying such excellent potential onto this Fenrir. And like you mentioned, the way that he's able to just go in for his team or disengage for them even, and just the whole overall setup potential that you can be provided with the Fenrir should you stack his runes and get that stun off of his one. It's just so strong overall, and it's the ideal God for what Eager is trying to make work, and that's just their entire team composition.
Absolutely. Game 2 stats, more of the same. Eager dominating basically throughout in game 2. And Team Allegiance, I mean, every time we see these guys, we see them make really good individual plays. Their team play doesn't look bad. They just can't seem to find the victories. What do they need to do differently in the last 2 weeks, Taco?
As far as Allegiance is concerned against this matchup today, you have to keep in mind they were playing against Eager, a team that has had tons of synergy and plenty of time to really work out their little kinks. But for Allegiance, the more important part is just really trying to find a little bit more emphasis onto Met Yankee in that mid lane. He seems like at times he's really struggling to try and move forward from the early game start. And so I would like to see Allegiance place a little bit more emphasis into protecting their mid laner or just ensuring that he can really start that snowball that we see other mid laners really start to develop through that mid game stage.
Well, Matt's still trying to get comfortable in that middle lane. Let's take a look at the standing and see exactly where Allegiance is sitting at this stage. Like I mentioned, Eager, they're all alone on top, 11 points for the North American favorites. Team Allegiance, they're down in 6th place right now with just 4 points, only above Flashpoint and Soar. Funny enough, Taco, Flashpoint and Soar, that's going to be our next game.
That will be our next game, and it's going to be a really interesting one because not only do Soar finally have their locked-in solo laner with Fine OK being brought onto the roster, but on top of that, Flashpoint, we saw they had a really strong showing last time we saw them play, and so I'm really interested to see if they can carry forward that momentum into this current matchup that they're facing off.
Well, we're going to get you off the desk because I was told by production that you are no longer allowed to be on a desk. This was all a mistake. If you want to be on the desk, though, because you will be allowed if you win the caster, you can go to thecaster.tv, submit your application there. We all look at them and vote on who we think should be a part of this competition. Like I told Toli, it's going to be fun. And like I said, you will be able to sit on the desk. Taco, still not allowed.
This was a one-time thing, so don't get
excited, guys. It was a trial run. We can all agree that it went horribly wrong, and we won't let it happen again.
But this feels so horribly right.
No, it doesn't. Let's go to break. Yes. Thank you, F. Dot. We're going to get her off the desk, and we'll throw her on the cast. It's going to be Soar versus Flashpoint up next.
Welcome back to the desk, folks. It's still the SPL, and I'm still F. Dot. This time in a new position. We've also got Anatoly here, and we're going to break down Soar. We've got an interesting matchup for you, our third set of the day. And how you feeling about it, Anatoly?
This is a pretty good matchup, honestly. Soar versus Flashpoint. These are two teams that are struggling throughout the split in the standings. As we're going to take a look at it here momentarily, they really need to find a way to get back into the thick of things if they want to guarantee their spot into LAN.
Soar had a lot of issues really resulting behind the scenes or off the field, so to speak. We saw a departure of the solo laner, and it happened at a very, well, it just didn't work out as far as the timing is concerned. Soar had to forfeit their games, not last week as it was the bye, but the week before that, so they couldn't get any traction there either. Soar finally find themselves a solo laner in Fine OK, a player that has really made the rounds around the Challenger Cup as well as some of the other places as far as our competitive SMITE is concerned, but not the SPL. So Fine OK will be making one of his first professional game debuts alongside Soar, who is a very accomplished team. I think what it comes down to, Toli, is that, and no offense to Fine OK here, but there just weren't many players available.
Well, honestly, whenever you take a rookie in the SPL and you pair it up with some veterans out of Soar, specifically looking at Anister, they're going to mold this rookie in a position where he's going to feel very comfortable. It's also Homie FA in the jungle, so that pairing between Fine OK and Homie FA, as long as they cater towards him in the early game, make sure he's in a comfortable spot, shouldn't be any problems for Soar.
For those of you unfamiliar with the player, Fine OK is an offensive player. He plays a lot of aggressive characters and really likes to make his presence known in the game in that way, whether it be by damage, control, or just being always in your face. Expect to see a lot and hear a lot of Fine OK. And right now, expect to hear a lot of aggro and taco as we bring it to them for picks and bans.
Do you feel more comfortable here, Taco? You don't have to worry about anything directly in front of you. It's a lot of space.
I already miss it,
Wow.
and I just want it back.
It's too bad. You're never seeing it ever again. Cirquette and Sylvanas, the bands here. And like you heard him on the desk say, I'm really interested to see how Fine OK is able to do. Has spent the majority of the last few months as a jungler in the Challenger Cup scene, but he was initially a solo laner, moving back to his initial role. It's going to be a tough task up against Flashpoint.
It's certainly not a role that he's foreign to, and
Yeah.
I feel as though this is, if anything, is really going to be a chance for him to display himself and the potential that he has as a player in order to flex in between these two roles. But I think it is a slight advantage for him, considering that he is aware already of his mindset for those things. But going ahead and getting into the draft, we see Amaterasu and Ron coming out on the side of Soar Gaming and Flashpoint opting for the Terra. So a little bit of sustain already coming out on the sides of both teams.
Yeah, both teams have it for sure. Amaterasu could be in the support role for Jigs, so I wouldn't be surprised. Usually when you see a new addition to a team, teams will prioritize their picks early on in the draft to make sure that they feel comfortable in the limited amount of time they've been able to practice. So Amaterasu could be support, could be in the solo lane as well. Hunbats and Medusa, two team fight controllers drafted here for Flashpoint. Taking a look at the bands, Zeus, Hercules, the first two on each side. Giannis going to be the one for Soar, trying to focus out Incon in that mid lane.
I really like the Medusa bots combination that Flashpoint has going for them, because one or the other is going to be able to burn out beads and actives, and at the same time both of them very strong team fight potential coming outside of these two ultimates already. And then when you combine that with a Terra ultimate as well as just her general AoE control, and the Morgan, I think we already know that that is probably going to be going to Incon, because that is a character I have seen him display time and time again, and he certainly loves.
I mean, a guy that has played a lot of different roles in the SPL. He's played support. He's played in the mid lane as well. That kind of lends itself to the Morgan's kit, right? You got to be comfortable with multiple different gods and multiple different roles. Gonna have to see if it works out better for Incon than it did for Cyclone Spin for Team Allegiance. Artemis and Bacchus gonna be the dual lane here for Soar. So they do first pick Amaterasu for Fine OK in that solo lane, but this is a very traditional looking comp from Soar Gaming. You've got your warrior that's gonna be your frontliner that takes a little bit longer to get online than most warriors, but overall, I mean, this is just a cut and dry draft from Soar. Flashpoint, on the other hand, they're kind of all over the place.
Flashpoint is relying a little bit more upon their team's execution rather than individual gameplay at this stage, especially when you opt for a character like the Morrigan. You're really looking to just try and combine as much as possible, because with that Morrigan ultimate, I mean, she has a lot of very strong kits that she could potentially pick from the side of Sora, or even her own with an additional Humbat's ultimate that they could potentially have at their dispense, or an additional Medusa.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as well as the global pressure that he could use with Shadowq's ultimate, he could transform into the Athena and use that ult to get anywhere necessary on the map. Hunbat's definitely one of the gods that, you know, when the Morrigan first came out, I remember we were at Worlds, and I'm just sitting there talking with every pro player about, like, man, what about double Hunbat's ult? Oh my God, double Ares ult, and all this kind of crazy stuff. So we could absolutely see some of that here for Flashpoint in Game 1.
And what I also really like about Flashpoint's draft as far as this Morrigan is concerned is I think that it pairs up pretty well, especially with the early game potential, because she has pretty solid lane clear. You can see she's already got the pressure, and they're opting immediately, just looking for these invades right away.
Vedium looks like he may have stolen away the little guys on both the red and the purple buff, knowing that he was going to be all alone with Jigs in the middle lane, just trying to secure himself a little bit of extra farm. But Flashpoint comes over and snags away both buffs from the enemy on the left-hand side, as well as what looks to be the oracles. On the right, you can see FineOK, he's invading the enemy's speed, trying to answer back to Flashpoint's initial invade. So basically, even at this stage, both teams get the enemy team's opposite buffs, but none of their own quite yet.
No, but that's a pretty standard play that we've seen coming out from a lot of these teams early on already, is if you're going to be losing one side of the map, you might as well secure the other end and not focus so much on the map where you're losing your buffs. I mean, you're going to have Xenotronics and Shadowq. With this Medusa, she has so much early clear potential. Combining that alongside the Athena, the lane pressure is just bound to go the way of Flashpoint. But I really like this Artemis-Medusa matchup. Artemis not really a hunter that we've seen too much play so far in the SPL. She's been brought out a couple of times, hasn't found a whole lot of success. But against the Medusa, she has the safe poke and clear potential that you'd really want to try and combat the Medusa with.
Is there no concern about the fact that Xeno can really close the gap and get into Vedium's grill pretty easily with that Lacerate, or is Artemis just looking to basically play under tower for the first few minutes?
You don't really want to risk running into the Artemis early on, though, because she does have her passive with the crit potential, and then on top of that, Artemis has the boar once it hits the level 5 stage, and you don't really, as a Medusa, want to put yourself that far out of position pre-level 5, just in case, because when you have RNG on the side of an Artemis, you never really know what can happen, and 1 or 2 crits is really all that Vedium would need to find the upper hand in a trade.
Well, Xeno zoning Vedium out a little bit here. Vedium doesn't quite have that boar, so you can see Xenotronics playing pretty aggressive because of that. Vedium has gone for the Devourer's Gauntlet start, the spiked gauntlet, really looking to towards the later game stages with this sort of build.
Yes, and with the Spike Gauntlet as well, it just plays so much better into Artemis's kit as a whole, because Lifesteal is certainly the way to go with an Artemis, considering that she has the attack speed steroid, and Devourer's Gauntlet is a pretty favorable pickup for those hunters that already have attack speed steroids in their kits.
You can see Andenser having a little bit of trouble letting go of the jungle roll. He picked up the speed buff on the right-hand side since his red buff got taken away. It's got to be one of the hardest parts of leaving the jungle, is not getting speed, right?
I mean, as a Raw, he's certainly getting a little chance to reminisce, and not to mention, just the speed buff on the Raw is really good early survivability for him, should Flashpoint look to try and do any sort of insane early aggression, because with an Athena, bots, and Morrigan in that mid lane, you never know who Incon's going to turn into, and on top of that, there is already a lot of threat from the Athenaton into a bot's ultimate, and then whatever Incon decides to do.
There is so much CC potential on Flashpoint's composition. Even not factoring Incon's ultimate into the equation, he still has the stun as well. And you just look at the taunt, the Fear No Evil, the Petrify as well. Mirage, he's going in with that Athena ultimate right on top. Fear No Evil onto Homie Faye, who beads and throws the hammer, is able to escape. 3 ultimates burned there by Flashpoint. Homie Faye able to get away with his beads down, but his life intact. No first blood quite yet, as well as the red buff being secured there by Soar. That's a win for the red squad.
And Soar looking to turn the tables onto Shadowq, who could potentially be falling here, but it looks like he's just going to get out.
And he has made the rotation, but Mirage picks up first blood to save Jigs, or excuse me, to put Jigs down and make sure that his team does not give up that first blood. The support does fall, but not before Jigs does. Homie are not able to pick up that kill either. So 1 for 1 right now, 440 in. Even game, but Flashpoint to get that first blood.
Mildly unfortunate circumstances for Soar there, that he would just barely escape with like the skin of his teeth on that Athena up until Anister picked it up. But picking up the Oracles for Flashpoint, that's a pretty big win, in my opinion, after trading out 1 for 1, because now Flashpoint are already going to have that vision secured onto the Gold Fury, which is going to permit Xeno to play as aggressively as he wants, because Homifei, after having already burned out Thor ultimate, sure, that's fine and all, but when that ultimate's back up, he wants to try and ideally ult from that area. So with the vision, it's really going to just let Xeno do whatever he wants.
Xeno does have his boots completed, so he is going to have that additional movement speed that Vedium cannot boast about, but Vedium has started his stacking item. So as soon as Vedium really gets that Warrior Tabi or Ninja Tabi, whatever he likes to go for, it's going to be a big power spike for that Hunter for Flashpoint. Oh, Homie Faye, there's the Fear No Evil from Mirage. No beads, no life. Mirage able to pick him up. 2 early kills for the jungler for Flashpoint, just abusing that relic cooldown for Homie Faye.
That actually was a ton of damage coming out so early on, even at this stage of the game. And that's exactly the kind of gameplay that you want to see from Mirage. He just needs to spam this ultimate as much as possible, especially when you consider the fact that at the very worst case scenario, you could potentially have a secondary bot's ultimate if you really wanted to because of Incon playing this Morrigan.
We don't have a most improved player or, comeback player of the year or any sort of award system like that. But if we did, Mirage would be a key candidate for that most improved player. I think that his maturation in the Pro League ever since he joined last season on Noble has really been a lot of fun to watch. And he can really make a lot of plays out of that jungle position now that he may not have been able to make a year ago.
And I know that it's still early on in this game for Flashpoint, but since we saw them the week before this bye week, they have really started to come together as a team and find that mesh of synergy that we talk about so often that is crucial for teams to really begin finding their victories in these sets.
And they're looking aggressive. We talk about that all the time in terms of this team is playing too passive. They're waiting for the enemy to engage on them, not being the aggressors themselves. Certainly can't say that about Flashpoint in this game, trying to make it happen all across the map, but it's all centered around Mirage. And with the way that Flashpoint's team composition is really put together, I think that's the perfect game plan for the early stages. Aquarius going to take a little bit of time to get online in that solo, and Xenotronics and Incon, they're more mid-game oriented, though Morrigan a little bit more late game. Homie Faye comes crashing down on a Shadowq. The snipe was good, and the spin puts Shadowq down. Homie Faye able to even up the kills 2-2, but Xeno around the backside. Petrify picks up the jungler. Incon transforms into the Thor, teleports in, trying to make the play, but he's tanking the tower. Just a little bit too much there, buddy.
Just caught barely on that tower line, taking shot after shot. Even if he'd been able to get that Thor ultimate off, he would have no doubt dropped from the sky immediately, taking the shot from the tower. But I mean, the thought process behind that was very, very strong, and I still like that play by Flashpoint to do the countering turn. And I think overall, Incon had the right idea there.
Absolutely. And another thing that isn't really talked about as much in terms of the Morrigan and her transformation targets with that ultimate is that she doesn't inherit the points that the enemy is putting into their abilities. So when she transforms into Thor, I'm assuming Incon is leveling as 2, as that's the primary wave clear for the Morrigan. He's going to have the majority of his points in Thor's wall, which is like sick. They're stunned a little bit longer, but I still don't really do any damage to them. No, actually Incon's leveling the 3 aspects, so Thor a perfect target. Those points are going into the hammer.
You can tell that Incon is probably planning ahead of time for how he's going to be utilizing his ultimate on the Morgan, and Shadow Q not having a very good time against that Jigs.
Incon gonna fall as well. Fine, okay, there's his debut kill in the SPL onto Incon. Aquarius picks up Venium in response. Homie Faye trusts his teammate to pick up Xenotronics, and Jigs will do just that as Homie cleans up Mirage. 4, make that 5. Deicide for Soar, looking to get their first points on the season, and they're off to a good start right now, doubling up Flashpoint and kills, 8-4.
Flashpoint needed to take a little bit of a breather there after that engagement, try and figure out what exactly went wrong for them to go ahead and be wiping so soon at the start of the game from what looked like a very strong entryway.
I mean, the initial engagement was just the dream scenario when you draft Bacchus Raw. That's belly flop into Searing Pain every single time, and Shadow Q just isn't tanky enough to really handle that yet. In fact, I think he went for the cooldown boots on the Athena, not really respecting the amount of damage that Soar was going to be able to put out, and as a result, the Deicide goes the way of Soar, the Gold Fury as well. Just before the 10-minute mark, Soar extend their lead up to right around 3,000 gold.
And like you mentioned with the Athena on the CDR boots, picking that up is I don't think it's necessarily a lack of respect for Jigs' damage output as much as it is him trying to spam his ultimate alongside of Mirages as soon as possible. We can see Incon opted for the cooldown boots as well. So I think CDR is really Flashpoint's primary focus here because their team comp is so heavily CC dependent. If they can just spam their ultimates as frequently as possible, Soar, despite how much counterplay that they have available to them with the Thor ultimate, the Raw snipes, and the Bacchus engages, they can still be caught off guard multiple times if you're just unable to really combat the cooldown ratio.
The problem for Flashpoint right now, though, is Jigs on this Bacchus. 3, 1, and 3 for the support. He's 2 levels above Incon right now. And there is not a support in the world I'd rather be 2 levels behind than Bacchus. I mean, he is terrifying when he's ahead.
He's a big boy, but Incon could be a big boy too if he just opts to turn into Bacchus.
That's
And
true. He
I
gets all
mean,
those items.
The flop potential, it's damage. He's got the Intoxicate.
But he's leveling the Chug, if you look at it that way. But by
There
leveling
is-
his 1, then you're not getting that burst damage that Jigs is probably getting by leveling that belly flop.
That's a fair point to make. And at the same time, though, really all you need from the Bacchus is just a flop initiation, and then you can just drop your
And
ultimate.
the ultimate damage,
it's just it's mostly CC at this point in time, really just trying to set up should he opt to turn into Jigs.
Vedium's turned into the aggressor in this lane, feeling a little bit more comfortable, despite still being down a level because of the lead that Soar has earned for themselves. Still right around, a little bit actually closer to 2,000 gold now. Vedium trying to find the trap onto Xeno, forces the beads immediately. The boar from Vedium was a little premature, but regardless, Xenotronics did use the purification beads, and if you're telling me that you trade your ult for purification beads, I'm fine with that trade every time.
And that's a massive win for Vedium anyway, just because of the fact that he has lifesteal. With the Devos online, he can sustain in the lane without a problem, but Xeno can't say the same.
Fine, okay, trying to find Mirage with the damage. There's the stun. The snipe isn't going to find Mirage, but it finds Aquarius instead. All of Flashpoint on the run. Petrify from Xenotronics. Not enough to save his jungler as Homie Faye puts down the opposition. Nice 2-man stun from Aquarius, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, that Petrify was actually from Incon. Holy...
The first one.
The first of a million, man. What? How am I supposed to keep track of that, dude? Come on!
Well, Xeno can't exactly fly at this point in the game.
Maybe he bought Rallying Ritual Taco?
I don't think that's nearly a fast enough response time.
He's quick, Shadow Q. He's gonna go down real quick here after the belly flop from Jigs. Vedium picks up his first kill of the game. Portal Demon goes the way of Soar as well. I was almost gonna call it like Portal Demon thing guy for Tom, but I know what it's called, so I'm
Portal
gonna call
Dude?
it Portal Dude thing. It's always like six names long. It's unbelievable. Middle tower getting sieged down here by Soar. Aquarius is here on the back, trying to root out and do a little bit of extra damage, but just no follow-up whatsoever from Flashpoint. They can't really afford to do so with how far behind they are in experience. Just take a look at the level differences. 2 levels in the solo lane, a level in the jungle, and then you got 3 in the mid.
The main issue here for Flashpoint now, after that last engagement, or after the first engagement around the Gold Fury where their entire team ended up wiping, is that really gave Soar the possibility to just start snowballing this game steadily but surely. And if you look at the roster for Soar, That's a lineup that isn't exactly known for their early game. This is a mid to late game oriented comp, and for them to already be starting to come online this early on in the game could potentially be the start of the end for Flashpoint.
Very scary. Not quite down 5,000 gold yet is Flashpoint, but getting pretty close. 10-4, the kills. Soar still in the lead. The Morgan not having a great game yet again. Lost her competitive debut for Allegiance and Cyclone Spin's hands. Incon gonna have to turn it around, though. With how much damage the Morgan does do in the late game and how much that ultimate gets more and more valuable as the game goes on, you could see Flashpoint try and make some plays around their mid laner.
Out of all the gods in the game right now, Morgan certainly has the strongest possibility for her kit alone, and as far as comeback potential is concerned, but it is still difficult, even if you transform into somebody who's drastically further ahead of you. It's not necessarily going to be the ultimate turntable if the entire enemy team is just so ridiculously far ahead of yours that you can't follow up on any sort of kiting or turning potential that a Morgan might have.
That's true, but I mean, we could see Vedium get pretty far ahead, get a lot of items online, and then Incon only needs one team fight as Vedium, with all those items that Vedium may have, could really turn it around pretty quickly. But I don't know if Flashpoint could afford to give up this Gold Fury. Started up once more by Soar. Annitzer has the Secure ready to go with that Searing Pain. Aquarius uses his ultimate there, trying to make sure that nothing too funky happens. Incon, he's Thor now, comes crashing around the backside, but all of Soar immediately responds. The real Thor, it's his turn to go up in the sky and find a target. Decides not to, but a huge snipe from Annitzer. Meditation popped by Flashpoint, trying to get away from all the damage, courtesy of Soar. Andy on point with this raw. Jigs able to pick up the first kill. Aquarius trying to juke it out in the middle of the entirety of Soar. He will not be able to do so. 2 kills go the way of Soar. And next, the Gold Fury.
And with the raw sustain coming through strong for the side of Soar Gaming, I think that Flashpoint just need to back off at this point in time, except that the Gold Fury, well, actually, the Gold Fury is just going to fall. And before Flashpoint could even think about trying to contest it again, Shadowcube was hanging around the side there, looking to maybe go in for some kind of spicy taunt 3-drop for the steal, but just not any possibility for him to really get in there. And now this T1 tower could potentially be Soar's as well.
No fear from Jigs, and I don't blame him. My man's level 13 with 4 kills at the 16-minute mark. Tier 1 tower in middle falls. Speed buff falls as well, and again, Annitzer having some separation anxiety from the buff is going to pick it up. Just role play like he's still playing jungle. And let's be real, Annitzer wishes he could play raw jungle.
The way that he's utilizing this raw, though, he might as well be a raw jungle. His rotations have been on point. He's just been rolling around the map, dropping heals for his team. Anybody gets low, he's like, I got you, no problem. And his snipes are really what have been just completely on point this game. It's just an absolute disaster for Flashpoint, because even without any setup from his team, he's just been landing blind snipes over walls onto 1-2 targets every single time, and the damage that he's already outputting is just insane.
So Soar, they haven't found a win quite yet, and I think Annitzer still didn't look quite comfortable in the mid lane. I think we can start to say that Andy is starting to find his groove a little bit. I think that we can safely say this is the best he's looked in the mid lane so far here in the spring split of Season 4 after his role swap from his longtime jungle position to the mid. And it's no surprise that it's on the raw, god that he really liked to play consistently even when he was a jungler.
Maybe he's been getting a couple of tips from his bae over there in EU, Nilissa. Just a little bit of tutorial lessons, you know?
I mean, Nilissa's been killing it so far for Elevate ever since she got picked up yet again. The strong mid laner for Europe. Maybe he was just like, hey, Nilissa, what should I be doing here? It's a little bit of couples VOD review, potentially.
You do have to attribute just his skill as well as a player overall. And Flashpoint burning out the Athena ultimate, but just not really any kind of steal or even contesting potential onto that portal demon. It's just going to fall the way of Soar.
And with the secure potential for Annitzer on this raw is just too strong. I mean, the Celestial Beam into the Searing Pain is so much burst damage. It is so easily confirmable that it's very difficult to steal objectives away from raw. One of the reasons that he is a top tier mid laner, everyone always thinks of sustain as the first part, but I think his objective secure is better than most mages in the mid lane right now that we're seeing. I mean, Thoth, it can do about the same damage, but it takes his ultimate and timing that charge up correctly Zara, you just press 1-4 and the objective is basically gone. Just like the tier 1 tower on the left side.
Pressure and vision are just completely on the side of Soar Gaming, and it's really hard for Flashpoint to even try and work their way around this map, considering that Soar just has so much vision that anywhere Flashpoint tries to group up and potentially rotate to, Soar's just already there. And they're looking, not necessarily for the Fire Giant. I think somebody just accidentally stepped onto it a little bit too much, but they might be looking for that FG really soon, considering the lead that they have.
Yeah, it's almost 10,000 gold at the 18-minute mark. Soar really could do just about whatever they want in this stage in the game, though without Vedium, he's still split pushing on that left. It's going to be difficult for Soar to do that Fire Giant. Though they do have the raw sustain, so we could see that, but instead it's going to be the focus onto the speed buff once more. Anister and the rest of Soar trying to take it away from Mirage. Once again, there's the blink in from Mirage. Fear No Evil as well. Incon finds the stun onto FineOK, but it's just not enough damage. Another great snipe from Anister sets the tone, and now Soar's on the offensive. Incon, he's Vedium, but he's dead. Jig's able to put him down with that intoxicating. Mirage and ShadowQ just trying to retreat. 3 members of Soar strong. Xenotronics caught in the wrong neighborhood, brother. That's the mid lane, and Soar owns that now. Homie Faye falls as well. Aquarius has seen this one before. He's in the middle of everybody on Soar with that wall from Homie Faye that's going to block off his escape. 3 dead. Soar in control over Flashpoint.
Even with Incon transforming into the Artemis that was already so far ahead, he just wasn't even able to secure any damage, and the little bit of damage that he was able to output was just immediately being healed right back up again by Anister on that raw. ShadowQ trying to make something happen, but it looks like Mirage is going to go for it.
There's the snipe, but both players were stunned out, so it doesn't hit anybody. But more importantly, Soar get the Fire Giant. Mirage falls. ShadowQ is going to be next. FineOK having an excellent game in his SPL debut, 2-0-9 for the new addition to Soar. Soar looking very, very strong. Despite the new addition to the roster, 17-4. It's probably gonna be some more kills before this one's over, Taco.
Certainly, and on top of that, FineOK has really been doing a great job playing frontline on this Amaterasu, really allowing his team to just do whatever they want in the backline and giving Jigs a lot more flexibility to just kind of roam around with his team and not necessarily have to stick with his carries, because he trusts that FineOK is there to be the kiting and peeling potential for those carries. And so Jigs has just been kind of just flopping and going for it, and that's just what you want from a Bacchus who's already so far ahead. He's got 3 levels onto ShadowQ, and he opted for the Voidstone pickup as well, which means there is plenty of damage coming out from him right now.
Absolutely. Doesn't have the pen boots that we sometimes see on the Bacchus, but it doesn't matter. Jigs actually has more damage than FineOK at this stage in the game, and if you're FineOK, you're about to make your SPL debut, maybe have a little bit of nerve, something like that. Is there a better matchup for you than Terra, where you can just be like, okay, I'm going to get to do whatever I want in the lane. I've got no pressure to worry about. I'll be able to invade if my team is there. I mean, Flashpoint kind of picked right into FineOK's comfort zone in that sense.
Well, that's the nice thing as well for Soar, I think, in that when they saw the Terra pickup come through, they were immediately able to opt for the Amaterasu and not have any concerns in the world, because whether she went support or solo, they just trusted that FineOK would be able to work through that awkward early game stage that Amaterasu can sometimes have, and just really get to display his power potential on this god. And he's done an excellent job at utilizing it, like we've already mentioned, and it's just been such a problem for Flashpoint ever since they lost that initial engagement at the Gold Fury. That was really the little bit that Soar needed, and even with a new pickup onto their team, we're really getting a chance to see what Soar is capable of here.
I mean, not only did they have the new addition, but we're talking about how they've struggled throughout the beginning of this spring split. There's also a new team that had, a role swap, Anister to the mid lane, new members. It takes time to get some synergy, and Soar looks like they finally found a little bit. Jigs can't flop onto Aquarius because of that Terra passive. Frenzy popped, but again, Anister tags Aquarius with that snipe. Homie Faye up looking for Incon. He's gonna find him. The Aegis not gonna matter as Homie Faye gives the Morrigan her 4th death. Great wall out of the Thor, blocks off the escape for the moment. The double flop from Jigs. The Petrify is nice from Xenotronics, but it's just not enough to do anything for Flashpoint. Middle Phoenix falls. They still have 4 members alive, so Soar can't quite end the game yet. They're going to need to get a couple more objectives or a couple more kills.
There's just no damage right now from the side of Flashpoint. They're too far behind, but there's plenty of damage on the side of Soar Gaming, and Shadowkey is going to fall again.
Annenster with his 3rd kill. 3-0 and 11 for the mid lane transfer. Right side Phoenix falls. Only the left still standing. Soar Gaming up about 20,000 gold at the 23-minute mark. Flashpoint, they try to make that engagement happen under that middle Phoenix, just wasn't enough. Can't quite do any damage like you mentioned. Xeno, we'll miss you, buddy.
And immediately, I mean, it's so amazing just how quickly the side of Flashpoint is falling, and they're making tanky characters seem as though they're just not tanks in the slightest.
Well, when you're up by this much, you can do basically whatever you want, and Soar decides they've had enough. 21-4. They end the game at the 23.5-minute mark. Soar finally on the board here in the spring split.
It took a little bit longer than I think most people were anticipating, but they certainly came out with a punch this time around, and picking up their first win, I mean, that's just got to feel good. And not only that, but they played great in game number 1.
They really did, and you have to keep in mind, if you're watching at home and you're a Soar fan, most of their early matchups were very difficult. They've already played Eager, they've already played Luminosity, so their schedule for the rest of the split is pretty favorable. They probably can't get to those top 2 spots, but Soar could definitely shoot up in those rankings pretty quickly, and if they're able to get a 2-0 here up against Flashpoint, that'll do a lot to help alleviate those early struggles and get them a quick 3 points. Let's get into picks and bans here in game 2. Soar with the first pick this time around. I don't think I'd be pretty surprised if we saw the Morrigan for the 3rd time today.
I actually wouldn't be that surprised to see a Morrigan run back. I don't think that in both of the games that we've seen Morrigan play today, I don't think that it's necessarily been the Morrigan that's been the issue as much as it just has been these teams falling so far behind to where you can't even try to utilize that potential comeback mechanic that she has built into her kit with her ultimate.
That's true.
It's just, there's only so much you can do even if you transform into the enemy team.
Well, Cabrakan left open and Soar immediately pick it away. A lot of different places that could go for Soar Gaming. Final K, probably pretty comfortable on in that support role, or solo lane, and then support for Jigs, jungle for Homie Faye as well. Bacchus taken away from Jigs, and I don't blame Flashpoint. Not only did Jigs play great on it in game 1, but Shadowkey played this god more than any other during Season 3, especially during that fall split, so no surprise whatsoever. Zeus the pick for Incon as well. I like the early Zeus pick. Incon looks like a different player when he gets Zeus or Giannis in particular in his hands.
That's because he turns into a DJ when he gets Zeus.
Is that it?
That's it.
How come he was good on
100%.
it before the DJ Zeus skin then, Taco?
That's just Incon, because when you're Incon, it's always a dance party.
Decent save. Ra going to be the selection again for Annenster in the mid lane, and Final K probably on that Warrior once more in the solo lane. A lot more early pressure here for Flashpoint. Bacchus, Zeus, Thanatos. They don't want to lose another early fight like they did in game 1.
No, not at all. And I already like this draft a lot more. You have a very standard wombo combo coming through with the Bacchus Zeus. You can never really go wrong with that combination.
Nope.
And then Thanatos, that is standard Mirage right there. That was the guy that he really established his name with in the SMITE community.
Yep.
And it's a god that, while he hasn't necessarily always found success with it, it's certainly comfortability for him. And as far as Flashpoint is concerned, the times that we've seen them have the most success with this roster is whenever they're playing gods that they find comfortable.
Absolutely. A lot of Hunter bans. Artemis, Rom, and Medusa all banned away. So Flashpoint and Soar are going to pick out a couple, two that we don't see quite as often, though Cupid we're seeing plenty of these days. Pu Yi and Cupid, the 2 selections in that duo lane. Vamana and Odin. So it actually looks like it's going to be Amaterasu in the support role. Vamana this time for Final K. At least that's what I would assume looking at Sora's draft.
And I also, finishing off the draft for Flashpoint with the Hu Yi Odin, and you're combining Hu Yi Ultimate. The circles are pretty much the go-to right now for Flashpoint.
Yeah.
And then on the opposite spectrum, you've got Soar, who also have a ton of lockdown potential coming through with this Cabrakan. In case Cabrakan traps anybody inside of that wall, it could spell disaster once you drop a Cupid Cripple Ultimate on top of everybody. And then Jigs, who could potentially look just for the cleanup with the Amaterasu stun out as well.
Well, I love this Odin selection for Aquarius. You look at Soar, who's getting out of that Odin cage? Nobody. No one has a jump on the side of Soar. No Phantom picked up here at level 1 either. So Soar is just kind of holding that L in that Odin cage. And if you could line it up pretty easily with the Zeus ult into the Odin ult, as well as the Hu Yi ult in the Odin ult, Bacchus can basically line up his ult in that Odin ult. Aquarius just needs to be in fights early and caging as much as possible, because Flashpoint has kill potential on literally every member of SOAR once they're in that Odin cage.
But that's the key component here, and what SOAR is most likely trying to bank on the hardness for not picking up the Phantom at the start of the game. They're just trying to keep Aquarius inside of that solo lane as long as possible, so it's really going to be on fine okay here to ensure that he stays locked down inside of that lane and isn't permitted to rotate early on into team fights, because if Aquarius gets to rotate freely, then yes, that could be incredibly disastrous for SOAR. But if he's trapped inside of that solo lane for the entirety up until the level 12 stage where a Phantom could potentially be picked up, or even worse, SOAR to already have started some kind of a snowball on the other sides of the map, then it doesn't matter how many people Odin traps inside of that ring. We've seen plenty of teams fall down even with a favorable Odin pick on their side.
And no Shell either, so Jigs is going to have a choice to make here, I think, between the Phantom and the Shell, though we could see FineOK potentially pick up the other that Jigs does not. Meditation, the selection for the Warriors support player. Right side controlled by SOAR early on here. On the left, Flashpoint, they steal away the red, about to steal away the purple buff as well. But this is a net win for SOAR. They're gonna get some more buffs on that right-hand side and be able to secure their own as well.
I like that decision-making by Xeno and Shadow to just commit to the purple buff early on. As a Hu Yi with the easy triple bounce available, it's more than... It's just such free farm for you to pick up the enemy team's purple buff, especially when the ADC is left all by himself. And Venium, a smart choice, though, to just play it as safe as possible underneath this tower line, not really looking to overextend and get caught out by a Bacchus flop.
Zito and Shadow make their way all the way to the mid lane, pick up those mid Harpies as well as the Oracles here. Vedium has decided to freeze the wave on the left-hand side, partially due to the fact that he thinks Zeno and Shadow probably aren't there at the time, but also partially out of fear, because if he gets belly flopped, even with that dash at this stage, he probably falls for the first blood. But Zeno and Shadow both miss almost the entire wave. Only 2 archers remaining by the time they make their trek back to the duo lane.
That play isn't necessarily awful, though, for Zeno and Shadow to miss out on the majority of that last wave, because they were able to secure the Oracle Vision, which means that should Homefe look to try and rotate early on to help out Vedium and catch Zeno or Shadow Q off guard in case they use their jump in to engage onto him, they'll be able to see it coming for the most part, unless Homefe does some really, really long rotation. But if Homefe opts to do the longer rotation, he might not get there in time.
We talked a lot about what Flashpoint's game plan is with their composition, how they're going to try and team fight, and it's all centered around that Odin cage from Aquarius. How about on the other side? What is SOAR looking to do? Is there any character that feels particularly vulnerable to you in this draft?
Probably the most vulnerable character for SOAR right now would actually be Jigs. And I say that because most people don't realize just how squishy this Amaterasu is early on. Sure, she can be great once you start hitting more towards that mid-game stride, but at the start of the game, you're really not that tanky. And you can see he opted for the tank boots to try and compensate for this a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if they look to emphasize a lot more focus onto the Amaterasu, because out of the entire SOAR draft, he's probably the most vulnerable character, because Anister is going to be playing further back. Homeface on Kabrakan, who with Vanguard is usually just not really an ideal target early on, and then Benny was going to be in the duo lane for the majority of the time from the start. So Jigs is really the setup factor for the side of SOAR early on, and Homeface and Andy are just the follow-up.
And if Incon can do a good job of baiting himself and forcing Jigs to dash into him, I think that's when you'll see Flashpoint turn on the support player. Incon definitely going to have to be pretty careful with his positioning, because I'm looking at if what Flashpoint has to combat that Kabrakan ultimate. Basically, everyone's going to be A-OK. Mirage could be in a little bit of trouble, but the other 3 members of Flashpoint all have a leap to get up and over that wall. Incon can't really say the same, so I imagine that SOAR are going to be looking heavily to punish that immobile Zeus that can just do so much damage if left unchecked.
Oh, certainly. I mean, immediately when you see Mfe on a Cabrakan, you just know he's going to be living in that mid lane, trying to kill Incon off cooldown, because you take away a Zeus ultimate from a composition that Flashpoint's running, you could be in trouble.
There's the cage. Homie Faye has the Aegis. It's going to buy him a second, but just look at how quickly he falls. Incon picks up first blood. Jigs dashes in, trying to make sure that Flashpoint don't get too much off of that pick. Gonna have to be careful though, taking quite a bit of damage, but the Death Scythe just misses. Aquarius jumps underneath that tier 2 tower, but the meditation from Shadow Q is good. Here comes Mirage up into the sky. Final K teleported in as well. Just not enough damage to pick anyone up there. 1 for 0, Flashpoint. Get that first blood, and what do you know, Taco? It was all centered around the Odin cage.
Hey, I never said that Odin Cage wasn't going to work.
No,
I'm
just saying.
Soar has potential to fight around it.
Absolutely, just not when Homie Faye's all alone. In that
Not
Odin
when he's
cage.
by himself. And I also really like that play by Mirage, not opting to dive into the T2 tower immediately. Even though Jigs' cooldown most likely wasn't up by then, it's still just a safer play overall to not trade out early 1v1, especially when your team just found an advantage and was able to clear out the enemy's solo lane side.
Not quite 1,000 gold in the lead for Flashpoint. Aquarius gonna meet everyone from Soar, and by everyone I just mean Homie Faye, but he doesn't have damage to compensate, make it feel like everyone's there. Return kill early on here for Soar, onto the man who made it happen for Flashpoint. Final K picks that up.
It's crazy because it's like he died inside of that cage. Aggro.
That's so weird. If only he had follow-up with the numerous amount of circles that Flashpoint have drafted around him. That's just Homie Faye making it happen on the Cabrakan. So comfortable on this god. Really, every jungler needs to be at this stage with how prevalent Cabrakan has been in the meta since Season 4 really debuted the early mark of the Vanguard. It just, I mean, what are we seeing Cabrakan for early on in Season 4? Like, why are so many teams picking him up?
It's just that level 1 fight and engage. And speaking of fight and engage, it looks like Homie Faye could be falling down again, but he might be able to get out.
Hits 3 with a stun. Mirage up into that hovering death. Homie running for his life. Not going to be able to get away, but a great slow from Final K. Turns it around. Now Mirage forced to run away from the minions. Final K, great slow there. Saves the life of his new jungler.
That's the peel and kind of potential you really want to see coming out of Final K. And Andister actually making a big debut from that jungle, forcing the meditation to come out on the side of Flashpoint. Man, that was an excellently placed raw snipe. He has been feeling himself today with that.
But a better meditation from Shadow Q. Make sure that Mirage stays alive for the time being. Still 1-1 in kills just before the 8-minute mark. Flashpoint got the first blood, but has been able to keep the lead that got them right around an even game right now. The good news for Soar is that Vedium has now alleviated some of this pressure on this left-hand side. He's really been able to start to free farm, been able to grab his own red buff, and really not worry so much about the pressure that Xenotronics is putting onto him.
And this is just another standard Hunter matchup that could really go either way. Hui doesn't have the CC immunity available to him, like we see so many Hunters that like to do the on her, for instance, into the Cupid because he's got the CC ultimate, but it looks like Sora have another plan in store.
Gold Fury about right around her half HP, but Vedium, it was all a bait. They're looking for Shadow Q, and he easily cleans up the support player. Vedium on the board with his first kill. Gold Fury didn't heal all the way up, but there's a sustain from Annister. Locked in the cage is Jigs and Vedium. Jigs gonna fall to the hand of Incon, but Homie Faye is doing a great job on the backside, controlling 4 members of Flashpoint. Final K there as well. 1 for the new solo laner. 2 for the new solo laner with the stomp down as well. Final K having an excellent debut to the SPL. Soar returned 2-1. And now the Gold Fury could be looked at, but with Annister a little bit low on mana without the ultimate, Sora looked like they want to just get back to farming.
Sora don't really need to go back to the Gold Fury after an engagement like that. They won the team fight, they won the lane pressures, they might as well just continue their farm and try and snowball this as much as possible. And Final K, there is probably no worse feeling as someone who's trying to escape and is barely out last tick of your health, and then you just get Goomba stomped by Vamana.
You just hear that noise as he grows up. I don't know what he like sounds like now after the remodel, but I just think of that like little baby noise as he's getting back up into that ultimate, and then you just know it's just a matter of time. About to get stomped down.
Speaking of a matter of time, Flashpoint don't have much more time to really utilize their early game advantages to try and ensure that Soar don't find themselves in a favorable position like they did in game number 1. Because if I had to look at these drafts purely from who is favored at like what stage of the game, I would definitely say that Soar's draft is heavily favored towards that mid to late game stage, despite unless Flashpoint, of course, get off an incredible Odin cage, but placing so much pressure onto Aquarius, again, having to just ensure that his rings are perfect every time, because in that last fight, we actually saw the Odin ring go down a bit early because of the Gold Fury knocking it over.
Yeah, and that allowed Vedium to escape and make sure he was going to be okay. A little bit unfortunate there for the Soul Laner. Nice double bounce out of Xenotronics, so Vedium going to be able to heal up. Homie Faye graciously allows him to pick up his own hearts. A little bit surprised to see this Devourer's Gauntlet build onto Cupid, though. We've seen quite a bit of Cupid, like I mentioned, but it's always been with the Transcendence Mirage. Oh, I thought he was out, but Annenster says, no way, Jose, with the snipe all the way from the mid-Harpies. Can't lock yourself in position for that long. Speaking of which, Xenotronics locked in position for too long, courtesy of the ultimate from Homie Faye and Vedium combined to knock down the Hunter for Flashpoint. 2 kills on opposite ends of the map. Soar starting to get pretty comfortable here in game 2.
And that just relays back to that initial point I made earlier with the Hunter matchup of Cupid versus Huyi. Huyi not having that CC immune ult anytime his beads are down, and Vedium knows it. We can probably expect to see that Cupid ultimate come landing down on top of him every time.
There's the flop in from Shadowq. Aquarius is here and finds multiple with the ring, but again, the Gold Fury knocks it down. Homie Faye trying to juke around, can't get out of that damage from Incon. Shadowq trying to escape, but Vedium makes sure he pays for that initiation. Mirage is here, finds the Death Sight and the Goomba Stomp onto Vedium. Aquarius picks up his first kill. 2-1. Flashpoint comes out on top in that engagement.
Very strong counterplay engagement by Flashpoint in a situation that could have definitely gone really against them, considering that Gold Fury. I think it's actually Soar's paying that guy off right now to be knocking down these Odin rings.
I saw Jigs hand the Gold Fury like 200 gems. I heard the Gold Fury wanted a voice pack, and Jigs just like, can we get Coop in here? We'll get around to it. But anyways, right now, Soar is still a little bit in the lead, despite the good synergy between Flashpoint's draft. And that's is that intentional from Soar to continue to pull the Gold Fury and make sure that it's knocking down these Odin cages?
I think it's one of those circumstances where they might be starting to realize it at this point in time.
Yeah.
If they just keep bringing her towards us, they can't lock us down by the Incon ultimate with the Odin ring. And I mean, whether or not it's intentional, it's still incredibly well played to Flashpoint to just continue fighting around that and actually coming out on top in that last trade with the 2-for-1.
Yeah.
Really well played by Mirage. Great synergy between him and Aquarius, where even though he wasn't landing on a target that was in executable range, they still had the Odin Bird Bomb damage falling through onto Vedium, and with his dash being down as a Cupid, that's probably one of the worst positions you could be in, is in the jungle.
Not able to get away from the damage from Mirage. Homie Faye falling early on in that fight, also a big factor for why Flashpoint able to take it pretty convincingly. Saw last time Aquarius finds a great cage that is also broken by the Gold Fury, but Homie Faye is able to control 3 or 4 members of Flashpoint on the back end. That time around, Homie the first to fall, so obviously not able to control anybody from the grave. 7-4 right now. Soar still in the lead in kills and in gold, right around 2,000 gold in the lead, or excuse me, right underneath 2,000 gold, 1,800 for the blue squad. Looking to find an important 3 points here. They got their first points of the season in game 1, but there's a big difference between being tied for 7th place with 3 points with Flashpoint, which is what Soar looks to do, or just having 1 point. It would really hurt their chances at finding a decent seed moving forward.
And another important aspect too, when we're talking about Homie Faye here, and you're looking at the draft of Soar, yes, this is a great draft for the mid to late game stage, but majority of the early game damage and potential they do have is coming out from the Kraken.
Jigs, a beautiful flop there from Shadowq, locks Jigs in the cage. No objective to get you out of this one, buddy. There's the heavens. They're raving for Mirage as he finds the execute. Jigs, a clean pick there from Flashpoint. They did invest a good amount of damage and ultimates to find that kill. Soar do have the sustain from the Ra in the mid lane, but just nothing they want to take on the map at this stage.
And Anderson, for the first time in a long time, we actually see him not able to pick up anybody with his Ra ultimate, but this could potentially be a Gold Fury. I'm not sure if Sora are going to want to commit here after Jigs is still dead. And yeah, they're going to go ahead and reset. And that's definitely the smarter play to make. That was one of those circumstances where if they let us get away with it, then sure. But the second that you see 4 people rotating over, it's just better to just let it go.
And Homie Faye is, during that entire time, stealing away the enemy red buff, making Flashpoint make a choice if they were to come in and contest the Gold Fury to have Homie Faye come wrapping around the backside with an excellent angle. Instead, there's the blink in from Homie looking for Incon in the middle lane. Does have both of his relics. The knock up there is good as well. Incon locked in his own cage. There's Purification. The cage saves his life. 3 locked in. Xeno finds Jigs. Final K's next. See you later, Homie. 3 dead. Flashpoint using that cage from Aquarius beautifully.
And that's exactly what you want to see from Aquarius every time on this Odin. Just the more you trap inside of that cage, the worse that it's going to be for Soar. And they do have a Phantom available now. Fine, okay. Actually, I don't think he was able to find it in that last engagement, but now with the Phantom available on the side of Soar, they're certainly going to be looking to bait out these fights a little bit more in their favor, because if they can force out Aquarius' cage, that's a ton of the lockdown potential for the side of Flashpoint just gone. And surviving that Odin ring, that could potentially spell a massive wipe for Flashpoint.
That's been the game plan all along for Flashpoint. Use Aquarius' Odin cage. The 2 fights that Sora's won because the Gold Fury knocks down the Odin cage. Every fight that Aquarius has been able to use that cage in a jungle scenario or in the lane, it's resulted in some kills basically for Flashpoint, who are now in the lead, not only in kills, but in gold as well, up right around 1,000 gold, really turning it around. And you were talking about how you needed to see Flashpoint start to take the lead with the composition they've drafted, and I think that that's exactly what they're starting to do.
Small gold lead, not really one to boast about or anything like that at this point in time, but that's not really the important aspect of this game. For the composition that Flashpoint are running, it's predominantly based entirely around how many picks they're able to secure in these fights, because really all that they need is even just like 1 or 2 strong picks off the side of Soar, because taking away any of the members from Soar significantly impacts Soar's draft, in that if you kill Homifei, they lose a lot of damage and potential setup for Anister and Vedium. If you kill Fine OK, there goes the front line. Jigs, there goes the front line. And then, of course, killing Vedium himself, I mean, where's your damage going to be coming from?
Portal Demon started up here by Flashpoint, getting pretty low. Final K knows this is happening. Gonna try and steal it away. Detonate wasn't able to secure it, and Final K is with the 2! The jungler turned solo laner is here, and now Homie Faye comes out of the portal, stuns Mirage, and Anister snipes him as well. Homie picks it up, Final K gets it all started, and able to secure it for Soar. Final K uses that Phantom, gets everyone out of the cage. Incon the next to fall. Aquarius in the middle of everybody. Trying to get away is Flashpoint. But what a play from the new solo laner for Soar. That was incredible.
Homie just running through that portal and just completely destroying Mirage's life, setting up Anister. That was great.
Aquarius uses the jump right as multiple members of Soar come through that portal. Does have that blink away, but he's going to have that jump up soon. There it is. Still gets hit by that Heart Bomb. Vedium still trying to chase it out, but Aquarius has so much CDR and just so much HP, able to jump away, no problem whatsoever. That was a very Kool-Aid Man-esque moment from Homie Faye. He just comes screaming through the portal, like breaks down the wall. It's perfect.
Oh man, and I mean
finds a stun. Anister with the snipe. Oh yeah. That's what it is, dude.
That was also a perfect engagement by Fine OK as well, recognizing that Aquarius had used his jump in, because even though Aquarius escaped with his life, he still had to expend his blink in order to get away safely. And so with that being eliminated and around the same cooldown as the Phantom on the side of Fine OK, that just means that it'll be a little bit difficult. It'll be much more difficult for him to try and engage this Odin ring.
Aquarius is forced to use the cage defensively. That's a bad look for Flashpoint, and then Andy again with the snipe. He's on fire right now on this Raw. Shadow Q can't jump away thanks to the Fields of Love. Andy picks up the double kill. Soar with their 11 kills, just looking so clean. And all it takes is Flashpoint's in the lead. They've done what their composition wants to do. They're like, okay, we can start to take these fights. And then a botched secure on the Portal Demon. FineOK steals it away, and Soar just riding that momentum wave.
Sora is certainly a team that you don't want to give even the slightest bit of momentum to, and especially if I'm Flashpoint and I see Annister at any point in time right now, they have got to be panicking when they don't see the Raw on the map, because these snipes by Andy they're nuts. Honestly, like I don't know how many lines of G Fuel he snorted today, but he's just absolutely insane right now.
Aquarius forced to teleport to the tier 2 tower, just trying to fend it, though it is 1 HP. Basically, anyone who wants to go over there and smack it will earn 1,500 gold for Soar. Though that is a good look for Flashpoint that they at least keep that up for the time being, gives them at least somewhat of a shelter in case of a Gold Fury fight, which will probably be happening very soon with the Gold Fury respawning in the next 10 seconds. Soar has reclaimed the lead after a nice fight back from Flashpoint. Still 3 kills up, and again, all centered around how well Annister has been playing on this Raw. But Vedium also is his express purpose has been to make sure Bacchus can't jump away, and it's worked out beautifully so far for Soar.
And it looks like Vedium could be potentially just soloing this Gold Fury away, and that's the advantage of going Devils on Cupid. And you mentioned it earlier about how we're typically accustomed to seeing the Transcendence on these Cupid picks, but we've seen it happen a couple of times now. Oceans in particular prefers to go the Devourer's Gauntlets onto this Cupid, and it's because of ever since he was re-kitted to where his 3 got changed, and now putting points into his dash actually increases his attack speed as well, which in my personal opinion also favors Cupid to just opt for the Devourer's Gauntlets. And when he's facing off against a Hui that decided to go for the Transcendence build as well, I think overall that gives him such a better advantage in this matchup, especially when he has a heal in his kit as well.
I would argue the opposite though, with the fact that with that it's in that same change, his 2 no longer consumes the passive stack, so you can use the 2 when your passive is full, get a bigger burst heal, that it kind of opens the door for you to go for Transcendence and really make use of Cupid's fantastic scaling on both Heart Bomb and Fields of Love.
But when you have an attack speed steroid and you're facing off against a hunter who lacks one in his kit, attack speed steroids is always going to favor the guy with Devourer's Gauntlets and Lifesteal, and that's exactly what Cupid does against Hu Yi, and that's another reason why it makes the matchup so difficult for a hunter without CC in his kit.
Certainly works out so far for Soar. They knock down that tier 2 tower, but there's the blink in from Aquarius. He finds the cage. There's a Hu Yi on top as well. Annister can't find the stun that time, but Jiggs is doing a great job controlling everybody from Flashpoint in the back. Here's the sustain coming out, and there's Vedium's job, making sure no one can jump away. Mirage can't find the execute. FineOK a little bit too far forward, but is able to big baby waddle his way right out of danger. So the rest of Soar still thinking about engaging, but it's going to take him a minute unless Homie blinks forward, trying to find the stun. Cannot quite find it. But again, this favors Soar, not only because of the sustain from Annister, but from Vedium as well. People really undervalue that heart heal.
Not to mention that Soar's composition, their draft doesn't rely as heavily around their ultimates as Flashpoint's does. So with every single ultimate being off the table for both teams, Soar still has a ton of kill potential onto Flashpoint. But the same can't be said for Flashpoint, because everything that they do relies entirely around their wombo combos, and if those aren't available, what are you left with, really?
That's a great point. Homie is on this Bracken, one of those characters that can make your team always have kill potential, even without an ultimate. So Soar able to put that sustain to good use, rotate over and secure that Portal Demon, no problem whatsoever. We saw just how well Homie can utilize that. Flashpoint thinking the same thing, hanging around here.
They want to be sneaky.
I like the idea.
Because if they Odin cage whoever runs through there, that person's probably going to die.
Yeah, 100%, especially with that Phantom down for FineOK, which was key in that last engagement in making sure Annister, who was caged right off the bat, was able to escape with his life. Annister did still need to use both of his relics, but like I mentioned, Jiggs around the backside. And that's one of the things that I think can make Soar be a really, really strong team to go up against in the later stages of the spring split, is that Jiggs is just such a different style of Guardian. He really can fill this third backline diver role that most Guardians don't really want to play.
Cheeky little ricochet there, and it looks like Aquarius is trying to get Jigs locked down inside of that ring.
This is a great situation for Soar as they only found Jigs. Incon on the run, and Andy again with the snipe. 4 kills for Annenster. Zeno knocked up, controlled. Homie Faye puts him down for his 4th kill as well. Tell me if you heard this one before. A great snipe from Annenster knocks down an enemy player from Flashpoint. Shadow Q very, very low, knocked up and put down by Homie Faye. 5 for the jungler Aquarius. He's next. 4 dead for Flashpoint. Only Mirage left to stand and watch as Soar knocked down that tier 2 tower. Fire Giant is next on the docket.
Between the raw heal, the Cupid Hearts, the meditation, and just Amaterasu's passive in general, it's just, there is so much sustain on the side of Soar. It's pretty insane. Like, there's just, if Flashpoint can't find the owner ring on more than one character, I mean, we saw it. It was just complete and total devastation.
It was always one of those moments where Aquarius blinks in, cages Jigs, and then all of Flashpoint go, uh-oh, we only caged Jigs. That means we're screwed. And then they just turn and run, but Jigs is able to find it with that movement speed aura, like you mentioned. Just too difficult to get away from Soar, who really do have a lot of mobility on their side of this roster. I mean, Final K and Homie Faye, both 2 very quick characters. Final K, of course, with the dash. Homie Faye with that movement speed steroid. Vedium with the dash. Raw, pretty quick character in his own right. And then with that Amaterasu passive on all 5 members of this team, very difficult for Flashpoint to disengage, especially without a sprint on their side.
My favorite part about all of this is that Annister's speed buff Raw again.
I'm telling you, dude, he's having trouble. He's like, yo, guys, I'll play mid, but homie, can I just take speed every once in a while? Like, it's going to make me feel better. Homie's like, yeah, I mean, I guess. Like, I'd rather have it, but this is what it's going to take. I guess I can give you speed.
I mean, if he keeps landing snipes like that, I don't think that Homie has too much to complain about.
Very
because between this comp from Soar, you would not believe, looking at them today, that they have had as much trouble as they have so far this split in finding success and victories.
And like I mentioned, I mean, they have had a lot of tough matchups. They've played the 2 top seeds in North America already. The rest of their schedule is looking pretty favorable. So I think it is feasible that Soar could really have a bounce back, especially with the fact that their roster seems to be coming together. They're working much better together as a team than they were previously. And Final K looking pretty solid in the solo lane, getting some stability there. It could really mean that Soar could really jump up the standings pretty quickly towards the end.
These ricochets are tickling. I didn't even see the
level
health
18.
bars go down.
Shadow Q does have a frenzy. Flashpoint trying to make one last desperate stand on this left side. Phoenix Aquarius blinks in and finds basically air as he found Homie Faye, but who immediately then blinks out. There's the Fields of Love directly onto Incon. Jigs there as well, trying to get him, but Aquarius has been left alone in the backside. Great flop in and Intoxicate gets Aquarius out of danger. Left side Phoenix still stands. This is a great hold so far from Flashpoint. But I don't know how much it's going to matter, Taco. They've got the Fire Giant regen. Soar also have the regen from Vedium and from Annenster. All that hard work, just for naught.
It's just gone. Every single bit of it. There's no way that this Phoenix is left standing by the end of the second engagement.
Homie Faye still has his ult, locks Mirage in, forced up into the hovering death immediately, but can't quite find the kill. Left side Phoenix falls, middle Phoenix next for Soar. Again, making use of that Solar Blessing from Raw. Aquarius almost has his Odin Cage. It comes up, but there's not enough damage there. No other ultimates. Plus the Phantom's up, and Homie Faye says, I don't care about your ultimate. I'm just going to kill your mid lane. Mirage falls as well. Final K picks up his 5th kill. Soar 17-8. They want to get this last Phoenix before they try and end it, though.
This is absolutely crushing onto Flashpoint, and there's just no way to combat it. Their draft was so strong against Soar, but even with the great fights that they had around that Odin cage, it's just all crumbling at this stage in the game, and they just can't combat the sustain and damage on the side of Soar.
Can't combat the snipes from Annenster either, as he picks up another kill there onto Shadow Q. Soar with a convincing 2-0 victory, secure not only their first points, but 3 points here today, tying them at 7th place. 7th place. with Flashpoint.
What an incredibly clean set from Soar today. And
Yeah.
like I mentioned, that is a complete 180 from the Soar that we've been seeing. And yes, they had difficult matchups, but kudos to these guys for really finding their stride in this game today. And I mean, just excellent gameplay.
They killed it. They absolutely did. And this is a sign for brighter days ahead for Soar. Tom and Toli, can you tell me the answer to this question?
I don't know. I'm going to get my sunglasses on because the future just might be bright. They pick up a new solo laner in Fine OK, and things seem fine. Okay. At least against Flashpoint, they do the job. Flashpoint has had their struggles. That said, Incon brings up the Morrigan, and it doesn't quite work. Why did Soar get off to such a fantastic start?
It was homie FA on the Thor to start things off to pair up with Anister's Rock. He found so many great setups with the long-range stun, the global ultimates, making it so easy for Anister to do top player damage in the first game, going 4-0-12.
Fantastic stuff here, and this is just, you know, what you expect out of homie FA. The passing of the torch was made official here when Soar really came together. I think there was a lot of rumbling saying, hey, Andy was once the absolute end-all, be-all. That was rough for
Yeah,
Incon.
we're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that one later. But Andy was once the end-all, be-all of the jungle, and right here you see his transition in the mid lane certainly working out. And like I said, I think a lot of people were talking, hey, maybe this homie FA guy might take the reins away from Anister. And rather than actually come to fruition, Andy jumped out to the mid lane and let homie FA really take over the range. And homie FA and Jigs did a lot of the heavy lifting.
Honestly,
here.
everyone on the team did so much damage in that team fight. Jigs specifically, he was above everyone on the player damage chart except for Xenotronics in that game. That's how you can tell one team is so far ahead whenever the enemy support is just out damaging your carries.
With that said, I mean, you got to look at what Jigs is playing. He's on that Bacchus. He certainly, that's his entire job, is to really bring that damage. And you can see that damage wind up right here on the player charts. Just total domination coming out from Soar, both in game number 1 and game number 2. So things certainly worked out in their favor. Absolutely. Just control, I think, is the gimmick right there. And one of the new players for Soar, like we said, a lot of the 4 other players really just did what they were supposed to. This team saw some struggles early on, mainly noted because they didn't have anybody in the short lane. Now they've got Fine OK. This player has routinely played at the high levels of the he's at that cusp right underneath that level of professional play. We've seen him in the Challenger Cup, now the Challenger Circuit, and we've seen him successfully play out in things like the Combine, etc. How did you feel about Fine OK in the solo lane?
I think he did a great job. Transitioning from the jungle position to the solo is always an interesting task for a player's mindset, especially in a team such as Soar Gaming that has veterans such as Jigs, Vedium, Anister. These players are not players that it's going to be very easy to necessarily do good in terms of expectations, right? So you have a lot of standards to meet.
Exactly. There are a couple of players in the scene that, you know, if I'm a new player coming in, I might want to play, you know, next to somebody like an Incon or next to somebody like a Barracuda, right? Very, very soft and fluffy. Anister, Jigs, Vedium, historically not so soft and fluffy. They want to win, and they want to win now. Next to homie FA, certainly a team that I think has those expectations, like you said. And Fine OK seemed to do rather well.
Oh, yeah.
Both games in the solo lane. Vamana is sort of his go-to character if you're aware of his gameplay, and seeing him play the baby in game number 2 was a lot of fun.
He always penetrates that backline very easily, and homie FA did the same thing in game number 2 as game number 1, just doing a great job going into that backline, this time playing the Guardian Kabrak, and he was all over the map, setting up a lot of these plays, catching people out of position, even in lane or the jungle.
Yeah, it's very fun watching homie FA be able to sort of swap mentalities from game 1 to game number 2 here. Like you said, playing the Guardian, I think that's something that some of our other junglers in North America don't have control over. Either they're going to be this tanky option style jungler, or they're going to be the assassin style jungler. You're going to see Thanatos game 1 and Kabrak in game 2 when it comes to homie FA. And having that sort of option and having that wiggle room on your situation when it comes to composition is a very powerful tool.
It doesn't matter what god you're playing, as long as you're pairing up and setting up Anister for snipes like that, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Game number 1, it was 11,000 healing. Game number 2, extending that to 20k.
big numbers right there. Also, the damage mitigated, I think, tells a lot of the tale right there. 122,000 damage mitigated, a stat that we don't normally look too closely at. But when there's a 50,000 damage differential right there between the two teams, then you got to start to think of where was the damage from Flashpoint actually going. Well, the problem was what you have a jungler like Kabrak, and he's obviously going to be a little bit tankier in that front line, absorbing a lot of that damage. 50,000 damage meaning nothing is a very, very big deal. Unfortunately for Flashpoint Gaming, FineOK absolutely did something. He makes his Pro League debut here for the guys on Soar and looks absolutely fantastic. We actually have the young rookie on the line here playing the Vamana in that short lane for game number 2. FineOK, congratulations on your win. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing great. Thank you for the congratulations. Those games were really fun, and I'm glad I was able to help my new team get their first W's in the SPL.
Yeah, it was really cool seeing you join the big boys squad. Like we said here, sort of ad nauseum, we've watched you on the lower level, and kind of have always seen players like you and a couple of other standout players in the amateur scene, or the semi-pro scene, if you will, stand out and just sort of wait to make your jump. Here now in the SPL, what's the biggest difference you can tell me playing for Soar here in the SPL versus your previous teams in the lower circuits?
I think the biggest difference is that I'm now 100% playing to win the game. Before, there was an aspect of just playing to prove myself because I wanted to get to the next level, right? So now it's just doing whatever it takes to help my teammates win the game and now that I'm in the next level, that's all I got to worry about.
You sort of done the proving of the point, and now you're here to actually deliver it. And
exactly.
I think we actually got to see that. So some fans at home really only watch the SPL. I mentioned before that Vamana is one of your go-to selections. What can we expect from you, without giving too much away, what can we expect from you in the future? What's your play style like? Tell the fans at home what to expect from FineOK in the future.
I like playing aggressive gods, but I can always pull out those guardians that are, they have to be a little, I guess, play it a little slow early, but I don't want to give too anything away, or anything, but I like warriors and guardians for the most part, but that's just solo lane.
So tell me, what's the easier or the harder transition for you? Going from jungle to solo, or going from the Challenger Cup to teaming up with Soar members here in the SPL?
Well, I was originally a solo laner, so it's pretty easy to transition back into it, but playing with these new teammates, they're amazing, and they're actually really good with playing with new players. They, help you out and try and, recommend things and, tell you if you're doing something wrong, which is good because I need to improve. I have things to improve on to, hopefully be one of the best solo laners in the SPL. So that's what we're kind of working on right now.
That's the goal, right?
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely, man. Now, before I said, players like Barracuda might be a little bit nicer, and I painted the guys on Soar as maybe being a little bit heavy-handed. What's that dynamic actually like behind the scenes? Are they helpful in? How helpful are they, and how so?
Well, they're definitely very helpful, and I wouldn't say they're less helpful than a person like Barracuda. But for me personally, and just my personality, I'm fine with people being straight up with me and tell me what I need to work on, what I need to fix, because all I want to do is get better, and I don't care if they're giving it to me in a harsh way,
Exactly. It's all about the results, and you certainly achieved them here in this set, bringing you and your new team to their first victories in the SPL. Now, before we let you go, is there anything else you'd like to say to the fans at home or otherwise?
Shoutouts to not using actives in Vamana, and shoutouts to Soar Gaming and my new team, and they're awesome.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That is the new solo laner, FineOK, for Soar Gaming. Last week, unfortunately, the squad had to forgo and forfeit their matches thanks to their solo laner, Benji, splitting at the absolute last minute. So now they come through with a new solo laner with a vengeance and actually look, honestly, Toli, pretty damn good. There are a couple of players in that realm. If you don't get a chance to watch the Challenger circuit at home, you should give it a shot. We've changed things up. If you haven't caught any of the details, we have our Pro League still, but the Challenger circuit right underneath it is sort of a minor league in and of itself, with the open bracket tournament being even below that. So the teams do have a chance to really solidify themselves, and you can follow the players like FineOK and some of the other players that are staples of that world that hopefully make the jump to our Pro League. We'll take a look at a snapshot of the league to see how these teams have done based on their performances today and where they wind up. Team Eager at the top now, separating themselves by 1 point away from LG with a fantastic performance today. Flashpoint, however, are going to join Soar on the bottom down there with only 3.
Yeah, finding these 3 points off of Flashpoint is a big victory for Soar Gaming because it also gives them that tiebreaker ahead of them.
Exactly. As far as our day today, we've gone through 3 out of our 4 matches, and of course, our final match will be our game of the week, our Thursday Night Smite. Thursday Night Smite. If you heard the promo, it's Energy versus Team Dignitas. We'll see how these guys battle it out and who winds up on top, and if anybody finds the solo kill. We'll be right back after these messages with that game. Stay tuned for some more SPL.
Welcome in. It's the matchup you've all been waiting for. Thursday Night Smite. We're here. We're ready to go. I'm aggro. They let you back on the desk?
I just don't let anybody know, please.
All right, we're going to get into this
Keep
Thursday
one
Night
time.
Smite matchup. Dignitas versus Energy. It's going to be a lot of fun here. I mean, Dignitas, they've spent the majority of the season, everyone's saying this is the new EU powerhouse team. This is their chance to prove themselves, Taco, up against the defending world champs.
I mean, you've got one powerhouse team facing off another potential, and that's always bound to be an incredibly exciting matchup. And I am more than prepared to really just see how it's going to face off as far as these core comps are concerned. We've seen it already earlier today when we saw Valence versus Obey with Lobster and Funballer Azalea against Ataraxia, Prime and the guys. But now we get to see how Dignitas are going to face off with Energy and just adapting in Yaman versus Cuvo and Trix, and it's just I am really excited to see how these guys face off.
I mean, Variety leaves Obey thinking that that team can't overcome Energy and the World Champions. This is his chance to show that his new team can do just that out of the solo lane. Really excited. Zeros as well up against his former coaches, basically. Zero's the coach for Energy at last year's World Championship. Take a look at the standing and see exactly where Dignitas and Energy both rank as far as the North or European teams go so far here in the spring split. Dignitas there in that three-way tie at the top. Energy right underneath that three-way tie, but still a pretty surprising margin between those three teams in Energy and Lion Guard.
Energy had a bit of a slower start to the split than what they probably would have preferred, considering they did fall early on to Obey, and now it's actually Variety's turn to show that he can keep up just as much as his old team was able to, and so you know he's hungry for this 2-0.
Absolutely.
He wants it probably more than like anybody else on that team right now, especially considering he has to show off to Obey, I made the right decision.
I mean, Variety certainly handled Dimmy pretty well at Worlds. Obviously, we all remember the incredible performance that the solo laner had on the then Obey squad, so let's see if he can do it again for Dignitas this time around out of the solo lane. Let's get right into the picks and bans. Here we go, game one, Dignitas versus Energy. The Thursday night SMITE matchup we've all been waiting for, Taco.
And immediately Khepri taken right off the board on the side of Team Dignitas, not allowing to have Raffer have any sort of fun this time around with the bug.
I mean, he loves to play that pick, and we've seen so much success for Energy. They're really the only team that's running Khepri and then Wrath, the Hand of the Gods there with the Relic to make sure that they can secure their own buff. So you know Energy's going to have some sort of strategy up their sleeves. They always seem to. On her, the other ban here for Team Dignitas, focusing out Emilito, and then Thoth and Hunbats for Energy. That leaves open Sylvanas for Trixtank.
I actually really like the Sylvanas pick on the side of Dignitas here for Trix. He still has a very strong laning phase with his AoE auto attacks, which really help to clear out those archers. So if the bots is being eliminated from the side of Energy, and the Susanoo, this is a pick that Adapting has definitely been favoring a little bit more than usual recently, especially because of how much control it can provide for his team in maneuverability, as well as just lock-in potential with the fact that he has the pull in, and it's so much setup on the side of Energy already just from one pick alone.
And the Scotty as well. ML, the initial Scotty player in the SPL. Funballs picked it up, some other players as well, but you know Emilito's going to be comfortable on the Norris Hunter. Kabrakan and Neath locked in here for Team Dignitas. Love this Neath selection. Almost certainly for Lobster in the mid lane. I was going to say a flex pick, but Funball's not going to play the Neath. Let's be real here.
You never really know what to expect from Team Dignitas. I wouldn't be surprised to see Arkil trying to make something happen with the Neath, just because if it is a Scotty in that duo lane, Neath has a little bit more flexibility facing off against a Scotty, because Scotty, unlike other hunters, doesn't have the same chase down potential. But you can most likely anticipate it going into the mid lane, just because, I mean, if you give such a strong setup factor for Zeros on that Neath in the mid lane, he just has so much that he can do with it.
I was still on the Valence Obey matchup there, but it's Zeros and Arkil, of course, the two players for Dignitas. A couple Guardians banned away by Dig, Terra and Fafnir, a couple Warriors by Energy, Tyr and Hercules. And it's going to round out the selection here for Team Dignitas, taking a page out of Valence Squadron's book. That's why my brain was on it. The triple Guardian, double Hunter, Ymir and Rom going to be the last two selections here for Team Dignitas. Energy going to lock in the Cupid. So it's going to be a Hunter for Yemen in the mid lane, but it's a matter of which one.
I would probably expect to see the Cupid in the mid lane.
Have to wait and see.
But you never really know with Emil and Yaman.
They're going to play something weird, but they're probably going to play it pretty well. They've got their matchup up against Team Dignitas. Can Energy continue to prove that they are at the top of Europe, even without being there in the standings? Tom and Toli, take it away.
Well, the defending world champs certainly have an uphill battle to go ahead as they take on Team Dignitas. Team Dignitas, the newly formed squad, Variety's new team, has looked absolutely dominant. Looked like absolute domination throughout the entirety of our first split.
And unfortunately for Energy, they have been looking the complete opposite at the beginning of this split. Couldn't really make the adaptations for Season 4. They've been struggling a little bit with 5 points, whereas Team Dignitas sitting with a three-way tie at 10 points. Very important set for both of these two teams.
If Energy wind up taking the win, don't forget, they get 3 points, and that puts puts them just 2 points shy of the 10 of place number 1. Without further ado, it's Thursday Night Smite, Team Dignitas versus Energy. Let's get to it.
Still, with this double Hunter, triple Guardian composition from Team Dignitas. I really like this style because it's really powerful in the mid game, and it really works well with teams that can synergize very well together, playing off of one another. You kite forward, you have one tank go in, take a bunch of damage, second tank goes in, takes a bunch of damage as well. So as long as you cycle those in and out of action, especially with Trix tank healing with the wisps from his Sylvanas play, that's going to be the impact in Team Dignitas controlling team fights in the mid game.
That mid game is going to be all up to adapting here on the side of Energy to really keep Energy afloat. Like you said, Team Dignitas' structure here. Variety, although he's relegated over to the solo lane, should be very powerful early on. So because he's in the solo lane, you're not going to see those hot early game Ymir ganks that come from the big base damage out of the Ice Carpet and the Freeze. Instead, you're going to see Kibo Fred making these rotations on the Cabrakan and really look to lock players down for some of the sustained damage out of Zeros. But like you said, Totally, once they really hit that mid game, on the other side for Energy, it's really all about adapting, trying to keep the team afloat.
Yeah, adapting, playing the Susanoo, something that he hasn't really been opting for quite recently. He's going to have a lot of mobility throughout the map, already trying to play very aggressive inside the jungle of Team Dignitas. In the duel lane, though, Trix tank, he's taking a lot of damage from that ice ring.
Yeah, and that's a ton of poke that Energy have already put onto Team Dignitas' duo lane. Trix tank is able to go ahead and heal it up thanks to the pick of Sylvanas, so there is a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but either way, Energy certainly have the pressure in this duo lane. Where will they exert it, though? Because it's not all out. I don't know where they're going to head.
Raffer was able to get his own purple buff, so it makes them have the advantage slightly. As long as that Raffer is within distance of Trix tank and Arkle, they're going to reduce the protections of both physical and magical by 10, which could give them the slight edge in terms of the trading, especially with Raffer hitting level 3.
Nice little pluck to put Raffer way out of position. Rather, Trix tank, Raffer's right in position to do the good deals, but not going to find it just yet. Meditation chased out, however, so the next time we see that play, that's going to be toast for Trix tank. Big play chasing that Meditation out this early on.
Absolutely. Not even 2 minutes into the game, you're forcing your support to use his relic right off the bat, giving you complete control, and that's something that's very rare against the Sylvanas in the dueling, who has those AoE in hand. So it just goes to show that Energy is not afraid of that necessarily. They gave up the lane pressure at first to secure their own purple, conceded a little bit of gold under tower, and then came right back into it with the experience lead off of the purple buff.
Yeah, the Scotty just has so much power when it comes to not only push, cute little play there, but also just the threat, right? The threat that they offer against the enemy. If you walk out of position, you're just going to get eaten by the dog.
And this is why we see the purple buff being invaded this time from Energy. We actually didn't speak about this, but the Hand of the God start. Ooh, Variety, though, getting pulled out of tower. This is something you definitely want to do as a Susanoo against any Guardian that doesn't have a natural escape.
Yeah, very, very strange pathing there by adapting, however, to just walk right into the freeze. Point I want to make before it gets too late, that purple buff, the little minion was left standing, and I don't think Team Dignitas know that, totally. So by leaving that by leaving the little minion there instead of clearing the entire camp, you can see, thanks cameraman, you can actually see the fact that Team Dig have to kill this little minion before the timer restarts. So right now, it's just wasted time here. This minion, when it dies, that's when we see the timer count towards the next spawn. So Dignitas just realizing that now is kind of troublesome.
And that's a 3-minute difference. So that goes down to 3:19, which means it'll respawn around 6:19. The purple buff of Energy is about to respawn in about 30 seconds or so. And by the time that comes up, we'll see Raffer pick that up. He'll have it in action and ready in preparation for the next respawn of the purple buff from Team Dignitas.
And it seems like we're splitting hairs here, folks. Because we are. It's a very small, minute difference, but when you're up against this type of competition, these are the two of the arguable best teams on the entire planet. When it comes to playing Smite, you're not going to be able to identify the things that separate these teams by a large glaring, well, 5 players died. It's going to be things like this: small optimization in the jungle, making sure that Emilito waits for Raffer before hitting that last hit so that Raffer can get farm on that purple buff as well. These minute things are what made Energy not only world champions once, but twice, and what could bring them up to the same level for a third time if they get things going.
Adapting, taking a lot of poke. They're great root from Zeros, like you mentioned before, playing off of one another in the dual lane, but Adapting does like to go aggressive every now and then by his lonesome, seeing if he can catch anybody out of position, especially a very low health Neath in the mid lane. Susanoo has a lot of burst damage potential, and whether or not you get the kill as Susanoo, you can easily get them to 25% health or less and then force them to back, controlling some small objective in the mini-map, whether it's the Oracles or the Fire Giant Elementals.
2 levels right now separate our hunters. Arkle on the bad side of that, 5. As opposed to Emilito 7. That is a result of some of those invades that we saw there on the jungle. But where else does that experience come
well,
from?
Well, Emilito has 3 purple buffs to his name, whereas Arkle has 0 completely, as well as now Arkle sharing a little bit of experience with Trickstank in that last dual lane wave. But Emilito gets pulled in, knocked up, a lot of damage.
And that's all because of the vision that Dignitas has right there. First blood. That's how you start a game. It'll be Arkle right there off of the back of Trickstank. That ward coming out from Team Dignitas right there that Trickstank is walking over. That is what enabled Team Dignitas to find that kill.
If a team's going to play aggressive, well, guess what? We're going to ward your pathing of your next objective that you're going to expect to be stealing. But there's no more dash on Raffer, but the ultimate from Typhoon just to make sure that the Guardian walks away.
Big burst damage coming out of that jungle Cabrakan there for QVO. Just a very strong look. And this is one of the classics. QVO Fred has been known for this Cabrakan. Cabrakan now, sure, might be one of those first pick, first bans, but QVO Fred is just sitting there sort of very smugly saying, I told you so to everybody, because QVO, back when he was on the squad with Lobster and everybody else, he had been known to bring this Cabrakan out, and people were like, man, there it is, Orbit just picking janky picks again, but it's always worked. What doesn't work is being kept in the dark. Team Dignitas, a lot of times in this position I say, Team B watches as Energy take the Gold Fury. Well, Team Dignitas didn't even watch. They had no idea. They were on the other side. They were just completely in the other spot. And Energy makes sure that Team Dignitas don't watch as they take the Gold Fury. That'll be almost a 1,000 gold lead for Energy, nice and easy. Why did Energy feel so confident in making that call?
They had the Oracles. They also have a little bit of aggressive vision underneath the bottom right, the left side mid Harpies there with their own regular ward. So they would also be able to reset that Gold Fury at any given notice. They have a lot of burst damage here with Adapting and Yamit. They didn't even have to use any of their ultimates, not to mention the mechanic of using the Caldear Dog from Emilito Scotty will actually tank the Gold Fury for you. So you're not really putting your own god at risk. You're just going to take some of the hits away from Caldear.
That's actually really, that's a step better than when you have Bastet Cats. It's not an ultimate that you have to expand. It's literally there all the time, so certainly making use of that one. Team Dignitas, the only team on the board so far. Zero's on this mid lane Neath. Who is he looking to set up, Dolly?
He's looking for some sort of counter rotation. Zero's, whenever any mid player plays Neath, they're looking for some kind of global pressure in the side lane. Now, you look at Variety Dimmy, it's not necessarily going to happen there, but we could see some action in that dual lane Hunter whenever the Guardians leave that role, and then all of a sudden, a World Weaver connects onto Emilito.
Well, here it's the right side, not the dual lane side. Raffer already in the ultimate, looking for the burst damage, comes out of it as he's chased out by the junglers. Zero's very big in trouble here. It's very low. Thanks to some meditation, he'll survive. But here comes the pancake flip out of Dimmy. Not going to be enough damage. Adapting shows up. There it is. Energy's on the board with their first kill. Thanks to the jungler. QVO Fred gets served up right towards Yamin. He's going to burst down Adapting. But again, the jungler's not done yet. Frozen.
Great
Beautiful play by Variety. But Dimmy goes right through the wall and finishes off QVO anyway.
And they're not done yet. They're going to invade the blue buff. They're getting the stuff after the stuff. They're not even done with that one. They're going to use Raffer's Hog. Raffer even thinking of trying to steal that speed buff away, but he's actually holding on to the purple buff anyway, just kind of trolling his own teammate. They're having a little bit of fun while having a lot of the action. So Energy, they find 2 kills of themselves after the Gold Fury, as well as 2 additional buffs.
What a great sequence that was, watching Energy take the buffs after the team fight. Like you said, it's those type of plays. A lot of teams, the window is just very small for that type of deal, because if you lollygag for a second, then the respawns come through, you have the counter rotation. If Energy doesn't make a play for those buffs as soon as Dimmy gets that kill onto QVO Fred, excuse me, if they are actually in a lot of trouble for overstaying their welcome. So the speed of which that Energy goes for those objectives, Raffer's calling, get the buffs, as they're chasing the kill, knowing that it's more about the next step than the current step.
We saw in the Eager versus Team Allegiance that what happens when you lollygag a little bit too long.
Yeah.
You're going to start the objective, reset it too long, the response happens, and then all of a sudden the enemy team gets the objective that you originally started. So it's very important to make sure you have a certain mindset and a plan, and you orchestrate it to efficiency.
So again, it's really about the smaller situations. It's about these smaller steps that we're seeing Energy take that wind up being more beneficial to them than perhaps the larger objectives that they're looking for. 2,000 gold lead as the clock strikes 10 here. 2-1. Low kill count. Well, I guess it's a low time. So kind of early on in the game to be asking for some more kills right now. 3 in total. I think that sounds about right. What do you think, Toli?
No, this is a great pace, actually, for two teams of such high caliber between Dignitas and Energy. Despite such a low kill count, the Golden experience heavily favoring Energy because of the timing of their kills, able to get these objectives, able to steal away the Gold Fury, taking advantage of the fact that Variety also had no mana after the team fight, had to back, so he also missed out on a very important wave.
And one of the big deals, one of the very big deals that we see for Energy, is that this is actually Team Dignitas' first purple buff that we see on Trix Tank, or at 10 minutes right now. Energy had just routinely taken that buff and actually staggered it so that they can go to that buff after the fact, after they take their own. So certainly big attention to detail coming out from Energy here. With respect to the jungle, Gold Fury spawning momentarily here, Toli. I don't think any team is really going to make a play for it just yet. We're going to see that Neath look for a setup or Energy look for a setup as well before executing the gold.
Zero's looking to back, probably trying to finish off that Transcendence. We see Yaman having that already completed, looking for the stacks. Not able to finish it quite yet. Oh, actually does finish it. So that's going to be very important for him to sit in the lane and make sure he doesn't fall too far behind Yaman stacks.
I like the timing of the ward vision coming out from Team Dignitas right there. You saw Cuvo Fred sort of watch. Well, Variety's going to watch his own jungle get invaded. The blue buff was not stolen away. That one will go the way of Team Energy. Adapting, however, gets a taste of the freeze. Left side, though, when we saw Cuvo Fred ward that Gold Fury, as soon as it came up, he drops the ward. Wants to make sure that there's no time wasted. Again, small micro plays will make the win.
Ooh, nice knockup from Raffer, preventing the pull knockup initiation. Going
Locked
into
in.
the ultimate.
And he's locked in thanks to Cuvo Fred. Can't escape that one, but Raffer's the one with the kill. Trix Tank is the one that winds up falling to the wayside. Kabrakin with the, it looks like a perfect wall, but again, going back, it's all about the Rorschach quote. You weren't locked there with Raffer. You were locked there with him. Whatever, man.
I know what you mean.
For, okay?
Level 11 Sobek for Raffer. The way he's built his god with his Mark of the Vanguard, Heartward Amulet. He's expecting a lot of damage between Cuvo and Trixtank.
Yeah.
These Bruise brothers, we can almost call them at this point, honestly. And having this Mark of the Vanguard preventing so much damage from all that damage over time from Sylvanas, keeping him alive, as well as the timing of lurking in the water, preventing him from getting continually chain CC'd and able to make that turnaround. He was very fortunate also that his teammates were behind that wall to be able to demolish it and still dive that tier 1 tower, finding Trixtank.
Which, fortunate, or is that just a result of the way Energy plays? You and I were on the cast before talking about Eager, talking about the buddy system and how they're always very close to one another. Energy were one of the first teams to really, have that sort of gameplay style, at least from a viewpoint that we have here, is that it just always seems that Energy are never quite alone, never quite out of position. Trixtank, however, gets grabbed out of position. He'll also get knocked up, and he'll get knocked down, adapting with credit for that one. Second kill for the Swedish jungler. Still in trouble is Arkle, but we'll see Raffer retreat just a little bit. Half HP for the Hunter on Team Dignitas. He'll clear out this wave and likely stay put.
Still looking for more picks. Not confident enough to go for the Gold Fury off of that one pick quite yet. Recognizing Trixtank, when he revives, he will still have that ultimate. And this is a spot where, sure, Energy could try to go for Gold Fury 5-on-4, but then they're probably going to get aggressed on afterwards. And without the ultimate from adapting and Emilito to be able to really control any space in the jungle, rather play it safe than sorry, and then going to extend the pressure in the lane.
Well, here's one of the things that Team Dignitas lack with their 3 Guardian and 2 Hunters setup. And it's a Hunter in the long lane because Emilito just sent him back to base. 34 seconds for Arkle to take a timeout and think about dying single-handedly to Emilito. Yaman, on the other hand, is going to help his team with a big old team fight and take out Variety. Tricksang seems to be next, but a nice meditation saves him, and a root sticks Timmy in his tracks, and that'll send Energy back into the jungle looking for the opportunity for the Fire Demon.
First, the Portal Demon was started by Energy, and Variety was leaving that area, walled himself and his teammates out, and that allowed Energy to continue the Portal Demon. Recognizing the mistake that Variety made, he had to make the call to his teammates like, hey, listen, they're on this objective, we need to contest it, but then everybody from Energy caught them out of position. The ultimate from Adapting, just now available, wasn't even necessary during that encounter.
So here's my thing for Team Dignitas, or at least for Energy to take advantage of with Team Dignitas, is that Energy right here, they didn't get a mid lane mage. They hold that thought. Fire Giant being started relatively early here.
Yes.
15:20 on the clock, and Fire Giant's being started, zoned out. Team Dignitas aren't even aware. They're just not privy to the situation that's going on right now. Cubo Fred gets tossed to it, but it doesn't matter. Energy are the ones that take the Fire Giant nice and early. That's how you do it. And now they're going to look up for the cleanup kill on a Cubo Fred. It's Adapting that winds up making it happen in 3:03. For the jungler one more time, it's 7-1, and 6 have had Adapting's stamp of approval on them. Out of control. Trickstank is in trouble as well. Dimmy drops the ultimate, Toli, and he just looks like he's wasting time here.
No, there's no possible survival for Trickstank. No matter what Variety does, his wall is on cooldown, lurking in the water, doing a lot of damage. Nice Wrath of Terror, but it's not enough with Emilito right around the corner. Yaman with the hearts over the wall. Variety is getting dove. No escape.
Variety, quite literally no escape, just stood there. He knew that it was over. There was just nothing for him to do.
Objective after objective for Energy. They find one Gold Fury, they look for picks. They look for one Portal Demon, they look for picks. And then on top of that Portal Demon, with that objective being able to go from your base to the Fire Giant side, and on top of recognizing that Arkle is invested in the dual lane, not having to worry about that Hunter, and Melito making the important rotation to have Kaldir tank the Fire Giant for them for a little while, reset it, kite the Fire Giant around the mechanics a little bit. Energy is just world-class elite team.
Exactly, and it shows in their draft as well. I think you can look towards Adapting for doing a lot of the heavy lifting here for Energy, not only setting up the team with his pulls, but also just bringing damage himself.
I'm looking at these two junglers here. 4-level advantage for Adapting. Now, to start things off for this season, it was Team Dignitas and Cubo Fred that were just on fire.
Yes.
And it was Energy that was actually struggling a little bit, as well as Adapting. This leads me to believe that any time Adapting plays against Cubo Fred, he has a fire lit under him a little bit. We saw his player interview, how he talks about in the last season, how there was this comparison between Cubo and Adapting.
Well, so it's funny, because when we talk about Anderster over in North America being one of the quintessential quote-unquote best players in the world, right? Or at least in his position. Adapting, gonna wait it out. Oh, not enough damage, right? Anderster very much so is like, well, I tried pretty good, right? Adapting, on the other hand, is, no, I am the best. How dare you say Cubo Fred is anywhere close to me? I believe that. Adapting is historically, very obviously, a very passionate player when it comes down to it. And this is what happens when you get underneath the skin. Arkle's able to find a turnaround kill, however. I don't think that's going to be a trend that continues. Raffer separating himself from his team offensively, forcing Energy to go ahead and keep it coming. 5th kill of the game for Adapting. Arkle under the tower should be safe. And Energy going to keep pushing here. They've got 4 players strong.
They have minions to make sure that tower is more vulnerable. Yaman dashing in, looking for the heart bomb. Not on the mark. The sustain from Trickstank is not enough to really keep Arkle up alive. And 4 members still stand strong in the left for Energy with this Fire Giant still contesting this left side Phoenix.
Without any AoE, Energy have to go ahead and retreat. They need that Cupid ultimate up to really make a real big strong presence as they push. Variety's going to make the rotation and catch Dimmy out, but Dimmy does have 2 dashes. So, oh, nice wall coming out from Variety. Raffer and Dimmy are going to be forced to fight. Yaman joins the fray as well. Ultimate for him still on cooldown, so Zeros takes out Dimmy. That should be that. Everybody else should just disappear. And that's what we'll see.
It's all a waiting game between this Ymir versus Xing Chen matchup. Whenever you're caught out of position as a Xing Chen, you don't want to necessarily jump right off the bat because the wall is going to be coming immediately after. But at the same time, you're going to be taking so much damage from the rest of his teammates. So there's sometimes where you have to make that decision expecting the wall anyway, and then kind of hoping that there's going to be a slight nudge for you to squeeze on through.
Right now, 19.5 is what the clock says. It's 11-3, and Energy leading by a slew of gold, 10,000 if you want to put a number on it. Right now, I think the biggest point here for Energy, besides the fact, Toli, that they've just been executing extremely well, I think one of the largest differences that we haven't really spoken about is this mid lane Hunter situation. I always talk about the balanced equation that is a team composition, and when you forgo a mid mage, a traditional mid mage, you, in the mid lane in favor of a Hunter, you lose a lot of not just burst damage, but more importantly, AoE damage. And the Neath here on Zeros, now you can argue that the burst damage is still there if you're able to set up your weaves correctly, which Zeros, a veteran Neath player, can absolutely do. But the one thing that Yaman can bring on the Cupid that Zeros can on this Hunter is that massive AoE presence, area denial, and most importantly, perhaps, objective secure.
This is why we see so many ability hunters being played in that mid role, trying to make up the magical damage, but it's Raffer that's getting caught out of position.
50%.
The Ymir wall is doing a great job, but he's actually going to be able to walk out, but the snipes is good.
That's the Cupid ultimate. It controls the entirety of Team Dignitas. We see Raffer go down, but his team escapes with the Fire Giant. When you sign an application to join a team of support, they ask, are you willing to die for stuff like that? That is absolutely his job. And as long as nobody else here dies, Toli, this is a win for Energy. In fact, they're going to fight into it. It's a 4-on-5. Right now, it's going to be evened up. Now it's a 3-on-4 as Arkle finds the kill. That's just batty. Going into the 4-on-5? I don't know about that one.
Feeling pretty confident is Energy. They do have a nice experience lead. 7 levels, adapting, level 20. Cuvo Fred, 13. Going for a gem of isolation. Blink bracking, trying to make sure people stay heavily stayed within those tremors. Feeling very confident with their slight player advantage. It's a 4-on-4 now, though. Gonna start up this Gold Fury.
This is a very confident play coming out from Team Dignitas. Basically, I love the idea and I love the mindset, but do I love the result? Emilino, 25%, I do! Arkle gets a kill, but Yaman's able to answer back and take down Cuvo Fred. Raffer adapting and Yaman still local. The guys on Team Dignitas gonna retreat just a little bit. Gotta take out that ward for the teleport, well done.
Team Dignitas, they know how to fight. You can never count them out. Great beads out of Arkle, preventing the pull, but you can't prevent the second pull from Raffer. But now he's out of position. Typhoon coming out, gonna dissect into Variety.
And Variety's toast. He's stuck in the fields of love, and it's all but hate that Yaman has for him. It's gonna be the 5th death for our solo lane Ymir. 5-4. This might be the worst performance we've seen Variety have on this Ymir in a long time.
Not since Season 2, back in when he was in Team Dignitas, still trying to
Different
find
player.
some plays. Yeah, he definitely transformed from Season 2 to Season 3, but this time around, Energy are looking like a completely new team, making Team Dignitas look like they're more of a bottom-seeded team than a top one.
Yeah, I mean, this is, and you know, for the folks at home that are surprised that Energy are playing this well, I implore you to look at the beginning of the past couple of seasons. Energy, for whatever reason, tend to start out slow. You know, it's just their first couple of weeks generally aren't as successful as the remainder of their season. And, you know, whatever the reason may be, I'm not going to pretend to know what happens behind the scenes for these guys. But the proof is in the pudding. You look 3rd, 4th, 5th week at the rest of those splits, and they're doing this. They're taking a top team, a quite literal top team in Team Dignitas, and beating them by over 10,000 gold.
It's like the story of the tortoise and the hare, honestly. They're trying to just take it easy, relax a little bit. There's no need to rush.
Yeah.
They'll get to the finish line whenever they need to. They command the race their own way, and this is what's going to happen, even against a top-tier team such as Dignitas.
Well, you say that Looking at the team fight on the left side, Raffer half HP already. Dimmy tosses 2 players to the back line and adapting with the hot flank. Ooh, that's going to be a good one. He gets his kill. That's number 7. And Energy continue down the line. It's 5 versus 3 here on the left side. Yaman has no ultimate. In fact, nobody on Energy have their ultimates. They were expended in that team fight, but it just don't matter. Firebird left side, already down for the count. Zero's backflips. Arkle jumps all the way to hell. He's home, and adapting sends him there. Mid lane Phoenix is going to be the one that's going down as well. We've got one more on the right side, Anatoly.
Fire Giant still for 20 seconds. This is a great successful play from Energy. They get all 3 Phoenixes very quickly. The respawns are coming from Team Dignitas on the form of Variety and Trickstang, and it's pretty difficult at this point. Looking at the health pool, Raffer was very low. Yaman was rather unhealthy as well. Looking for the 5th and 6th item completion for Energy before going for that last kill.
Really almost thought we were going to see the push into the throne room, but like you said, the respawn's coming. Arkle has been a light in the darkness for Team Dignitas here in this game. 5-2-1, and the Hunter has had some spectacular plays. In fact, forced Team Dignitas off of the objective a handful of times. Unfortunately for that last one, not going to happen. But the Hunter has been doing a very, very good job here, despite the rest of his team really not performing. There are 6 kills on Team Dignitas. He has 5 of them and was even an assist on the 6th.
To be fair, Arkle is playing cleanup crew more than anything else. There was a great play from Trickstang to enable Arkle to get that first blood earlier on to Emilito, I think it was, that was caught rotating out of position with that ward. So to say Team Dignitas members other than Arkle aren't doing anything is an unfair statement to the rest of his teammates. It's just Energy are just outperforming Dignitas to such a grand scale.
That's really the key here, and you know, like we said, nobody quite knows what's going on in the minds of the Energy camp, but I think it's fun to imagine that they just like giving these teams a false sense of security. Yeah, you know.
False hope. Tactical feeding.
Here's the problem, though, Toli. It's week number 5, right?
Yes.
We just had our bye week. How many weeks are in the entire split?
6.
And right now they're trailing by 5 points.
Yes.
So if they 2-0 here, they get 3. That means the next 2 weeks, Energy have to win every game. There's an idea of being cheeky and giving your opponent a fun time, but there's a whole nother idea of having to win every single game you're up against.
Variety walling off Trickstang. He's going to take an early spill, but Raffer gets traded out entirely. Dimmy looking for a pull, not going to find it. Cubo Fred is the second victim here for Team Dignitas. The Cupid ult is going to be good, and that's going to be the first game here for Energy.
Big play there coming out from the Cupid, like I said before. Absolute big choice there, picking the AoE damage in the mid lane. With the Neath and nobody else on the side of Team Dignitas with AoE, it just became a problem when it came to objectives, when it came to team fights in the jungle, and of course, defending that Titan. Just didn't happen.
No, Energy did a great job that game.
Game number 1 goes to Energy. They've got another game in this set, but before we head on to it, we'll break it down with Taco and Aggro.
Thank you very much, Tom, and here at Thursday Night Smite, well, I think we can safely name it to the Adapting Show. At least for game 1 there. Adapting on Tusano controls the jungle throughout the game. Cuvo just never got a chance to show up.
He had Kivo on the back foot the entire game. Just Adapting's target focus at the start is really what helped him snowball so far ahead of the Kraken jungle, because every single time he was engaging, he was more often than not just focusing out Trickstang, making sure to set up Tricks in a way that he would just be unable to really provide any kind of sustain or support for his team. And just overall excellent gameplay, like perfect from Susanna. That's what you want to see every time.
That's what you come to expect from Adapting, one of the best players in the world without a doubt. Let's take a look at the post-game stats here. Like you mentioned, Adapting just really picking on Trickstang, focusing down that immobile Sylvanas, and setting up Emilito, who was able to then find the solo kill onto Arkle in lane, starts to really get the ball rolling in Energy's favor.
The Scotty Eyes combination on top of the Susanna pull-in with his ability, it just becomes such a devastating scenario for Dignitas Draft to try and work around, because that ice was, Emilito was really on point with his placement of the ice every single time as Scotty, and the way that they were able to lock down all of the candidates on Dignitas and really prevent them from any sort of escape potential is crucial in these sort of team fight scenarios, and really clean performance overall from energy.
I mean, like I mentioned during the draft phase, Emilito was one of the first to pull out the Scotty at the pro level. You know he's comfortable on it. Certainly looking like it there in game 1. So if you're sitting on Dignitas in game 2, what do you want to change about the draft?
I think they need a little bit more mobility if they're going to try and compensate against Energy's draft. They saw that while 3 Guardians double Hunter is a pretty strong, flavorful pick for teams at the moment,
Sure.
I just don't think that you can provide enough support for your backline in these circumstances, because more often than not, Energy is going to look for one target and just focus them down the entire time. And if you don't have the mobility to compensate for it, you're just going to fall behind.
Let's see if Dignitas can take Taco's advice. Let's get into picks and bans. Game number 2. Dig trying to make it happen with the split. Remember, they are tied atop Europe right now with 10 points with Obey, who 2-0'd Energy, with Valen Squad, who split with Energy. So Dignitas trying to be the only team out of the top 3 right now to not get 2-0'd. Hunbats and Neath the bans for Energy. Kepri once more taken away by Dignitas. And they've had enough.
And there it goes.
Enough with the Susanoo adapting. Leave us alone. Pick something else.
But the issue here for Dignitas that they still have to be concerned about is NRG is a team where when it comes to God pools, theirs seems almost infinite, especially for players such as Yaman and Adapting, who really are just able to pick and provide for whatever their team really is looking for in engagements.
You can't ban them out. You just can't ban them out. Scotty and Cirquette, the selections here. I like this selection by Dignitas, taking Scotty away from Emilito, who, like you mentioned, just looked way too comfortable on it, and then putting Cuvo on a comfort pick in the jungle. Cirquette, you wanted mobility. You don't get any more mobile than Cirquette.
And I especially like the Cirquette pick for Kivo here because it has a ton of lockdown potential for that Thoth.
Yeah.
So trying to prevent Yaman from providing any sort of setup potential, because Yaman is one of those mage players who he looks for the setup more often than not for his team, and he kind of just falls back in that backline as like an unsung hero for Energy a lot of the times, and his positioning and maneuvering around his backline to really provide everything that you would want from your mage, whether it be damage or setup, that's important for players such as Adapting who just look to all in on somebody.
Absolutely, trying to make the star highlight plays. Not everyone can make them, and Yemen totally fine with setting up for his jungler or anyone else on Energy for that matter. Sylvanas going to be taken away alongside Xing Chen, a couple Guardian bans, and then a couple Warriors by Energy. Osiris taking a ban, actually. Maniac looks so good on it that Energy decides to ban it away themselves. Hercules, the selection for variety in that solo lane. I love this Fafnir pick from Trix Tank, giving him a little bit more mobility as well.
Jungle on her?
Yes. I mean, what else could it
jungle
be? Unless it's some sort of like double weird dual lane and then Guan jungle. Adapting love playing on her.
has run jungle on her. And I mean, on her technically is a jungler if you use the right skin for him. He does have the Jungle King skin.
Soul, the last selection here for Team Dignitas. That's probably going to be for Zeros in the middle lane. He's been playing a lot of that mage. We haven't seen a lot of early on in Season 4 after the nerfs. Tom, Toli, let's take it away. Can Dignitas split here with Energy?
Well, it's really up to that Jungle King skin, I think, as our prized analyst Taco breaks it down so intelligently.
No comment.
On a serious note, though, Adapting loves to play the on her in the jungle behind the scenes.
Yes.
Does it translate to the SMITE Pro League? Let's take a look. Getting into game for game number 2, Team Dignitas versus Energy, and it will be the jungle on her. Sorry, Taco. Wrong skin. It's going to be the gentle sir skin over here with the top hat. But when it comes down to it, realistically, I have historically said that the jungle, especially this year, with the way the Bumba's masks work and how the jungle works in general, the jungle is a much more open place than the majority of fans think. And in general, picking a hunter to go in the jungle is not a good look because their power curve is skewed intentionally to be very bad in the early game and very rewarding in the late game. But on her, one of the few examples of an ability-based hunter that can make the transition.
It's all about the passive, reducing the physical protections by 20 after hitting anything, whether it's a god or a minion, making it a lot easier to take that out, which is why we see Adapting be so comfortable with this pick, time in and time out. Whenever he feels like he wants to flex a pick, he'll do it. He has no fear.
And also, just when you break down what on her brings, he's got some crowd control, so you can make these ganks happen. He's got large burst damage out of his ultimate, and of course, he's got the jump to also bring displacement as well as both gank and retreat.
I thought that for a second energy, we're going to look for a gank attempt in that solo lane, but instead looking to take the Fire Giant Elementals. And this is a great objective to take this early in the game. Whenever you can get these neutral mid-line objectives, whether it's the Fire Giant Elementals or the Oracles, you're not only getting it for yourself, but you're denying it for the enemy team. And if you can keep that on rotation, this is how you slowly build the lead without kills, towers, or the Gold Fury.
It's almost, I'd almost say that the denial of the golden experience towards the enemy team is perhaps more important than actually getting it yourself, because that's where you start to separate and really find the those identities of the leads. Instead of just, yeah, we're ahead by 654 gold, that's when you start saying, yeah, 1,500 up, 2,000 up. We saw Eager really make use of that earlier on today. Riding Kimo Fred going to be controlled.
Great impale. He was able to secure the objective with the impale as well as get Variety out of position, because Variety, despite not being able to steal away that speed buff, he still could have looked for a potential pull-push combination into Kivo Fred. And this level 3 Hercules Cirque combination does a lot of damage early game.
Raffer taking a lot of damage right now. We'll be able to dash away from the nonsense out of zeros, though, no problem. And here's Emilito and Raffer cleaning up at least what they can from the jungle. But just not a lot of aggro play coming out from these guys.
No, not quite at all. It was left alone in the mid lane with Zeros playing the soul, but Dimmy was left alone. A jump into Variety. His dash is not available. This is why he was being so aggressive, adapting, taking advantage of every cooldown not available.
Now, adapting right there, you know, I close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? But I really want to sort of highlight the on her selection here. Had adapting actually gotten the knock-up with the disperse, the jump, then you find the impale into the wall, and you find the actual kill there. So not going to happen this time around, but that's really the power of the jungle on her.
It's not to say that he's not going to try again if that opportunity presents itself. Adapting has been known to linger around corners whenever somebody might be struggling, or vulnerable rather is the better word to put it.
And Kimo Fred knows it, which is why him and his team, him and Zeros, come right back around, making sure that adapting is at least, if he's going to be in the neighborhood, he's not going to be a threat. Back off coming out from adapting in his mid lane. You don't want to be caught up too close to what Team Dignitas have to offer.
So much disruption there. The top stun preventing the follow-up, as well as the hammer from Fafnir preventing the follow-up after the Terra stun. Both of these teams mechanically just so high a level. Adapting now making the rotation yet again on the right-hand side, but Variety not taking the bait for finding the pull push quite yet.
Waiting on it. Adapting is level 5 here, so he will be able to combine with the burst.
Even if Adapting wasn't here, if Variety does pull push, Dimmy could solo kill him with just a cavalry charge alone, but Adapting is here, gets spotted out around the corner, and this could be a lot of gold denied under the tower towards Variety.
That's a big deal. It's going to be about the presence. Adapting really looking to hit level 6 here. We can see one thing that I'm very curious about is the itemization. Obviously, the boots are going to come first. That's really not too big of a question. But where does he go from here? Are we going to see a deviation from the traditional hunter build? I think so.
Probably going to be looking for more penetration. Could look for the Jotun's Wrath to start things off. Raffer, though, looking at him really quickly, he's been struggling level-wise.
He's only level 4. Emilito, his dual lane partner, will get out of trouble right there using the ultimate to escape Arkle. Not a big deal there, but level 4 compared to Fafnir on Trix Tank, level 5. Why has the farm been so troublesome? Or so hard to come by for iRaffer?
It just seems that he wasn't in position to secure a lot of buffs with his teammates, or he wasn't really sharing a lot. And we haven't seen too much of a different gap between other players.
Ultimate being used onto Yaman by the Jungle Circuit. He'll be low and he'll be taken out, and it spreads actually onto Raffer, who should be fine for the most part, but more importantly, we see that death go down. First blood for Team Dignitas. Now it's Dimmy versus the world. Trix Tank stuns him in place. Flip up by Variety. And the last hit is delivered by him as well. 1 kill for the solo, 1 kill for the jungle, 2 kills in total for Team Dignitas. That'll start the game off at 5 minutes.
Doing a great job getting things rolling very quickly in this game, and then invading right off the bat, getting that blue buff away from Dimmy on the Guan Yu that needs that MP5, the cooldown as well. You got to get the multiple sustains off, especially considering Variety's always going to be playing aggressive, not to mention he's Hercules here, and this is the kind of lead you want to have whenever you're against this top-tier elite team such as Energy.
Energy.
And right there, we saw the early play by adapting, trying to pay attention, a lot of attention to Variety here in the solo lane, knowing that if the Hercules gets off to a clean start, that it's going to be a very troublesome lane for Dimmy. Here, level 6, comparatively speaking, well, he's level 7 now. A level and a half separates these two guys, basically. And what it comes down to, Toli, is the fact that this Guan Yu versus the Hercules matchup is very much dependent on the scenario of the game and the players themselves.
Absolutely. You're going to see Dimmy use the Tattoo Assault to bait out the driving strike, and if Adapting's around the corner, there goes Variety's life. But at the same time, if there is no jungle presence, Variety will win that 1v1 every single time.
Exactly. So you can look at Bologna or Nike versus a character with a silence or or otherwise interrupt and say, well, the character with the interrupt wins that matchup. And you can look at some of these other matchups and they're black and white. This matchup is not so black and white, and that's why it's so important that Adapting spends his time on the right side of the map. Left side of the map, however, Cubo Fred has different ideas, and Emilito just eats it. That is just a very successful gank by QVO.
Arco playing the game of Emilito. Variety is playing no man's land game, taking it out by adapting, just like that mentioned, with Raffer's global ultimate, making it easier to take away Variety's Hercules whenever that driving strike is on cooldown.
Just a very important play coming out from Energy with the attention to that solo win. You have to keep the Hercules down. You cannot give him a lead. And there's going to be Raffer getting ulted. He's low. He's smoked. Zeros with the last hit. QO Fred having a fantastic game so far. Trixtank jumps in, stuns out Yaman. He knew that there was nothing going to come of that. Trix just wanted to stun Yaman.
Just for fun. He was walking to the mid lane. Why not? There's nothing else to do. There's no wave. There's no mid harpies. He has a hammer. He has to throw it.
Just stun Yaman.
You got a hammer, throw it.
I love watching supports do that sort of thing. QO Fred 2-0-1 on this circuit. This has been one of the go-to selections for this jungler for a long time.
Absolutely, but like anytime I see a support just do that little poke drive-by, I always think of themselves saying it to their head like, "Take that, evil doer."
2-0-1 on the jungler here for Team Dignitas. QO Fred has looked good on the circuit for a long time.
I would agree.
Thank you. Left side, Purple Buff being attacked right here. And Energy going to go ahead and secure that for themselves. Emilito not having a fantastic game on the Apollo. Here, however, Zeros picks up Iraffer. Easy peasy. Big damage brought to you by the jungler on the side of Team Dignitas. With that opening, Digger going to look towards the Gold Fury, already down to about 80%. And Adapting and Yaman seem like they know and want no part of it. They just realize that it's just not going to be realistic, I guess.
Taking out Raffer's Terra without using any ultimates this time around makes it so easy for Dignitas to get this Gold Fury.
Isn't there, it seems very odd to me that there's no contest whatsoever. Not even Adapting hanging out and tossing the spears to the wall?
Adapting was on the right-hand side with Dimmy wanting to get as much farm as possible. He wasn't even near the possible contention. Yaman was nearby. He could have thrown out the ultimate if he really wanted to, especially using that wall to extend the range. But instead electing to play it really safe because the fact that Dignitas could easily get off the Gold Fury if they see anybody around that corner. And without vision of the actual Gold Fury itself, it's kind of a long shot.
Long shot's what Thoth does best, so I don't know. Although strange, Energy certainly seemed to have a method to their madness in game number 1. In game number 2, will that be the same story? We'll find out. 4,000, rather 3,500 are what's separating our two teams here today. Dimmy trying to deal with Variety, who's obviously going to back. Very standard play coming out from Hercules players. Toss the rock and just hit back. Come on back to the lane nice and quick. You're able to make a big impact. Trixtank, excuse me, gets stunned out against the pillar thanks to the jungle on her, who has yet to really make an impact. He's got a kill here, Toli, but hasn't really been as much of an impact as QO Fred, to say the absolute least.
The thing about Honor in the jungle role is he's not the most quiet god in the jungle as well. Whenever he comes from the jungle and he jumps on in, that makes a lot of noise. His impales, his obelisk, his impact is immediately noticed, whereas Circuit being played by QO Fred, very sneaky, can go in and out of action. Sometimes you might not even necessarily notice her right off the bat.
Everybody notices Dimmy. See ya. Cubo, I like that again. Just to stand still, letting them know, yup, we got you. Amelito's gonna have a tough time here as well. Arkel's able to get back, but the 2-on-1 proves too strong, and Arkel falls down 1 for 1 as far as the Hunters are concerned. Adapting inserts himself into that conversation. That's the impact that we were asking for, Toli.
Absolutely, but getting that trade kill helps Arkel make sure that Amelito is not going to get any advantage experience-wise above him. The fact that Adapting was still there with 3 minions, though, it's going to get the next wave, deny even another wave to Arkel, look for some buff invades, and surprisingly enough, look what happened on the right. Dignitas able to get another objective during that gank on the left.
And Cubo Fred just working out in the enemy jungle. Here comes the chase on to Zeros, and he's stuck. That's going to wait out the Aegis, and a nice stun. Thoth gets the kill. That's the 3rd one for Energy. Just the 3rd kill for Energy. It comes by way of the mid laner. Yaman winds up on the strong side of the exchange. Trickstank does what he can, but ultimately the Oracles go to Energy, and they now have Gold Fury Vision.
Demi getting pulled in, getting Eat the Rock, just poking him out a little bit. With the cooldown reduction from the Breastplate of Valor, you might as well keep looking for these poke exchanges, especially with Cubo Fred right around the corner. But the ward gets spotted him out.
Just walking towards the opposition. Cubo Fred would have likely had a kill play right there, but a strong ultimate coming out from Demi makes sure to put that CC immunity right in time to avoid the madness from this jungle Circuit. Absolutely, just the timing on that, Toli, was...
That's what you expect out of both of these teams. They have to make these kinds of plays whenever you want to be considered even close to the top. Adapting yet again, utilizing his mechanics, just able to get the objective and stun the person behind it.
Blue buff will go to Demi. I'm sure he's happy about that. Like you said, there are some solo laners that don't necessarily need the blue buff. You can look at Chalk, Sobek after the first couple of levels, right? Thanks to the ultimate. Demi on the Guan Yu, though, that's quite the opposite situation. You need the blue buff on the Guan.
Especially when Variety is playing this aggressive. The gank from Trickstank, he was hovering around that blue buff. They had a sentry ward right around the corner, denying the vision from Energy to be able to make that kind of a sneaky play, taking advantage of Demi yet again, sitting at 0 and 3.
Not a good game today for Demi so far. Game number 1 certainly was successful. Game number 2, quite a different story. The Hunters going back and forth. Apollo seems to be good. Couple of basics separated. The Doggo's here to help out, and Raffer makes sure that Amelito gets the kill. I think he was a little nervous there for the moment, but now Adapting, looking for one of his own. Cubo Fred's the target and won't be found. He'll jump away to safety. Stun on the Trickstank. Nothing coming.
Force the beats out of Cubo Fred. Trickstank taking a lot of poke there, but having to retreat, not having the ultimate means that he's going to have to back on out. With this Gold Fury being left standing, Energy could potentially take advantage of this. With that one pick onto Arkel, no ultimate for Trickstank. He's going to have to back here momentarily, but it doesn't seem that Energy are grouped up to take advantage of this quite yet.
Yeah, not just yet. Energy are spread out a little bit. Demi on the right side trying to push up that lane just a hair. Thoth still sitting in the mid lane. It's only 14 minutes in. It's been a very active game, comparatively speaking, to the rest of our sets today. So I think it seems a little bit later than it actually is, but the laning phase still very much in full effect.
Absolutely. Dignitas was down about 10,000 gold around this part, maybe 2 to 3 minutes later, and they're actually ahead now, 4,000 gold in game number 2. The mentality to be able to take that loss in the last game, to turn it on its head and be in a winning position against Energy shows Dignitas are no joke.
I mean, when you look at the lineup, Variety, Cubo Fred, Zeros, and Trickstank, right? And you can focus on Cubo Fred, Zeros, and Trickstank, who have had a relatively successful career for the past couple of years. Right? 2, 3, depending on the player that you're looking at. And although they haven't exactly won Worlds, they've been generally high-ranking characters or players. Variety, on the other hand, half of his career was kind of down on the bottom in Squalor, and the latter half we looked at last year and this year, and even sort of the latter end of the year before, he started to become one of these big-end players. And Arkel, a spicy new, although not a rookie, one of the newer guards, right? These Team Dignitas have proven themselves. We individually know that these guys have the mentality to be able to bounce back from a game number 1. So I'm not surprised in that whatsoever. I'm actually surprised that Energy are sliding in game number 2. We usually see them very consistent throughout their sets. Either they win or they lose. Very rare to see a split.
Absolutely. Energy, like we mentioned before, the adaptations that they made for Season 4 started off a little bit slow, and now all of a sudden they got the first game victory over Dignitas, and now they feel maybe a little bit too comfortable. Emilito, you know, exchanging his life multiple times, nowhere for him
Where'd
to
he
go
come from?
yet ago. The blink circuit from Cuvo, Fred.
Where'd he come from? Just the zigzag, the blink, and we'll see you later. Ooh.
All he had to do was get in position to use that ultimate, recognizing that Emilito's only escape was through the chariot, but pulling that back out from the sky, nowhere to go.
Oh my goodness, he just was 50 miles away. That one kill in the Hunter opens up the world for Team Dignitas. The Gold Fury is going to be the target, and it goes down easy peasy to Team Dignitas. What about the fight afterwards, though? Adapting shows up, forced into the relics, and he's down out of the team fight. He's 25%. Dimmy, he's barely alive, and Trickstank finishes the deal. Double digits. In fact, 11 for Team Dignitas as Variety takes down the Thoth player. 3 guys left for Energy Esports, and that Tier 1 tower is going to go down. Team Dignitas on the warpath, if you will.
These respawn timers are too long. 20 seconds still remaining for Dimmy and Yam, and adapting no ultimate. Raffer, no global pressure either. Gives the free Fire Giant Portal Demon Boss Guy dude thing over to Team Dignitas. They're starting up the Fire Giant, but Emilito spots it.
He's around, he's aware, he's circling, he's chilling, and he's going back to the lane. He wants to lose no more mana than he already has, but his job was successful.
This is a play from Team Dignitas that they're going to take the Portal Demon and start it up again. I guarantee you, without any hesitation, Trickstank is just going to zone. He's going to be that big bully trying to contest the speed buff. We see the Terra player trying to get in position, but it's not going to be enough quite yet.
Trickstank loses a little bit of HP, but generally stays healthy. Raffer shows up, and Raffer's going to be in a lot of trouble. He gets body blocked by a boulder, and Variety sends it all the way from the outfield and takes down Raffer. Team Dignitas now on the offensive, pushing Energy out of the jungle in quite literal fashion. Variety's here ready to driving strike anybody who comes a little bit too close. Fire Giant about halfway dead.
Adapting, coming from the side, looking to possibly either steal this away or do a lot of damage to Arco.
Oh, you gotta pick it up.
Variety's here as well, trying to find this objective is 50%. Dimmy's gonna get taken out by Cubo Fred. Meanwhile, mid lane, Emilito is being left uncontested, getting that tier 1 mid tower.
Love the play out of Cubo Fred. Adapting, trying to do everything he can to stay alive right now. Expended the ultimate to try and escape, and now dropping the pillar for the slow. Waiting on the cooldowns. Arco doesn't have to wait on anything. Just getting the kill. 14-4 with the kill going the way of the Hunter.
I'm surprised Adapting just didn't continue running north. He had the speed buff, he had the mobility from Terra's Blessing. He also had the slow from his Obelisk. He could have potentially escaped that one.
Not going to happen this time around. Fire Giant goes to Team Dignitas, and now it's cleanup. Yaman falls nice and easy. Trickstank a little bit low here. Going to depend on the sustain from the Fire Giant as the crew groups up, and they spot out Raffer. He's gonna dash away and get driving struck, and there's help from Scotty. And Raffer skates himself to another death. 4-2-6 for the Hunter. It's Arkle, he's on a tear. It's Team Dignitas, they're on a tear. And it's Dimmy. He's not playing defense very well, and that tier 2 tower down for the count.
Raffer tried to stall and buy a little bit of time to allow Emilito to split push on the left-hand side, getting the tier 1 mid, getting the tier 1 on the left, but now with Cuvo defending that tier 2, it's only Dimmy and Adapting trying to defend this right-hand side. Yaman making the respawn as well, cavalry charge being used, but he's taking too much damage and the Phoenix already fell.
Already gone, the objective that Team Dignitas were looking for. Now they're headed into the mid lane. They've got a tier 2 tower to take care of before they actually look at the Firebird, but still, their prerogative is known. It's going to be the objectives one after another. There's no reason for Team Dignitas to slow down right now. They're going to clean all the towers off before they head actually to the Firebirds or the Phoenixes themselves. And more importantly, they're going to hit the jungle, which means that nobody on the side of Team Dignitas can have an easy time catching up. Big lead for the guys on Dig, rather Energy. You guys know what I meant. 12K. And it's all Dig, baby.
Despite the difference in the point difference in the standings of these two teams. They're so even between how they play and their style. Game one, it was all energy. Game number 2, Dignitas able to make this kind of a comeback. And look at what Energy are doing. They're looking to set up a little bit of an ambush around this blue buff.
Yeah, they want to find. They realize that at this point in the game, they have to find a pick. And so Emilito's job is to look like he's the split-pushing lone Apollo and just bait Variety in a situation like that. Big heal, and it doesn't matter. Raffer gets the last hit. That was a play out of the textbook. And now it's the race. Energy on the right side, Team Dignitas on the left, and Energy last time they made this play lost terribly. So they all back as a unit to play defense. Love it.
The mitigate wounds and the bracer of undoing was not enough to keep Variety alive. It stalled a little bit to allow him to get off his ultimate, doing a little bit of poke, and might have gotten enough timing for Team Dignitas to get this tier 2 tower, extending their lead even further now to 12,000. Still doing a great job holding on to this goal here with Fire Giant still remaining on them for about a minute.
So Energy lost earlier in the split. Thanks to a counterplay like that, where Energy take the race and they lose the race, right? And it goes to the other team. I wonder if that loss never happens if that race continues. Either way, we'll think about it in our dreams. Arkle takes down iRaffer. Team Dignitas right now. Arkle takes down Adapting. Team Dignitas right now. Arkle takes down Emilito. Team Dignitas right now. Cubo Fred gets the 4th kill.
Cubo's not
the
done.
only one alive. And I say that momentarily. He gets stood still, he gets struck, and it's 20-5, 22 minutes on the clock, and Team Dignitas win by an absorbent amount of gold. Just a fantastic game 2. You know how strongly Energy ran game 1?
I was just watching the game with you, Tom. It was pretty strong.
The answer was yes, Tom, I do. That's how strong that we saw Team Dignitas run game number 2. Just no hold bars, just fantastic stuff. Any input on our set that we just watched there,
It was
Tully?
the battle of the junglers. Adapting game 1, Cubo game 2.
Absolutely. How far does it go past the junglers? It's up to Taco and Aggro to figure it out.
Thank you very much, guys. I saw that lead that Energy had game 1, Tom. Don't you worry. But Dignitas had a bigger one in game 2. Was it just the fact that Cubo Fred got super far ahead, Taco? And wait, actually, don't answer that. I've got a different question that I want you to answer. Was it because Adapting didn't have...
He didn't have the Jungle King skin.
Yeah.
Jungle Honor
That's gonna
only
do it
works
for
with
us.
the Jungle King skin.
There you go. That's all the analysis
It
you guys
happens.
need.
I understand slight misplay coming out from the world champion jungler, but at least this is that point in time where you learn and you adapt to the situation.
I see what you did there. But anyways, I mean, in all seriousness, the jungle on her wasn't awful. Like it didn't. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. Do you think that the lack of pressure because of the on her jungle is what contributed to Cubo getting so far ahead?
It wasn't necessarily the lack of pressure from the on her as much as it was he wasn't able to really capitalize off of Dignitas being out of place or really punish the Scotty pick into the duo lane, because a lot of times when you see that Scotty going into the duo lane, you kind of anticipate and expect a jungler to be able to camp you. But Argyll was kind of aware, okay, Adapting's playing on her. He's not going to really have a chance to chase me down or really have any sort of follow-up engage. And instead, he was actually the one placing a lot of punishment onto Adapting once he was able to hit his mid-game stride. And I mean, well played to Argyll overall, just utilizing that Scotty Eyes to his advantage in almost every single team fight.
Yeah, he was absolutely killing it. Scotty 2-0 in this set. First game, Emilito pilots her to a victory. Game number 2, it goes away. This is my favorite kill, by the way, where Raffer bounces off a Variety on the ice and brings it back to Argyll. Though I suppose, a triple kill to end the game isn't too awful either.
No, triple kills are they're pretty nice whenever they happen, especially when you're the one picking them up. And I'm sure that he's more than happy to have gotten away with that on Scotty of all characters. But yeah, Cubo's assistance into Argyll's lane early on and really placing a lot of emphasis so that split push Apollo was never really able to be used as a comeback factor for Energy. And just ultimately, Dignitas just had so much control from the get-go.
And Dignitas looking excellent here, finding the split up against Energy, propelling themselves to the #1 spot in Europe all alone, 11 points for Team Dignitas. And this is a roster that, like we mentioned, they're still trying to work on their synergy, I believe. I mean, you've got Cuvo and Trix there. They've got a couple other people going, and they seem to have started to find their stride, even against the top teams in Europe. In fact, I think we can talk to one of the players here that is starting to find their stride on one of the top teams in Europe. Trix Tank, the support for Team Dignitas. Are you there, buddy?
Good morning.
What's up, Trix? How you doing, man?
Good. I'm doing pretty good, man. It feels okay to go 1-1.
Yeah, were you expecting the 2-0 in that scenario? A little disappointed?
I mean, with Energy not playing as they did in the last split, I feel like we could have taken it 2-0, but I just felt like they snowballed out of control. I feel like if we were just like 4K down without a fire giant or 6K down, we could have taken the game anyways because our combo was so strong. But the double ADC when the Portal Demon is down, the fire giant is so free. Well, too bad.
But at the same time, Trix, how much fun do you have playing that Fafnir when it comes to aggression? Because that's always been your style. So
yeah.
I know that you're just probably having the time of your life right there.
It was so much fun playing Fafnir this game. I don't know if you actually didn't see it on the camera, but the reason why I was so far ahead of Refra in the start was because I hurt him on the Gopher camps. He tried to solo them with a Huck in the start, but I actually stole both of them, so I got a 2-level advantage in the start. And from then on, it was just so easy for me to play because having the advantage as a support and as Fafnir, which is so aggressive, it's just so easy. And yeah, I just picked up every single kill.
So Trix, you spent basically your entire competitive career alongside Funball and Lobster and Zalia, and now you're on a different team. What's it been like teaming with these new guys, and how's it really going in that sort of team environment?
I mean, the scrim environment is a lot different. We still have a lot to work on in-game and outside of the game together. Of course, you miss the guys you've been playing with 2 years, especially Funball, since I've laned with him, and he's like the ADC I've always been happy with. But yeah, I feel like I can build something up with that kill, and I see a lot of potential in him. So I'm just looking forward for some hopefully good years to come, and now we'll see how it's gonna go.
I mean, you're sitting atop Europe right now. Is this where you expected to be at this stage with just a couple weeks left to go in the SPL?
I feel like we kind of expected to be in the top 4 at least. That's what we expected ourselves. But we hope now we've seen it from scrims, but also the SPL. I think that we kind of want this. We want the first place now. We need to obey, and we need back just 2-0 those two guys, and then we should be going smoothly to the first place. So that's what we're going to be looking for.
Oh, easy peasy, right? That's not going to be a problem.
Easy games.
Easy games, easy life. Trix, thanks so much for joining us. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give before we let you go?
I want to give shout out to my team and of course my sponsors. They've taken good care of us so far, and yeah, we're enjoying our place in Dignitas, and yeah, just otherwise shout out to my teammates overall.
Trix, I'm gonna help you out here, buddy. This is where you sell out. This is where you plug the stream. Where can the viewers
where is
find
the Trix
you?
Support?
I got too many sellout comments on my stream, so
No.
I'm just
Twitch.tv/TrixTank.
Are you
if you
selling
guys
out
are
for 'em?
interested in some more top-notch Fafnir aggressive plays, Trix also has a phenomenal tier, so you don't have to just expect support gameplay coming out of him on his stream.
So that's
there we go.
The tier.
I can't sell out, but you can.
Take it away from variety. That's just be like, yo, Harry, this one's mine this time. I'll show you how it's really done. Thanks a lot, Trix. Thanks for hanging out, and congratulations again on securing the top spot in Europe. That's going to do it here for Thursday Night Smite. Taco, we saw a lot of really, really great games. Was that the result you expected here, the 1-1 between Dig and Energy?
It's been a great day overall, and we've seen a very strong display from these teams. And so with one league remaining, I mean, I am more than excited to see how these teams are planning on matching out. And you know what makes today the best day ever?
What's that, Taco?
You're looking at it right here.
Is it the desk?
It's the desk. It's a good day.
Do you two want to sit on this desk? Probably more often than Taco, because I'm telling you it was just a mistake that she was allowed to sit here tonight. Well, then go to thecaster.tv, submit your application to join us and be a caster here at High Res. It's pretty dope. We got a lot of good perks here, and you get paid in gems. Not real money,
and
but
booster packs.
Gems only.
Don't forget the booster packs.
Team Worshipper boosters.
Fantasy points.
Fantasy point boosters. Yeah, you got it all here. If you apply, make sure you go to thecaster.tv, submit your application. Maybe you too can join us here on the desk. That's going to do it for us here today for Thursday Night Smite. You can catch us Saturday at 1 p.m. That's when the rest of the SPL is going to kick off, and we'll see you then.